Oh yeah, here we go. Hello everybody and welcome to day 3 of the Newgrounds Summerfest. I'm Stampai, event coordinator, and starting up first today we have our Game Developer Showcase. So those of you who are not familiar, I'm a really passionate fan of video games. I love games, I've worked on games, I've spent so much time playing games. Even sometimes when I have downtime during the panels, if I actually have a minute to breathe, I think, maybe I can get in a couple of minutes of playing a game. So, of course, when we have an opportunity to talk about video games here on Newgrounds, it only made sense to me that we have a little bit of a showcase during the event, right? So, Newgrounds has always been a home for countless indie games where people have basically taken the time to create full, incredible experiences for people to play on the go wherever they were at, as long as they had internet connection and flash back in the day. Yesterday, or rather the day before, we talked a little bit about how Mike is helping keep Flash alive with Ruffle, and we're also still seeing amazing ways that people are making video games to this day on Newgrounds.com. So for this Game Dev Showcase, we have quite a few different titles to show. I believe the total number might be 11. And we have a number of trailers that we're going to take a look at from the developers, and we're going to break it down in a couple of ways. First, we're going to take a look at some of the trailers. Then, after that first block, we're going to talk about the trailers we just saw. I'm going to share some information from the developers. Then we also have 2 developer interviews where I was able to actually get a quick call with them before the festival and ask some quick Q&A similar to the other ones, but really getting the chance to hear the developers directly. So we're going to have the chance to check that out as well. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get this underway. I'm going to go ahead and queue up our first block of trailers and turn down our endless handbag loop here so we can get the show on the road. But once again, I want to thank everybody for your incredible support throughout the Newgrounds Summerfest this weekend. You guys have been absolutely kick-ass awesome, whether it's on the Discord or in the YouTube community. We have a little of everything, and I'm so proud of the Newgrounds community for being consistently one of the best places to be on the internet. So without much further ado, like I said, we're going to go ahead and get this thing going. And I want to thank all of you for being so amazing and making Newgrounds one of the coolest places on the internet to be. So let's make it happen. We're going to be starting up with our first block of trailers, and hopefully this thing goes off without a hitch. Enjoy.
Space Blast.
Wow, how embarrassing. I didn't know it was muted. Thank you guys. Lord, I just gave you all a rundown on all three of those games. So let's quickly recap what I was just talking about. Gomen nasai, everybody. Gomen nasai. All right, so as I was saying, that was our first three titles here during the Newgrounds Summerfest. And we're going to quickly go over them once again because sadly you guys couldn't hear it. So first up, Advent Neon was the first title that was just on the screen a few moments ago. Hyperactive 2D action platformer with punch flurries and time stops. Zalwardo, it sounds like a JoJo reference to me. I'm not going to complain. That sounds like a winner. Retail release, and let's see. Yeah, so you'll be able to play it on things like Steam and console, so definitely look forward to that. That's by Newgrounds user CryoGX. Next up is from Newgrounds user The Crispy Channel, Dale Dingo. 2D action platformer where you plays Dale, an anthropomorphic dingo that has to kill all the rabbits, small animals, and so on in order to get your reward. Some quick facts I got directly from the dev before the show. 2D platformer, highly inspired by those retro games from the 80s and 90s. Gameplay will be coming once some bugs are hammered out. As far as when it's going to be released, look out for it during July, ideally. And you can expect some similar experiences to playing the old Mario Brothers games and so on the SNES and whatnot. As far as the success of the game, the more successful it is, the more Crispy will add to the game over time. So definitely something to look forward to, even though we only got to see a teaser so far. That's still, because we get an idea of what's to come. All right, so next up, the last game of that little pod there, we have from Rolling T, the game Space Blast. Space Blast is a cartoony, surreal, space-themed top-down shooter that's being created as a tribute to retro top-down games and first-person shooters like Half-Life, Fester's Quest, Geometry Wars, and Zelda. The game follows Zam, the king of Mars, who has to get to the bottom of a cosmic mystery after a planet-wide riot begins tearing down his empire. You'll explore every planet of the solar system, experiencing colorful and varied environments filled with wacky bosses and fantastic original music by Gemanism and Alan Stewart Heltzel. So yeah, you guys heard the music during the trailer. It was definitely popping, something to look pretty much forward to. I personally liked how it looked myself. All right, so next up we have a developer interview for one of the upcoming games that you'll be seeing. First, a trailer, then the interview. So I hope you guys will enjoy. Let's go ahead and cue it up. Hello, everyone, and once again, welcome to the Newgrounds Summer Festival Game Developer Showcase. Right now, we're sitting down to having a little conversation with one of our game devs, the dev behind Berserk Boy. So, first off, hello and welcome to the Newgrounds Summer Festival.
Hey mate, you're alright. Cheers for having me.
So, yes, first and foremost, where are you from, man?
So, yes. I'm from the UK originally, but I'm living in Japan at the moment.
Right. So, as we've talked about before, a very international project, and I guess an international festival since you're here. Right on. So, tell us a little bit about Berserk Boy, man. What's the game all about?
Yeah, Berserk Boy is an action platformer, sort of inspired by the Sega Mega Drive GBA era. So it's like heavily inspired by the Pulseman, sort of Sonics, Mega Man, everything from that sort of time period. So it's a big love letter to the Mega Drive, really.
Right on, man. And why don't you tell us a little bit about you? Who are you, and what's your background working on this sort of thing?
Who are you? Yeah, so I'm the pixel artist and animator, and like the lead designer on Berserk Boy. Before Berserk Boy, I used to just like freelance pixel art, and before that, I just used to mess around and like Click Team or Games Factory or just other sort of game making tools and just make fan games, really. So that's pretty much as far as my professional history goes in the games industry. So it's my first like big project.
Right. So this is your first like serious outing in the game industry.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Right on. Yeah.
Pretty much.
And so, how long has Berserk Boy been in development?
I'd say just over 2 years, coming on to 3 maybe.
Right on. So
yeah, just over two years. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 2 to 3. Right on. And I guess the disclosure part is probably important for integrity of everything. I know you from before this. I'm actually the person. So
wait, what?
Yeah. So I think it's only fair. It's only fair that I confess that I'm actually in Berserk Boy, which is why I know about Berserk Boy, and how you ended up on Newgrounds, really, like a long time ago. It's been at least a year, I feel like, when I first told you, like, dude, get on Newgrounds.
Right, yeah, you did push Newgrounds. Like, mate, it's happening on Newgrounds. Get on Newgrounds. But I'm here. I made an account and I'm here.
Right on, yeah. So don't ever say I'll look out for my scouts. But but yeah, a little bit about Berserk Boy as well. I mean, I've never had the chance to play it, and I think I'm not the only one who's probably excited to after getting a look at the trailer. So, we got to see a little bit of the gameplay. When can we expect a chance to get our hands on it as far as like something playable, either demo or release?
So the release is actually scheduled for Q4 of 2022. So it's like a year away. In terms of a demo, I don't know like when or if there's a demo coming soon, but yeah, I'll let you know as soon as I know.
Right, right. So I guess the most important final question is for those of you who are interested in Berserk Boy, tell us, Zoo, where can we find out more about the game?
Well, I've got a Twitter page, Berserk Boy Games, and I've also got a Steam page. And if you wish list it, that would be amazing. That'd really help.
Yeah, I think that's consistent for every indie dev that you know. Getting Steam wish
Yeah.
lists is extremely important for the success of a title. So, best of luck with that. I mean, I've been following it for a while now, obviously ever since we first met. And I'm excited. I'm
Yeah.
excited to play the game, despite the fact that I would have been interested in it before being in it. So,
That's what I was just about to say. Excited to hear yourself
yeah,
in the game.
so
Yeah.
yeah. So those of you who enjoyed listening to me hosting this convention, well, you get to hear more of me, I guess. But that aside, I mean, it really is about the game, and obviously there's a lot of love and soul. I mean, I look at this and I think speedrunning. Speedrunning comes to mind a lot when I see a game like this.
Sweet.
So yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I'd really like people to speedrun it. You know, there's a lot of there's time-based missions and there's like ranking based on your speed. So yeah, we encourage it. So speedrunning is good. If you like speedrunning, good. Play Berserk Boy.
Right on. All right, well, Zoo, thank you for stopping in for this brief little conversation here at the Newgrounds Summerfest. We're so glad to have Berserk Boy among our other titles here, and really appreciate you taking the time for the interview.
Yeah, man. Cheers for having me.
All right, we'll continue with some more trailers right after this. I've been in many caves, but no cave like this. This cave reeks of danger. And salami. I urge everyone, stay as far away from this place as possible. It is far too dangerous.
This pistol will cost you $450. This one will cost you $300. Now, this one will cost you your pride. This is a slapper. Let's test this thing.
Now, listen here, America. These goblins are getting out of hand. They're in our caves, stealing our amber, stealing our osmium. I can't stand it. Ugh! They're sucking up all our resources dry.
Mr. Sandwich is celebrating its 50th anniversary this fall with the release of the all-new God Hoagie. Our chefs are devoted to exploring the world to find the best ingredients that all the new hoagie deserves. Get the best of the best only at Mr. Sandwich.
Just kidding. We're actually unmuted this time. So we just got a good look at a couple of more games. So let's go ahead and review a little bit of what we just saw. So first up, we of course had Mixed Guns, a 2D shoot 'em up with mixing guns. A very brief description for a brief trailer. Something to look forward to. It's going to have a retail release playable on Steam and consoles. Or at least that's the plan. Next up, we have Hedonism. Looks to me like something of a JRPG. Gaia is a land where heroes strive to become the greatest of their time. Become a hero at the Heroes Guild in Habnimal Village. Take your first quest and succeed in your mission to become the greatest hero to ever live. This one is a web-based game, released on platforms like Newgrounds.com. And finally, from Oh, I should probably mention who developed those games. So, from Hedonism was brought to us by Corporal Siva. Noel brought us Mixed Guns. And lastly, from Forge Frog and Friends, we have Hungry Cave Project, a horror comedy gallery shooter. Now, I wanted to know a little bit more about this title because I, I always do when I see just a trailer. So I reached out to Forge Frog and got a little bit of information. So the game is about sending in clone soldiers to figure out what's in this mysterious cave and why food corporations are so invested in it. It is a gallery shooter focused on replayability, and the soonest we'll be able to see some gameplay is sometime this year. The game is slated to ship in 2022. So that's a little bit about the games we just got a glimpse of. We're going to go ahead and jump into another trailer followed by a developer interview. So stay tuned for that in just a moment. And once again, thanks for tuning in here at the Newgrounds Summerfest Game Dev Showcase. Hello, everyone, and once again, this is Standby here at the Newgrounds Summerfest 2021. As part of our Game Dev Showcase, I've got another interview, this one with one of the developers behind the title Necrofugitive. So first and foremost, who are you?
Hey guys, I'm Ryan Fluharty. I'm the lead artist on Necrofugitive. I've been drawing since I was a kid, and I've always wanted to create a game of my own, and Necrofugitive is the result of that. We've been in development for about 3 years, and it's going great.
Excellent. So first off, we got to see a little bit in that trailer, and I, of course, am very familiar with the game, as I'll explain a bit later, but what is Necrofugitive, in your words?
So, Necrofugitive is a stealth action platformer set in the Middle Ages. It's about this nameless prison escapee, simply known as the Prisoner. He's been cursed with these mysterious eldritch shape-shifting powers, and he escapes prison and he just goes on an absolute rampage through the kingdom. You get bounty hunters and mercenaries sent after you, all in a bid to please this bloodthirsty god that's given you these eldritch powers. And overall, the game is just focused on delivering a fast-paced, action-packed, stealth prison escape feeling where the enemies are ruthless and trying to kill you or capture you, and they're intelligent AI-wise, and it'll just be a great time. You have huge monster battles too, where the prisoner can transform into a huge, like 9-foot demon and stomp people. It's a good time.
Right on. So you mentioned development started. It's been about 3 years. Why are you making Necrofugitive? Aside from you wanting to make a game, why Necrofugitive?
Yeah, so we've been in development about 3 years, pushing for. We started. Well, our inspirations were mainly prototype was a big one. I know that's one of my favorite games of that generation. That idea that you're sort of this anti-hero or even antagonistic character, that the whole world is against you. And I thought that premise was so inspiring. And we've also got other inspirations such as Warhammer. We love the Chaos God aspect, or even the Thing, certain horror aspects that I thought would really form this neat concoction of ideas that would form this unique premise of you being able to play the villain, a shapeshifter, on the run from the forces of medieval justice. And I thought that would just be that would make an amazing kick-ass game.
Right on, man. So, when can people hope to get their hands on this? Like, as far as playable or the full release, demos or otherwise.
So we actually have a demo playable right now. It's on our itch page. I'm sure Stan will link it later. But we do have a demo playable. It has both stealth and combat ready scenarios for you to check out the mechanics and how things behave. Check out our combo system in the combat arena. But as for the full game coming out, we're still in the weeds about certain, like, what exact year it might come out. We're hoping within maybe 2 or 3 years, perhaps. Probably we're trying to make that a bit sooner, but early access is on the table. We're not sure yet, but we do want to keep that year count down,
Right on. And as I mentioned, or you mentioned, we'll definitely get the link out there, but where can people learn more about Necrofugitive? Because I know you're on Newgrounds, and much like in a previous conversation I had with the developer for Berserk Boy, you're on Newgrounds because I kept pushing, like, dude, you got to get on Newgrounds.
Yeah.
So what's your Newgrounds?
Yeah, so my Newgrounds is sarcastic, with like a Russian King TSAR castic. It's kind of a joke. But anyway, I'm on Newgrounds, and on my Newgrounds page, it links to the Necrofugitive Twitter. And on the Twitter, it also links to our Discord group where you can chat to us about the game, ask us questions, maybe get some insight into development process. But I would say our most active platform is both Discord and Twitter.
Right on. And I suppose, just in the interest of disclosure, I've actually been very close with the Necrofugitive team for, I guess, a year. Has it been 1 year? I think it's been a while. I've been working with the team a lot of different ways, so that's why we know each other. And I could say from personal experience that Necrofugitive's freaking awesome. I'm really excited for this game. That's why I wanted to work with you guys. It's just a tremendous experience. Any closing remarks for the attendees here at the Newgrounds Summerfest before we wrap this up?
I'll just say that for the past 3 or so years, it's just been me and one other person working on the game. This has been a 2-man passion project, and we're both committed to see this to the end. This has been a dream for both of us, and we're so proud of what we've done so far, and we're really excited to see where it goes.
Awesome. Well, Ryan, thank you so much for this interview, and everybody be sure to check out Necrofugitive wherever you can get your hands on it.
Thanks, Dan.
Right on. All right, let's continue with the show. All right, so what do you guys think? Huh? It was another great lineup of titles. We've got those trailers. So once again, let's talk a little bit about those games we just saw. So first up, we had Snowtoons Island. This one is by Commander Jersey. You are a magic snowman who never melts as long as you listen to music. Right on, man. This becomes a problem when your CD collection is stolen. Travel across Snowtoons Island as you recover your missing music collection and figure out the cause of this thievery. Next up, we had Frame Game by Stejke Robot. Grab some of your friends, a mouse or a tablet pen, and make GIFs together, or GIFs. I'm going to say GIFs because that's how I pronounce it. All right. So grab some of your friends and make GIFs together. Test your own GIF making abilities in the GIF Maker, or create a lobby and have up to 10 people take turns drawing frames in each other's animation, ending up with an animation that everyone contributed to. Save your favorites and vote on your pick for the prestigious award of the one that made me laugh the most. I thought that was pretty cool. All right, and lastly, Kill the Ducks. Kill the Ducks is a side-scrolling platforming game where you take on an adventure to reach your goal while defeating ducks and duck binds on the way. With a wide selection of guns, abilities, and character skins to select, this action-packed arcade-like game has lots of entertainment to be had while killing ducks in randomly generated levels. Now, I must say, I am not a fan of killing ducks. I love ducks. But I do love Newgrounds as well. And I have a great appreciation for the various things that we saw so far in that trailer. So I reached out to Lamarite, the developer, and heard a little bit more about the game. So first off, I wanted to know why they wanted to make this game. Originally, wanted to make a simple, replayable game that wouldn't take a long time to develop and would be easy to polish and add things onto later. Little did I know I would rewrite the game multiple times as I was not happy with it. And here we are now. Next up, we have the question, when will it be coming out? Initially planned to be released July 12th, 2021, coming up soon, the game's third birthday. However, we're not sure if we'll be able to meet our goals for the initial release, but we're sure to release it in July of this year. How would you describe the gameplay experience? The gameplay experience is mostly about quick thinking, reflexes, and improvising. You can't stop the game from scrolling to the right, only slow it down, so you need to constantly move around, and if there are enemies on the screen, you also need to think about dodging bullets, etc. The game can sometimes be very chaotic, especially if you don't know what you're doing. The final question I wanted to know, what are the favorite character skins in the game? So, Lamarite's favorite character skin is Tricky. Everyone on the team really likes Madness Combat, so it makes sense. However, there are other people working on the team, so here are the favorite skins of the other team members. Climatrix's favorite skin, or Climatrix, is the boyfriend skin from Friday Night Funkin', and Climatrix is one of the artists, coders, and music composers. And Polsky Allen 89's favorite skin is, I assume it's Ducky, it's D-U-K-I, or maybe it's Dookie, but I think it's Ducky. A simpler and cuter version of the main character skin. Polsky works on art and code. And that pretty much covers everything. So I hope you guys have enjoyed this look at Newgrounds game development. Obviously, this was our first showing this year, so we only were able to get a handful of devs, but I think what we had so far, we had some pretty awesome developers. We have no further trailers to share, but I do want to take the rest of this time during this panel to talk a little bit about some of the awesome games that I've experienced over the years on Newgrounds that led me to believe that it was worth having a game dev showcase. And if you are a game developer, I do want to very explicitly tell you, next time we do something like this, please send in your game trailers. I would love to add more to the lineup. It was tremendous fun for me as a lover of games to see the variety and see what kind of stuff our Newgrounds users are making. So please do not hesitate in the future to reach out with your trailers and let us know what you guys have going on. So I saw a few different titles mentioned in the description during the chat here as we work through the showcase. So a lot of people were, of course, mentioning Friday Night Funkin', another Newgrounds homegrown game. Certainly no shortage of that available on the site. You can, well, let's be real. Friday Night Funkin' has caused an unreal influx of new users onto Newgrounds and has crashed the site many times. So it's only understandable that we should mention it here. Additionally, Among Us. People are saying Among Us, Among Us, Among Us. Among Us is another piece of that Newgrounds repertoire, along with Henry Stickmin, that I think a lot of people really think about when they think of Newgrounds. We have so many other games to talk about too. Fancy Pants Adventures, right? I mean, I love Fancy Pants. I played the heck out of it when it was originally released, and I made it a point to try to get every little thing you could unlock in that game, find all of the trophies and things of that nature. I was super, super enthused, and my friends as well. We were always talking about how great Fancy Pants was, and I'm glad that it's still around. We could kind of take it back. So one of the things I hate to see is when people say Pico is from Friday Night Funkin'. This is obviously not true. Pico is from Pico's School and several other related titles following. So if you have never checked out Pico's School, I wouldn't say it is the kind of game that you should play at your school if you are in school, but I do think it is absolutely worth mentioning that a Pico School was revolutionary when it was originally released, and it's worth going back and seeing what kind of a foundation was on Newgrounds back in the day. Now, for those of you who didn't know, Newgrounds is also the birthplace of the Behemoth game developer, and we've seen some amazing titles from them over the years. Alien Hominid being the first of note. I remember picking it up on the GameCube, and of course it started on the site, but it was a game that was then released, and I remember jokes about it in cartoons like The Decline of Video Gaming, where they put a bunch of copies of it in the bargain bin. I don't think that's quite accurate. The original releases of Alien Hominid now are actually worth something. So if you have a copy of it, hang on to it. Of course, it's been re-released elsewhere. And of course, Castle Crashers being the other one that followed shortly thereafter, and for me was like one of the most exciting. I could not wait for Castle Crashers. And again, to kind of put a timestamp on myself, I remember waiting for it to release on the Xbox Live Arcade. And just playing it on this little CRT that I had for gaming at the time. And I played the demo over and over and over, and I could not wait for the full game to be released. And what can I say? I mean, it doesn't stop there. You know, Pit People, Battle Block Theater, now Nightmare Cops in development. We've got amazing games coming directly from the source on Newgrounds. But I just, once again, wanted to thank everybody for participating here in the Newgrounds Summerfest Game Dev Showcase. We're going to pick the show up once again once we wrap things up, but I do want to give the chance to people in the Discord, if you would like to talk about the Game Dev Showcase and talk about some games you love on Newgrounds, I'm going to go ahead and jump into the main stage for a quick little audience opportunity for people to get the chance to talk about some of their favorite games from Newgrounds. So without further ado, if you're over on the Discord, this is your chance. Hop in there, raise your hand so you can talk, and we're going to start discussing some of your favorite titles from Newgrounds game development history. Let's get it on the road. Let's hear what we got. All right, so I think the floor is now open for those who might want to speak over on the Newgrounds Discord. Please go ahead and raise your hand to request to talk, and we'll make that happen. Am I allowing requests from everyone is the real question. I believe so. You guys should be able to request a hand raise. Here we go. Show requests. Allow request. There we go. Now you guys should be able to request to speak. All right, Mediboy 2000. You are the first one we will be hearing from. Mediboy, go ahead and join the call.
Hello, guys.
Hey, Mediboy. All right, well, tell us the good news, man. What are some of your favorite Newgrounds game experiences from who knows whenever?
Well, recently I enjoyed this game called Trigor by Lumpy Touch.
Tell us about it.
So it's kind of like a combination of survival horror and, like light gun games.
All right.
It's a very hard game. And I like the pixelated art style.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what is your favorite thing about it? Lumpy Touch, whenever a Lumpy Touch title comes out, the visuals are usually one of those strengths. So I'm glad to hear that it's still consistent. Right on, man. Well, thank you. Any other quick notes about the Game Dev Showcase before we move on to the next person?
No, but I enjoyed the Newgrounds Summer Festival so far.
Oh, so glad to hear that. Right on, right on. Well, thank you, Mediboy, for popping in. We're going to go ahead and let in our next...
Thank you very much.
Oh, absolutely, my friend. All right. Chromacy, Come on in.
Hello.
Hello. All right. So real quick, what is your Newgrounds game fixation? If I can make a guess based on your profile picture.
Well, of course, there's Friday Night Funkin', but I also enjoyed Pico School, but I really, really enjoy Pico versus Uber Kids. And of course, Breaking the Bank, because that was part of my past. And actually a newer game called Grapple Tongue, even though I've barely been able to beat the first level.
Right on.
So yeah.
Excellent. And did any games stick out to you that you want to talk about, or anything as far as Newgrounds games before you hop off? Feel free to mention them now.
All right. I'm not sure if this counts, but like one of the reasons I love Pico versus Uber Kids, like lore wise, like I think it's like one of the best examples of Pico's intellect. Like he was basically threatened to like basically die from the Uber Kids, but he found a way to circumvent it
Right
in
on.
a way that no one else would.
That's a very Pico moment. All right, cool.
Yes.
We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next. Thank you for
All right,
popping
then.
in, Chromacy. KCJ567. Let's hear about your Newgrounds gaming experiences. Hello, KCJ.
Hello.
All right.
My favorite Newgrounds games was actually Riddle School. Like I used to play that a lot with my brother, and like I remember being stuck on one of the levels because we weren't really thinking. We were just like, "What the fuck do we do?" And it's just, it was so hard. But it was nice to like see it again, like coming up on Newgrounds and stuff.
Absolutely. Right on. All right, and any other quick notes about Newgrounds game development before we switch over to our next in line?
I'll say like if anyone's trying to like make a game, I think it would be best like post a demo either on Newgrounds or itch.io, because like I would love to see more games from other people who are being inspired by gaming.
Hell yeah. All right, thank you, KCJ.
No problem.
All right, on to the next. We've got Kevin. Come on in, Kevin.
Hey, how's it going, man?
It's going great, brother. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Fantastic. Let's hear it.
All right. So recently, I want to talk about one game actually that I really want to get more attention. That's definitely Dead Estate. I enjoy Dead Estate's rogue-like gameplay. The pixel art is super, super fun to just look at. And the gameplay is so fast-paced. You got all these creative enemies and you see creative gameplay elements you could play. It's one of my favorites I played in the site so far.
Right on, man. Any others?
Well, recently I've been into Madness Combat, and I definitely enjoyed Madness Accelerant and Project Next Classic.
Hell yeah, dude.
Dude, I cannot express how much excitement I have for Project Nexus on Steam. I think it's gonna be a blast. I even played the demo.
I think you are right. I hear about it all the time from everybody. Like it comes up at least every other day when we're all hanging out in the Newgrounds servers.
Yeah, dude. Like, hey, if anybody's listening to this, the demo is on Steam right now. If you want to try it out for yourself, I highly recommend it. You will not regret it. It's super fun.
Right on, man. All right, thanks for popping in, Kevin.
Hey, no problem, man. You have a good one.
You too. Okay, next up is Gert Ziegler.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going all right, man. How are you?
Pretty good.
Excellent.
So some of my favorite games on Newgrounds back in the day was Toss the Turtle by
Toss the Turtle!
Yeah!
Dude!
What else? And another one that I like that's like fairly recent was MK Mafo's Ritz. That was a good one.
Yeah.
And, I'm looking forward to Advent Neon. That looks like a really cool platformer. And Dead Estate and Project Nexus as well. So yeah.
Absolutely. It's a good time to be a fan of games.
Oh hell yeah.
Hell yeah. All right, any closing notes before we move on to the next?
Newgrounds forever, baby.
Hell yeah, man. Newgrounds forever. Thank you, Gur.
You're welcome.
All right, Random Robo Simp. I hope your microphone's ready, homie. Don't do this to me, Robo Simp. Don't do this to me.
It's ready today,
okay.
man. Don't worry.
Welcome to the Game Dev Showcase, my friend.
It's good to be here. So some of the games that I really like to play was like Castle Crushers, and I was a big fan of Pico versus Bear. So I'm really excited for Pico versus Bear XD to come out.
Yo, man, that is such a classic. It's like Pico versus Bear. I don't think is it available on the site at all now? Other than the secret option to play it? Like
I'm not too sure. I haven't played it for a fucking long time.
Yeah. So that's the Bear in the Big Blue House parody, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, so as far as I know, way back when it was made, and it's basically Pico is sent on an operation to take out the bear in the Big Blue House from that old show that used to be on television. But
yeah,
they heard they got feedback from like the Jim Henson Company or something, so they actually had to take it down, and so it remained like one of those lost titles that you can only access in secret. So that was like way back when, but it's funny to hear about that now, man. Wow. Awesome. Any other titles you want to mention?
No, I don't think so. Apart from like Friday Night Funkin', which we can all agree is a pretty good game.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, I like DDR on the keyboard as much as the next guy, but I just don't get it. Hey, Jacob, get out of here. You are.
But yeah, I think that's it for now.
All right, very cool. Well, thank you, Random Robo Simp, and we'll be moving on to the next person.
Okay. By the way, you guys can just call me Rando.
All right. Well, I mean, I like to go with Robo Simp. It's funny.
Okay, gotcha.
Next up, Zonker Dudes. All right, Zonker Dudes. Hello.
Hey, the first time I'm on Discord talk show.
Well,
my
welcome.
favorite one from Newgrounds was first one was Newgrounds Rumble.
Hell yeah.
And probably Dad and Me.
Oh man, timeless. 2 timeless games. Fantastic. Yeah, and it's funny because people in the chat were mentioning Newgrounds Rumble 2, Newgrounds Rumble 2. Newgrounds Rumble really was like such an experience, and especially for Picanjo, I think without Newgrounds Rumble, a lot of people would not have the image they have of Picanjo. That's certainly the case. Right on. Any other things you want to mention, Zonker?
And I also played the Mind Chambers Madness combat games.
Absolutely. Madness is such a important part of Newgrounds history.
Yeah, I did watch through
like all
of
videos.
Sprinkles' animations.
Yeah, and it's just it's the same thing every time, but it's satisfying. You know what you're gonna get. Right on. Well, Zonker, thank you for calling in, man.
That's all I say. I'll be back in the audience.
Excellent. All right, Tamago. Come on in, Tamago.
Hey,
hello.
Can you hear me?
I hear you. All right, so we're not dubbing anything right now. I want to hear about your favorite Newgrounds titles over the years.
Well, I'm still pretty new to the grounds, so Friday Night Funkin' is what got me interested in the whole place. Of course, but I've been looking at other stuff. Recently I've been playing Tower of Heaven. It's a fun little challenge for me.
Right on.
There's also Pico School, of course.
Of course.
And Madness Project Nexus is really good. I love that kind of stuff. Oh, also Castle Crashers. Funny thing about that one of my friends back in elementary school was like super into Castle Crashers, and he got me interested in the game. And I had no idea it was a Newgrounds thing until like fairly recently. So that's pretty interesting to me.
There you go. And now you know the deep truth of of those titles. They're all part of the plan, the Newgrounds plan. All right, thanks for calling in, Tamago.
It's been haunting me all my life.
Yeah, you'll never escape. You're here forever.
See ya, Stan.
Take care, Tamago. All right, next up, we've got Micro Bihan. Calling in Micro. Hey.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
Hey, what's going on, Micro?
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Are we doing we're doing the parappa the rappa thing where you say it and then I say it back.
Sorry, it's lagging.
All right, tell us your favorite games.
So, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm just gonna stop. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of fighting games, and I want to mention Newgrounds Rumble.
All right, so fighting games. Very cool. All right, well, Micro, we're getting a bit of feedback from the stream, so unfortunately, I'm gonna have to bump you down. But we did hear fighting games, so I appreciate you calling in. All right, Pikachu. Pikachu, you're up. Yo, Pikachu. You're in the call. Turn off that microphone mute. Hello. Yo, Pico. Pico. I can't hear you, friend. I can't hear you. We'll put you back in the rotation. All right, next up is Girawat. You're on the air.
How's it going?
It's going great, man. What are your favorite Newgrounds titles?
Definitely Castle Crashers. I remember playing it a long time ago, playing a lot of the demo like you did. When I first got the game, I played through it with two of my cousins. It was really fun.
Excellent. Excellent. Any other titles you want to mention?
I bought the game again, and I'm going to be trying to beat it with all other characters. As for other titles, Henry Stickmin.
Right on, man.
I also played a lot of the Binding of Isaac demo.
Oh man, yeah. And how could I leave out Edmund McMillan? Like, what a piece of game development history on Newgrounds, you know?
And last time I played it was maybe 9 or 10 years ago. I don't recall, but it was a long time ago. So I'm going to be playing, what was it, like Rebirth? So that's going to be interesting.
Awesome. Well, look forward to it. I haven't played it myself yet, so I'll have to give it a shot.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, Girawat.
You're welcome.
All right. Pikachu, we're going to try again real quick. Pikachu, can you speak?
Sorry.
There you are, homie. What's up?
Hello.
Hello.
I had to turn off my headphones, so.
So it goes. So it goes. Well, you're here now. So what are your favorite games? Favorite Newgrounds titles?
Okay, so shout out to my brother on this who actually got me into Newgrounds. I had to say Alien Hominid, Pico School, of course, and Newgrounds Rumble, which is actually very funny because as a kid I had to repress playing Newgrounds Rumble because it terrified me.
Oh, really?
And that was once again next to my brother.
That's pretty funny. Awesome. Awesome. Any quick mentions before we move on to the next call?
Shout outs to Friday Night Funkin', I guess. It's actually inspired me to actually want to start my own game, which I actually talked about before in here. And a lot of y'all really liked it. So I'm really excited to do that.
Excellent. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Catch you later. All right. The last person we'll be talking to is Pam on the lineup. So we're going to start now with Gloom Girl, and we'll wrap things up shortly. Gloom Girl. Yo. What's up?
Sorry, I was muted.
Yeah, you're good, man. Talk about these Newgrounds games.
Hold on a sec.
All right. What are your favorite Newgrounds games?
So as a kid, I really liked Ultimate Flash Sonic. Actually, my little brother and I found it when we were kids, so that was really fun. Yeah.
Excellent. Any other ones you want to mention before we move on to Blow the Man Down?
I don't think so. I think that's it.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you, Gloom Girl, for calling in.
You're welcome.
All right, and I do want to also mention, for some reason that made me think of it, but Abobo's Big Adventure is one of the greatest games I've ever played online. Abobo's Big Adventure. Look it up. All right, Blow the Man Down. You are on the air as soon as you click accept. Blow the man down. Come on in. All right, open up your mic and let's talk about some games.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Not much. I want to mention Matt's stuff. Epic Battle Fantasy V was frankly, one of the most interesting gaming experiences I've had in general.
Absolutely
Lots
worth
of fun.
mentioning. Great series to bring up.
I'd also like to recommend. I just want to make mention of not really much of a game, but it stuck in my mind better than most. And something called "We Become What We Behold."
Right on.
And I also have a confession I want to make.
Uh-oh. Let's hear it.
I came to Newgrounds very recently.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes you and about half of the people, I think.
I actually, as a kid, spent most of my time on, I think, what must have been one of Newgrounds' competitors. Gone now. His name was something like Flash Player or Yugo Player.
Dude, I was on flashplayer.com, I think, or one of those games.
Yeah.
Or Flash, like, at the same... Before I found Newgrounds, that's where I was at, too. I mean, it's just... There was
took me
so much.
Yeah, they had Legendary Frog stuff. They had Crinkle's stuff. They had Nox's stuff, and they had stuff on there that they don't let on Newgrounds. Like they had Nox's gag dub of The Matrix, which I love so much.
That's hilarious, man. Well, hey, thank you for calling in. We're gonna go ahead and wrap it up with Pam, our final caller.
All right, great being here.
All right, Pam, come on in, Pam. Yo.
Okay. Hi. First of all, sorry for my bad English.
Your English is fine. Don't even worry about it.
Okay. My favorite game was always Ultimate Flash Sonic from... I don't know, I just like it a lot. But the same is that when I found it was reposted from in another place, I didn't even knew it was from Newgrounds.
Right on.
Yeah, I just discovered it was from Newgrounds. And that and me, I love it so much.
Timeless.
The character designs, yeah.
Awesome. And yeah, it makes me, when I think about all those different like Flash games that were like Sonic or there are so many people who made original Flash games using sprites from already existing games. And those were a lot of fun. I also think of Super Smash Flash, which I think is a good thing to bring up considering what's happening with that team in the future. But I remember seeing in school when I was a kid and all the way until like now as an adult, I still hear about people playing Super Smash Flash like in schools and stuff. So it's crazy to see how these titles have prevailed through the years.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, Pam, thank you for calling in. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Everybody check Vitae of Brackenwood. It's a very good series.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. All of the water lollies was like the top thing for so long.
Amazing animation.
Especially with when it was made in when it came out, the fact that it was made in Flash, that's just crazy.
Yes. I love it so much. It's a very good experience.
Absolutely.
Check it all.
Awesome. Well, thank you so
Thanks
much,
a lot for having me.
Absolutely. Anytime. Alrighty. And we can go ahead and wrap up the Game Dev Showcase here on Newgrounds. We will be moving on to our next panel in just about 10 minutes. Real Talk with Annie Sloth. You won't want to miss it if you're an artist who takes art seriously or wants to someday. He's an incredibly skilled speaker and teacher who has a lot of experience doing just those things. So if you want to learn about art and about the pitfalls of that magical word called style, tune in for Real Talk with Annie Sloth. Coming up next, the Newgrounds Summer Festival 2021. Thanks again to all of our game devs for submitting titles. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio. Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio.
Hello, hello. Testing, everyone can hear me? We all good?
Oh yeah, baby.
All right. Welcome everyone to Real Talk with Annie Sloth.
Yay!
This is going to be a pretty much a artist advice panel. No fluff, no BS. Anyone that has talked to me in the past knows that I don't really cut corners when it comes to art education. I feel it's one of the most vital parts that is crucially missed and not talked about enough. Today we'll be covering things like the mental health of the artist as well as actual physical art tips that you can do. There's not going to be that much like skill tips because I feel like that is stuff that can be covered later in more detail, and we're going to cover way more important things that will make learning actual physical art skills better. But we will be talking about at the end how to do a proper study and how to improve your line art. Those are two big ones I feel can transfer to more people. This is a panel for people who want to improve their art and maybe even pursue art professionally. For those that do not know, I have been a professional artist for the last 5 years. I'll give myself a little generosity there. I specialize in character design and environment design, but recently I've been dipping my toes into the land of pre-production, doing storyboards and animatics. I am pursuing a future in art education and actually working on making a Annie Sloth School of Arts that will be a free, open access art education that will be on the Annie Sloth YouTube channel. This is a project in the future as well as on Discord. I will start out with my actual Discord link because I am offering everyone here. If you go Annie Sloth and my number is 4 6s, you can shoot me a friend request and ask me any questions you want after the panel. I am open to talk to anybody as long as I am boosting art not just in the world but especially on Newgrounds. All right, let's get into it. I'm just gonna go jump right into it. We're going to start with the psychology of the artist. Your noggin, your brain. You're constantly trying to make sure you don't
lose your shit while trying to, make art, and there's a few things that we do that, what's a good way of putting it? You're not doing things the best way that you can, and you're actually sabotaging yourself with how you go about learning these things. So first we're going to start with mental don'ts, all right? So a big mental don't, the first one is, don't tie your happiness in art to external rewards or achievements. Now, this is a big one because in the world of social media, we are constantly looking for likes, comments, shares, and these are what we call quick little dopamine hits. When you tie your reward system to these likes, comments, a big one is talking about an upcoming project before you even get it started. You're replacing what can be effective dopamine with the short-term stuff, which will in turn make it harder to continue doing art. So a great way to fix that is to replace your dopamine rewards with actually getting better at your art. So instead of, going on your phone and, looking to, go on social media, like, oh, hey guys, I'm making a new art, check it out. Woo, you're going to want to replace that by trying to find new skills and getting better at your art. All right, getting your tablet out and drawing some new art. When we do this, when we replace how we almost what's a good word for it? Replacing the response you get, replacing the response you get with social media with practicing more, right? Next one. Don't replace no, actually, sorry. The next tip would be to don't replace the dopamine you get from doing your art with external things. Put your phone down. Put the phone down. All right? When you go on social media, when you go on Facebook, Twitter, especially Twitter, oh boy, Instagram, and you're scrolling, you're distracting yourself, you're procrastinating. These are things that are distracting you from what can be, what might be currently being your stressful art experience. So, put your phone down. All right. So we first started with don't. So I'm having a little trouble here with the Wacom tablet. All right, there we go. All right. So first, don't tie your happiness in art to external rewards or achievements. Don't replace those rewards and achievements with external things like distracting yourself. And a big one is don't revolve your whole life around art. Now, this might sound counterintuitive because you're like, oh, I'm trying to become a better artist. But finding new things like hobbying, finding new hobbies like, cooking or, hiking or, going on mountains. And finding these new places to almost defocusing from art. When you don't revolve your whole life around art, you're going to be able to wind down, calm yourself down, and when you're ready, focus on art more efficiently. When you revolve your whole life around art, you're almost stressing yourself out. You're think of it like sports. You're I remember when I was in high school, I played football, I was on the track team, and if all I did was work out every single hour of the day, I'm going to injure myself. I'm going to get sore. And the art version of an injury is called burnout. We all know burnout, especially if you're trying to progress your art and you're practicing 30 hours a day with the only 24 that you have. You're going to get yourself burnt out. And just like a sports injury, it might take you out for weeks, even months. And that's when you start taking those giant breaks. And breaks are when all of the progress that you're making, all of this art progress, gets cut short. We don't want that. So your mental don'ts. Sorry if I'm speaking really fast here. There's a lot to cover. If you guys have any questions, please hop into the chat. And I think Stan is the one that'll be reading it to me. So mental don'ts. All right, guys, let's write this down. 1. Don't tie happiness to rewards, like we said before. 2, don't replace rewards with external distractions. And then 3, find a hobby. Now let's come back to number 3 here real quick. I want to preface this that anything involving art you don't want to do here. All right, now I know cooking can be an art, but playing video games, watching movies, that might seem like something you're sitting back, you're chilling out, but actually you're hyper focusing on what you're doing, and you're hyper focusing on art, especially playing video games. Video games are awesome. Trust me, I love video games as much as the next guy. I'm a big point and click guy. I like I've been playing Sam and Max recently. That's a lot of fun. But video games, you're hyper focusing more than if you were casually doodling. Honestly, especially these high intensity games like Call of Duty or Apex or any of those battle royale games where your eyes are glued to the screen. That's also stressing yourself out. And a lot of you guys might actually be feeling this with video games. Make a side note. If it feels that video games just don't do it for you anymore, you're like, man, I can't wait to come home and play a video game. And you sit down, you turn it on, and it's not doing it for you. You're like, oh, well, man, what the fuck? It's because you've burnt yourself out. You need to retract yourself from that dopamine hit. We're going to talk about dopamine a lot during all of this because it really is, because art at the end of the day is an emotional thing. And as someone who enjoys art, you're looking for the dopamine hit of getting better at your art. And the same thing comes from playing video games. These are dopamine hits. Video games for a lot of people is escapism. And you play the same thing over and over again. You're going to slowly, it's going to take more and more dopamine to get the same effect. So learn to wean yourself off of those. All right, now we're going to move on to mental. Quick. Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah, let's go on the questions before we move on.
All right, so the first question is from Kibby Supreme. Hey, Andy Sloth, are there going to be industry-focused tips for this panel? I'm someone aspiring to work on my storyboard and background design portfolio, and I would love to hear more about your area of expertise and what a bit of your workflow is.
Yes, towards the end, I will be doing more about me and industry focus. I am but a wee lad. I have not had that much industry, but I have been talking and working with people in the industry for a decent amount of time now. So hopefully I can answer for that later on.
Awesome. Forge Frog wants to know, how can me draw good?
How can you draw good? We're gonna get there, Frog. We're gonna get there, Frog buddy. Don't you worry. Don't you worry your pretty slimy head.
And this one's definitely a good one for what you were just talking about. From KCJ567, how can you achieve finishing an artwork that has a due date without getting burnout?
Ooh, all right. You know what? Yeah, let's take a little detour real quick before we go on the mental dues and talk about that. So, burnout. Burnout sucks. I will let you know, as someone whose mental health is constantly at an ATL, burnout happens all the time. And don't feel... Hey, actually, let me rephrase that. Don't feel you're inadequate because you're experiencing burnout. A big problem with social media, and why I hate social media, even though it's a necessary evil for our profession, is you see all of these artists posting constantly this, crazy finished art, posting series, making videos on YouTube. Art doesn't have to be drawing, by the way. It could be editing. Editing is art. I do editing. I know Stan does editing.
Oh, yeah.
Stan's a very talented editor.
Thank you.
And you, and you're like, man, I just fucking suck. And believe me, that feeling's not going to go away. But I'm promise you don't suck. And the way to do that is to give yourself a routine, a workout routine. All right, a calendar, something that will keep you in a routine, because when you do a routine, when you keep a calendar, it makes it easier and easier to keep up with things. A good way to I do tend to compare art a lot to physical fitness and physical health, like a diet. Think of what your art progress as a diet. When you're sitting down, you're like, oh, I don't, maybe I should just have, a cheeseburger, or, maybe I should have, fries or something. And you're like, oh, you know what, maybe I should, not do that, and I should have a carrot, or I should have, a salad or whatever. And when you're eating more of these and less of these, you get easier and easier at eating these. So when you're working on a project and you have these deadlines, you have to teach your body to be able to work effectively in less amount of time, because what you'll realize is it's actually not the amount of time that you have, it's how effectively you use that time. And we're actually going to move forward with that later on. So I hope that made sense. But we're going to cover being more productive with your time and being able to handle crunch better. Crunch is a word that we hear all the time, especially in video games. Crunch is actually not necessarily an awful thing. It's just how you use it. All right?
All right. And I definitely want to contribute on the, as far as like burnout and time management and stuff. When we were working on Senpai Sim Date together, that was a 4-day turnaround, but there were quite a few assets that needed to be made. So I think part of that discipline is when you have a deadline is understanding how much work will need to be done, because the video itself had plenty of pieces, and it really comes down to how much time you have available and how effectively you can use that time. It's like studying. If you're going to study for a test, you could study for 4 hours or 1 hour, but it's how you use those hours that makes the difference. 1 hour of good dedicated studying is way better than 4 hours of maybe studying.
Exactly. We're going to move on to we're definitely going to cover practicing and discipline later on. But let's move on to unless we have any more questions, let's move on to the mental dues. All right. So mental dues. We just went over our don'ts. Now the big thing of this, and the reason why I'm covering, your mental health, is because, like I said, art is very emotional, but our mental health, having the key to your mind and having a healthy brain and healthy habits will enable you to do literally anything, including art. So a lot of these things that I'm teaching you here, or that I'm talking about, can be attributed to most other aspects of your life. Because if you're not a healthy artist, your art won't be healthy, and a lot of discipline can take you a long way, but eventually you're going to burn yourself out, and you're going to find yourself doing less and less and less. No one is superhuman. And don't try to think that you have to be superhuman to have the best results. So let's talk about mental dues. This is mostly talking about motivation, which is a question that I get all the time. How do I motivate myself? I just can't seem to sit down and motivate myself. I just can't seem to open my sketchpad. I just can't seem to do anything. And I feel like I'm falling behind because all my other artist friends or all the other artists that I look up to are just constantly making and making. And we're going to talk about that today. So, mental dues, motivation. First big one is growth makes us happy. All right? Like we talked about before in the first mental point, the mental don't. Don't tie your happiness to art. Do not tie your happiness in art to external rewards or achievements. We come back to here about where you actually want to tie your happiness, tie your goals. Growth makes us happy. All right, like leveling up your favorite character in an MMO or RPG. That dopamine hit you get from hitting max level or finding a new item or achieving a milestone. You want to do the same thing with linear progress when it comes to your art. We're going to talk about this later on too in more depth, but make small challenges. A lot of people, this is a big one that I use all the time when I talk about this. A lot of people have a hard time drawing hands, or drawing, feet or whatever, and everyone's like, oh, I can't draw these things. So you end up drawing characters with your hands behind your back or behind your head, or you just draw busts your whole life. You just draw you don't draw full bodies. All right. When you make these small challenges, like I'm going to learn to draw hands, I'm going to learn to draw feet, I'm going to learn some better anatomy. These are small achievable things compared to I'm going to be the art director at Activision. I'm going to be the lead creative designer at Devolver. These big achievements that are, great end goals, which we'll talk about later on too, but they're not things that you can, what's the word? They're not things that you can see progress on in the near future. All right? So when we make these small challenges, we get way better at keeping our motivation up, because when you see progress, like I said, I'm going to talk about working out a lot. When you see progress, like in working out, say if I was like for me, I'm trying to lose weight right now. I am a Newgroundser, so I'm morbidly obese. So I'm 350 pounds right now. That's my actual weight. It's sad. If I was like, I want to be 200 pounds, and that's my goal. Well, after 3, 4, 5 months, and I'm only at 320, man, I'm never going to get this goal. I'm never going to get here. What's the fucking point? Let's go back to Taco Bell. Let's go back to eating crap. Let's go back to not working out. All right? What's the point? But if I'm saying I want to go, if I'm saying I'm 350 and I want to be, 200, but I'm going to go, my goal for this week, for 1 week, is to lose 3 pounds. With good calorie control and good working out, this is achievable. And if I do this every single week, all of a sudden, say I do 4 weeks, I'm at 12 pounds. And this is progress. I'm achieving these goals. I'm giving myself that dopamine rush. And I'm seeing a linear progress towards my end goal. All right, so a big one is small challenges, like I said. All right. The second one is some people might disagree with this, but I'm going to say it flat out. Humans are very prone to being lazy. Once you stop, it gets worse. We have to, like Stan said before, discipline. But a big thing is, and I'm gonna talk about this later on with some artist do's and don'ts, is we have to make doing art just as easy as not doing art. Procrastination is a big one, how do you even spell procrastination? You know what I'm saying. We have to make it. Sorry, I'm burping. Oh my god. Oh, that's gross. We have to make doing art just as easy as not doing art. And when we have this discipline of, trying to just get up and do something, all right, how do we do this? How do we get this routine that I was talking about in the mental don'ts? And the number one big thing that I do, and I tell everyone to do, is when you're first starting off, all right, is dedicate 5 minutes every day to art. 5 minutes. All you got to do. 5 minutes. All right? Everyone has 5 minutes. When you're taking a big shit, you're probably in there for like 7 minutes. Take 5 of those, all right? Open up your phone. Go on Instagram. Go on art Twitter. All right? Look at some art. All right, we're going to talk about meaningful consumption later on. Maybe when you're not in the bathroom, when you're at your desk or in your bed, pull out your sketchbook. All right? Pull out your sketchbook. Draw something. Draw a house, you know? Draw a, you know, a dog, you know? What do dogs look like? Draw a dog, all right? Draw something, all right? When you dedicate 5 minutes every day, just like we talked about before, like lose 3 pounds every week, this is an achievable goal. And once you start achieving this, you're like, wow, I'm doing it. I'm making some actual foreseeable progress. All right? A lot of people, you know, will tell you, you know, and I hate saying stuff like that. A lot of people will tell you. A lot of people will tell you because they will, like, oh, dedicate an hour. Dedicate 2 hours. Even 30 minutes is a lot. 30 minutes is a lot. All right? That's 1/48 of your day. That's a lot. That's no joke. All right? And these are something that, you know, someone like me who's been doing this for a long time, who's a working professional, this is my job, you know, 1 to 2 hours is not hard for me to do. But if you're, you know, a regular working American and you want to progress your art and you want to achieve something, it might be really hard to find 30 minutes. But I know all of you got 5 minutes somewhere. All right? That's a big one for me. My second one to help that is focus on one skill at a time. It's really hard to see progress when you're focusing on 10 things at once instead of focusing on one skill. Because like I said before, the whole thing is about showing progress. So if I'm trying to do, you know, 10 drawings at once, you know, here, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to do the nose now. Oh, you know, I'm going to do the nose on this one. Or I'm trying to learn how to draw trees, but at the same time, I'm trying to learn how to draw heads. You know, I'm not going to learn as quickly as I could if I just sat down. I was like, all right, I'm going to learn to draw a head. I'm going to learn to draw a side profile of the eyes and the head. All right? Because then you're going to see more concrete progress. Because say you take, let's say like 10 hours every week, and you want to learn 10 different things. You're only giving yourself an hour to do each of those things. But say if you took one thing, then you just learned it 10 times faster. All right? So focus. So like I said, the first big one is dedicate 5 minutes. Number 1. Dedicate 5 minutes every day. Number 2, focus on one thing. One thing. Right? And back to this top one here, when you start doing 5 minutes every day, you might get really inspired and find out you have another 25 minutes to work on this thing. And then when you find these awkward amounts of time and you start dedicating, you start inspiring yourself, you start motivating yourself more, it makes doing this next one super easy. It makes it way easier because now you really want to sit down and do a study of a bunch of hands, you know? You know, you want to sit down, you want to do a bunch of face studies, a bunch of eye studies, you know? You want to learn, you start motivating yourself to do more. All right? Now, this is a callback to the previous one where I said, you know, about goals. This is your big goal. You want to set up a big goal or reward that makes it all worthwhile. And you want to keep it and you want to keep it in your face. All right? Like I said before, you want to be a creative designer at Activision, you know, draw, you know, soldier guy, shoot a man, whatever the hell, the Call of Duty stuff. All right? You want to work over at Blizzard and work on World of Warcraft or Overwatch, or you work at Riot, you want to work on Valorant or League of Legends. You have all these. I know most of you guys are gamers, so I'm going to focus on that. Or you want to work at a movie place, you want to work at Marvel and work on the movies. These big goals, these big life goals, are what's going to keep you motivated to continue your art journey. Because sometimes these smaller goals are going to flop. You can't be perfect the whole time. But then these bigger goals are going to keep you in mind. Like I said, I'm going to refer back to weight. I'm going to refer back to physical health. Like I said, I'm 350 now. I want to be 200. I'm trying to lose 3 pounds a week. I might gain a pound 1 week. That's going to suck. That's going to ruin my motivation. But I know that this 200 is on the horizon. And all these little challenges made me know that this is just a fluke. All right? And even if this is a big mistake, say I gain, I don't lose anything for 3 weeks and I gain 5 pounds. Once again, this big goal on the horizon is keeping me in check. It's keeping me going, all right, I still want this. All right? And, for me, it's, keeping it in the zeitgeist, keeping it in the ether. Maybe it's making it your background, making Activision your background. Maybe it's keeping the Blizzard.net launcher open on your computer at all times, making it an automatic startup. Something to keep you seeing the goal. All right, write it on a piece of paper. A big one is daily affirmations. Saying I will be this one day. I will do. Those do work. It might sound corny, but they do work. All right. Want to keep that big goal in mind. All right. Now this one is easy because most of you, since you're already here, have done it. Join a community. Newgrounds. Build friends. Build relationships. A perfect example is in the panel room with me right now. I joined the Newgrounds podcast Discord server. Stan was looking for an artist. I responded. We talked. We made a project together. And I don't want to speak for Stan, but I think we're pretty good friends now. I like Stan. He's a good guy. We play video games together. We talk. We work on other projects.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Frog is in here. I consider myself good friends with Frog. We're working on a comic book together. I met Grim. I met all these people that I consider I'm good friends with now. But at the same time, we're all artists that are pushing ourselves. Every single time Stan puts out a new animation, I check it out. I hit him back with some critique. I push him to do better. He sees my art. He wants to do better. We see Frog stuff. He wants to do better. We want him to do better. And so on and so forth. All right? When you build friends, you build these relationships, you grow together, you work together, and it actually motivates you. I don't know of any other Discord servers besides this one and the podcast one that are like as full and active. But all these ones have gallery pages for the musicians, for voice actors, for artists, for pixel artists, for modelers. And when you see other people's art, it's gonna motivate you. And when you build relationships with these people, it becomes less of a envious observation and consumption of their work, and more of a semi-proud and productive consumption. When I see, I'm an aspiring voice actor in some way. That's kind of a side thing I'm doing. When I hear Stan do a voice or Corey do a voice, I'm like, oh, that's inspiring. That's really good work. I want to achieve that. It's not me going like, it becomes more of a community. So you already made the first step by joining Newgrounds. Stay on Newgrounds. Newgrounds forever. All right? Can't push Newgrounds enough. I tell all of my students that I've ever worked with, are you on Newgrounds? Why aren't you on Newgrounds? Make your Newgrounds account. And I put a gun to their temple. I'm like, I have your family hostage. Join Newgrounds. They cry, but eventually they make Newgrounds and they thank me for it. All right?
It's a painful growth process, but
painful growth process.
Growing pains. You got to have it.
Yeah.
I do want to really double down just as a voice of support. Yeah, the crab in the bucket mentality exists, especially when you're looking at social media numbers and algorithms and all that stuff. But when you're on Newgrounds, you're surrounded by people who have the same passions and motivations to just make stuff. And so again, the collaboration aspect of Newgrounds, because there is a collaborator where you can actually list everybody's involvement on a project, I think that really contributes to that whole idea of of succeeding together. So you really get that sense of, damn, I'm so happy for my homies. Like, let's keep that going.
Exactly. You want to be the drawing the Tankman on the whatever. These are such shitty drawings. So hope everyone's watching this being like, wow, this guy actually fucking sucks. I'm drawing quick. Leave me alone. All right, and then the final one. This is a big list of do's because there's more do's than don'ts in most cases. Is find the path of least resistance. I mentioned this before. I kind of jumped the gun a little bit, but now we're going to focus it on more heavy here. And this is actually going to go back to the original question that asked how to avoid burnout and how to get a project done in deadline. I told you I'd get to it. I didn't forget about you. Find the path of least resistance. Play life on easy mode. I know. I don't know if the saying still exists now with the kids. But when I was a youngin, my parents would always tell me, work smarter, not harder. All right. Don't lift with your legs, not your back. All right. Like I said before, we are prone in the don'ts. We're prone to being lazy. We don't want to be lazy. We want to make doing art just as easy as not doing it. All right. Because when you want to sit on the couch and you're like, oh, I want to watch whatever the new Netflix Loki, is Loki out now? You're sitting out, you're vegging on the couch, and look at all the art this guy's getting done. None. Because he's like, well, I will get to the art, I will get to it, I am going to do it eventually, But when you set yourself up with your desk, and you make it a little bit easier, maybe have your Wacom tablet out, huh? Maybe have your Wacom tablet. That's what I do. A big thing for me is if my products that I use to draw, whether it be a tablet or a traditional pad or whatever, are not in ready view, I will not use them. I will forget about them. I will try to. My brain will try to go, oh, you have other stuff you have to get done. You have errands you have to get done. I won't use them. Another big thing that I do is I draw in Photoshop, as you can see here. This is my main drawing tool, but Clip Studio, I use Clip Studio also every once in a while. Keep it open. I keep Photoshop open. Unless I'm like doing something like rendering out a 3D model or something where I just need as much power as possible. I leave Photoshop open because it'll be more prone for me to open it up and start doodling. All right? Keep a sketch pad with you. Sketch pads don't have to be what's the one I have right next to me here? They don't have to be like a Strathmore, whatever crazy, multimedia pad that's like $20. All right, go to a dollar store and grab even lined paper. It doesn't matter if it's lined paper or it's graph paper. They sell them for like 99 cents. The Dollar Tree near me sells the pads for like 79 cents. All right, just grab them and doodle. All right, make it just as easy to not do art that it is to do art. All right, and that is the end of the mental don'ts. All right, do we have any questions, Stan?
As far as questions go, we have another one from Kibby Supreme. When you do studies and build your portfolio for high quality detailed projects, how do you approach what to focus on or where to begin? Do you only work within the times that you set for yourself and keep hours outside of work time for just yourself?
All right, I'll answer that quick now because we're gonna talk about that later, but I'll answer it quick now for you. For me, it just works for me. This doesn't work for everybody. I tend to make a professional time and a personal time. Like I said, I'm more focusing now on storyboard and production, and pre-production. So I have to build that storyboard portfolio. Well, unless I got a project right now that needs storyboarding, I'm not really making them organically. So yes, I will set time aside to maybe like 30, 40 minutes every day to work on my portfolio a little bit. Open up a new file, get it going. Because your portfolio will happen naturally as you work more, but if you want a more specific portfolio, and obviously because not everyone can have opportunities readily available to them, so sometimes you have to make them up and make your own projects for your portfolio. Yes, it's good to sit down and try to plan it out and dedicate some time to the side.
Another question, does YouTube count as a hobby?
Does YouTube count as a hobby? No. Well, if you're referring to the question I said before, is find something that's separate of art. If you're creating YouTube content, that is creating art. Even if it's like dog shit bot content, like top 10 stuff, it's still considered you're using brain power to focus. I would really suggest, which might be hard to tell fellow Newgrounders, go outside, touch some grass. You guys, as someone who's constantly in the dark and in LED lighting. I can't speak for. I can't. I'm not going to be a hypocrite here and tell you that I'm constantly going outside. But any chance I get, I go sit outside on the porch. I go for a walk around the block. If I can, I go hiking. I know there's some people I talk to personally here. I go hiking as frequently as I can. Going outside, getting that vitamin D, it's so far removed from sitting in front of a screen, which sounds very boomery, but some things boomers say are actually accurate. You're defocusing from the part of your brain that's focusing on art and creative things, and you're focusing more on just putting one leg in front of the other, and you're distressing. And actually, we're going to talk about later on about observation. It's actually progressing your art in a different way by going outside and seeing new things. So I would suggest finding a hobby that involves outdoor stuff, but I also tell people cooking is also a great option. I just smacked my mic. Whap! Cooking is also a great option because you can focus on your eating habits better, and also it's a kind of a different part of your brain, especially if you're following recipes. It's more of a focused step-by-step thing than less of free-form like creative artwork is.
Right on. All right, another question, as this is so unrelated. Do you like any other point-and-click games aside from Sam & Max? What other ones do you like?
Oh, King's Quest. King's Quest is a godsend. King's Quest is so good. Space Quest is good. Yeah, those are my three big ones that I play a lot.
Right on. Kevin has a great question. How do you manage art if you have IRL work you got to do? I work at a store and I'm out for 8 hours for my shifts. You mentioned before blocking aside like 30 minutes a day or 5 minutes a day, but what's your tip for that subject?
So a little Annie Sloth background. I was an EMT. I was a lieutenant officer for my ambulance corps. At the same time, I was a security officer, and then there was I've done construction. I've worked retail, and there was a certain point in my life where I was doing EMT, security, and school. I totally understand being in a place where you're like, shit, I don't have time, and that is like just what Stan said when you reiterated my previous point. When you dedicate 5-10 minutes a day, you're not just dedicating the time and making these small goals, these small achievements. You're actually when you start to focus more on the time that you're spending on things, you start to find more awkward time. And a big one, and I tell a lot of people this because I suggest everyone who's having problems finding time, I suggest you open up your phone and look at your screen time counter and see how much you're looking at your phone. If I could say any piece of boomer advice that is 100% accurate is these damn kids are spending too much time on their phones. All right, I'm a culprit of it too, and I've learned to just I literally chuck my phone across the room. I throw it on my bed across the room. I'm like, I don't even want to look at it. All right, because you're gonna catch yourself looking at TikTok for 10 minutes, Instagram for 5, Twitter for 5. Instagram again for 3, Facebook, whatever. And all of a sudden, you just spent 30 minutes, which you could have been spent working on something else. Now, there's nothing wrong with scrolling on social media, but make it kind of like a in the morning thing or on your lunch break, or, don't make it such a vital part of your life that you're losing time where you could be focusing on doing your art. So, and then obviously just actually blocking out times in your day to work on your art. That's really what it would be.
Absolutely. And also worth mentioning, you talked about having that drawing device near you while you're consuming media. I can say, even I always try to be productive and optimize my time as, on that subject. When you have so many limited minutes a day, you're talking about exercise, right? So exercise is literally, I'm outside like doing work just to exercise my body, and like I can't do anything else during that time. Or can I listen to a podcast, right? Find some way to turn everything into a multitask so that, I'm doing pull-ups as I'm learning about Cyrus the Great in Persia. Like, it's weird, but it's just those kind of things you can do. Hang out with your friends and doodle while you're hanging out with your friends, right? We do it all the time when we're talking and hanging out and having a blast on Newgrounds. sitting in VCs and having a laugh while everybody's working and streaming what they're working on, which also helps you see that it's not just an instant process, but everybody has a step-by-step of how they get from point A to point B that helps prevent being discouraged.
Exactly. It's and I think a big thing to mention is, I just realized my screen is just boring as fuck. Let me just start doing something. A big thing to mention is that, like we said before, don't make every part of your life about art also. Don't get so focused on being so hyper productive that you're actually going to continue to burn yourself out again. All right? You're going to start being like, "Oh, I have to do this. I have to listen." Like, say, like, here, let me rephrase this. There are certain people who have focusing issues, and either you have ADHD, you have other hindrances like that make it hard for you to jog and listen to a podcast at the same time. It makes it hard to chew gum and walk at the same time. And honestly, my biggest advice to those people is to don't feel bad for being yourself. All right? Don't try to be someone else. If you can only do 15 minutes a day of art, don't be like, "Oh, that's not enough, therefore I can't do it." No, that's perfectly fine. Do the 15 minutes, because you're gonna get more done. And don't try to be someone else, that can do this and that. Do what you can do. All right? Because when you start working in your own ability, you're gonna get way more done than trying to be the same amount of ability as somebody else. What the fuck is this? I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing here. It's like a goblin. It's got old dry lips. Let's give him dry lips real quick. Oh, it's so dry. All right. Okay. Is there any more questions?
I think that was it so far. Let's keep on going, and let me grab another one. Actually, we do have a new one. Oh, here we go. How does one feel comfortable? This is from It's a Blue Banana. How does one feel comfortable and open enough to talk and share within a community, especially with online communities?
Great. You asked the right person. It might seem super it might seem like I'm lying because I'm doing a panel right now in front of I don't know how many people, because I'm purposely not looking at the number. I don't know.
Would you like me to tell you?
No, do not tell me. I am actually a very big introvert, and I have a stuttering problem. If you hear me like stopping and pausing, and it's not because I'm like going like it's because I'm trying to keep myself from going yeah, now I just force myself. Now I'm gonna get into it. I have a stutter. I don't like talking to people. I just don't. But I understand it's a necessary part of living, so I have to overcome it. So you're preaching to the choir here. I understand where you're coming from. I understand it's hard to talk in a community. I think your best bet, and it's something that I did before Discord when I was a kid, before internet forums were more than just chat rooms. It's slowly weaning yourself in. It's just like, let's go back to our previous examples. Like I said, all these things are more applicable in life. If anything, I'm being a health guru right now, less of an art teacher. Just like the 350 to 200, and we have these small goals. I don't talk, but I want to talk. Well, jumping from here to here is fucking terrifying. All right? And especially for me, who has a problem even getting words out, this is also terrifying. But when you start to wean yourself in with little things, it'll make it more and more achievable. For me, I think a great thing to do is using Discord's different chat abilities. I see some people use it in the podcast Discord. There is a VC chat and then a general text chat for that VC chat. Maybe just join in and listen. Get to know the people you're talking to. Get a feel for the kind of art that gets put around. We're going to talk about the psychology of an audience later on. But, don't be afraid to send in a text about what's going on. And slowly but surely get yourself more comfortable. So now you're listening in on conversation. So just being in the social circle will eventually get easier. Then you're responding back through text. Text. You're not using your voice. responding. All right. When this gets a little easier, maybe it's time to turn that chat on and start talking. And don't rush it, because the moment you rush it and make it uncomfortable is a moment you'll start missing out. Like I said, if I don't want to do 3 pounds, maybe I want to lose 5 pounds, and I fuck it up and I end up gaining a pound because I got so stressed. This is negative progression. We don't want this. All right. So don't rush it. All right. Take it time at a time. And honestly, it might sound weird, but practice talking. I practice talking all the time. Because if I don't, I stutter and I can't talk and I can't get any words out. And I start rambling, which I kind of sound like I'm doing now. So I answered this question. Let's move on to the next one.
Yeah. So the next question, this is just a general question. Do you like to listen to music while you work?
Yes and no. If I'm writing, I don't, which some people thinks is weird. If I'm writing, I need dead silence. But when I work, I either for me, I like VHSs. I have a CRTV on my desk. I watch VHSs while I work. And if not, I listen to music, and we're going to talk about meaningful consumption a little bit later on. And I think music is one of the most important things in the world. Shout out to the audio portal. You never get enough love.
Heard.
And I think without music, everything we're doing, it just doesn't mean anything anymore. So I highly suggest, if you do like listening to music while you work, like I do if I'm drawing, go on Spotify, go on Google Music, YouTube Music, whatever you use, Apple Music if you're weird, and just find a random genre, something you don't normally listen to. Look up, try to find bands you don't normally listen to, because you're going to start expanding your ability to consume new things and not get stuck in comfortable areas. All right, so yeah, I would highly suggest listening to music if you can.
We have just a general 10-minute warning as a heads up, and one quick question from Jenkum. Do you teach art at a high school or college?
I am semi-teaching it at a college level, not officially, but I'm a TA who does a lot more T than A. But I am yeah, no, that was a double one. That was a double innuendo. But yeah, let me try to shoot through these last ones, because I cover the mental ones first, because these are way more important than any art things I could teach you. But let's that's why I want to get these done
let's
first.
Go ahead and pound them out, and then we'll ask the last questions at the end.
Great. All right. So artist don'ts. These are going to be pretty quick, because these ones are way less nuanced and more literally just don't do them. Don't be boring. Don't do the same trends, same designs, etc. When you're a new artist starting out, everything's gonna be cool to you. It's the same reason as like when things don't hold up like they do when you're a kid visually. Because you're like, oh, this is kind of boring now. But a kid show, like you see these kid shows, and you're like, oh, what's the appeal? Well, they're kids. It's new to them. This is exciting. So you don't want to be boring. Do some research. Look where you normally don't look. Like I just said, when it comes to music, same thing with art. If you don't normally like comic books, start reading some comic books. Go online, find some comic books. Go on Webtoons. I usually go on Webtoons every once in a while. I go to random search. Go on Newgrounds. Go to undiscovered artists. Go to latest and look at new art. All right. Go to movies. Go to latest movies. All right. Look where you normally don't look. Get off the featured page. All right. Go to the featured page for a few minutes and get off of there and look at some new stuff.
KCJ says, draw a frog playing poker.
Draw a frog playing poker. That's what I'll do while I'm talking. So how the fuck do frogs look like? Let's go. There we go. So get a little visor too.
Yeah.
Calm
down, Slippy Toad.
So the next one is show emotion. All right. Don't be stale. Technical skill is great, but showing emotion is way more important. What do I mean by showing emotion? Besides actual just facial expressions, all right? There you go, playing poker. Get little chips. Besides just showing regular emotion, anger, sadness, whatever, start attacking things like maybe like nostalgia, all right? Or style. Say you're drawing a soldier. Don't just draw a guy in uniform. Give him a little rugged. Give his uniform a little wear and tear. Show this guy that he's had some experience. All right. if you're drawing a cool kid hanging out, give them like iPod headphones, and give them like I always tell when it comes to nostalgia, big thing is like try to think of things from your youth and apply them to your art. Like say for me, it'd be a kid playing a Game Boy Advance, or he's wearing old Converse, or he's got like a nice he's wearing like jorts. Jorts used to be cool, I promise you. They're not anymore. Try to find the emotional state of your audience and try to appeal to that. All right. The next big one is don't be realistic, be believable. Realism is awesome, but at a certain point, you might as well just take a picture. All right. I appreciate the technical skill, but at the end of the day, hyper realism, whether it be in figure or so on, is it just gets boring. All right, we're going back to the other one before. All right, so say I have a line of action. Someone's standing. Normally, when someone stands, that's their line of action. But maybe you want to give it a little. They got a little hip, and maybe they're leaning forward. Or they got their hand in their pocket. I could just have them. I could literally just have them. Just standing, like normal person. That's boring. All right, maybe give them a little cool lean. Maybe realistically, no one's going to be standing like this, but it's believable that the person would stand like this. It's believable that this is a cool hanging out guy. This guy just standing around chilling. All right. The next one is don't focus on details. Focus on big elements. You only have seconds to sell your art. All right. Don't waste it. All right. People will say you're drawing a head, you're drawing a face. You want to worry more about the shape language before I just start out, just drawing a nose and I go right into the eyes and, whatever. I might be doing fine, but, this is not important. This is important. All right, getting my shape language down. All right, and the last one is don't trace. You're going to get way more done by not tracing and doing a proper study. All right, I don't even need to draw anything for that. Just don't trace. All right, we're gonna go into doing a study right now. So, when you're doing a study, you want to practice correctly. Focus on your skills, keep a routine, like we're saying before. And the big part of doing a proper study is observation. All right, so when you're observing, you want to put your pen down, and you're not even going to draw. Leonardo da Vinci was very famous for just sitting outside and staring at people all day, people watching. All right? He's observing people, how they look, breaking down their construction, their shape language, learning how to, breaking down people the basic shapes. So say if we have a person, when I'm drawing a person, I'm not drawing, their silhouette. I'm drawing, maybe a box for their chest. I'm drawing a circle for their head with like another rectangle on the front, another rectangle for their body, half circle, and look, we're slowly but surely building a person. All right? Because when you break it down, people are just shapes. Everything is just shapes, right? Right? You want to look. How does something look? All right, not what you can see, but like not what you can see. It is what you can see, but it's not like directly what you can see. You're almost looking at what is making up what you're seeing.
Right, you're almost seeing the composition of something.
Yeah, you want to see how it's made, not what it looks like when it's made. Like a big thing to do is when you're first starting out is to do still lifes. When you're doing the box with the maybe there's a vase next to it, and you're not focusing on what kind of triangle or pyramid this is. You're looking at how does change colors here. How does this line, how does this line hit this line? Like, what does this tangent look like? What's the suggested flow of this one behind it? Because realistically, you can't see this line. The vase does this because of the suggested lines here, but you can't see it. So like, oh, how would it look? How does these look? How do these tangents hit? All right. When you start breaking things down and learning how to construct them, you're going to start drawing. Your drawings are going to become way more not accurate, way more believable. We're going to use that word again, believable.
We're in the last few minutes, so I definitely I know how much you wanted to talk about the S word.
Yeah, so
probably the most important thing.
I'm gonna so let's so funny thing is I didn't realize how long it was gonna take to talk about this. I have a lot to cover here. Like I said before, I'm gonna put my last thing on the screen here. Is my Discord. Andy Sloth. 666. That is my Discord. Feel free to message me and ask any questions you have because I obviously didn't cover everything I want to cover today. I will be making a Discord soon for art education that will be leading into a ongoing art academy on YouTube. That is something that I'll be working on over the next coming future. That is my lifelong goal, to make a open source thing for everybody. All right, so let's talk about style real quick. This is a big one. Stop saying style. Style is not what you think it is. And it's, I see style used more with more beginner artists as an excuse to not progressing your art. Like I said before, this is a panel for people who are trying to be professionals and progress their art, not hobbyists. If you're a hobbyist, just do whatever makes you happy. That's I'm not even saying that in a patronizing way. Literally do whatever makes you happy. Art is also just a fun thing that we all can enjoy. It doesn't have to be this serious commitment. But style is something that will develop over time. When you do better studies, when you start drawing on your own more, you're gonna practice on your grades. Big inspiration for me is Mike Mignola, Kim Jong-ji. These are all artists that I aspire to be professionally. And a lot of my work is inspired by them, but, my style at the end of the day is going to be different from them no matter how much I copy them, because through my practice and my own work, my own quirks are going to come out. So style just comes from practicing more, and that's literally it. I'm definitely going to be covering more later on, either on a separate Discord call, but we'll definitely be talking about line weight at a different time. But I will take last minute questions here.
All right, cool. And we'll definitely we'll go an extra 5 just to make sure we get these questions in.
Yeah.
All right. So the first one of note we have here. All right. So my question's about job hunting. This is from Micro Bihan. I've been trying to apply to various manga and manhwa studios and almost always get rejected. Maybe my art portfolio ain't right or some shit. How do you help market yourself in a competitive environment? Do I have to do it gradually or do I have to rush? And my advice initially was become Japanese is the first important step. But
for first off, you're definitely someone that DM me your portfolio and we'll talk about you more specifically after this. But for the general question of job hunting when it comes to the art world is all about volume. You have to, you're just going to be applying everywhere, and I promise you will constantly be rejected. It's just how it is. The art world is way different than it was forever ago. There are way less jobs and way more jobs that are more multitasking types of professions. Like me, I'm more of a 2D generalist. Generalist really is just, there's a lot more of those now. So, you're going to be rejected a lot. Like I said, don't tie your happiness to rewards and achievements like that. All right, those are end goals. All right, focus more on perfecting your craft, and I promise you, as you perfect your craft and you apply more, people will start to notice it, and you will start getting jobs.
Right on. This one's from KCJ567. I like to create in general, like going from illustration to 3D to animation, etc. But my friends always tell me that I have to choose one art career. Do I have to choose one art career, or is it okay to master multiple genres of art?
Yes and no. If you want to be a professional artist, like I said before, you want to pick a skill and focus on it. That also applies to mediums. I also do 3D. I also I do 3D modeling. I also edit. I make YouTube videos. All of those are a huge backseat to my 2D art skills. you don't necessarily have to pick one, but as you're starting out, you have a long life to live. You have a long life to learn all this stuff. You don't have to rush it. I would suggest, yes, you have to pick one now and focus on it. Focus on it and get that going well, because that'll be the foundation to learning everything else.
Awesome. Advice on posing.
Posing. Oh wow. Line of action super important. And posing is learning poses is from staring at people all day. Observation, looking at other people's art, and playing around with shapes. See how the silhouettes are. And posing just comes from practice. Lots of practice.
Very cool. So Belyayev Fox, you asked, can you become a successful digital artist with free art software? Yes.
Yes. You cannot. I will say though, and some people might disagree with me, but it's just how it is. You disagree with me, but you're wrong. When you do become a professional artist, like if you want to work in a studio, no, you have to. They have requirements for programs. If you want to make yourself as a freelance artist, you can. It doesn't matter what you have, as long as you're putting out proper quality. But when it comes to working in studios, there are requirements.
Right.
It's the main reason why I have the Adobe Suite.
Right. Yeah. That's consistent across every industry, no matter what company you join. It doesn't have to be art. If you work with a team, they're going to be using certain software and programs and practices that you're going to have to learn how to do. That's just how they do things. So
if everyone's using Photoshop and you're using Krita, you're not going to get the job. I promise you.
There you go. Yeah, and I think this is a good final question. This is from Video Game Kid. Should I be too concerned about how long my road to become the artist I want to be will take?
No.
Beautiful. All right, well, Annie Sloth, thank you for this very riveting panel. Any final notes and remarks before we wrap things up?
Yeah, I wish I could. You always wish you had more time. But thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm happy I covered what I did, though. I went from most important to least important. And like I said, if anyone has any questions, I am very open to talking to all of you. My Newgrounds is Annie Sloth, and my YouTube channel is Annie Sloth. All the same profile pictures, all the same links. It's all connected. So feel free to reach out. And thank you so much for the time. Enjoy the rest of the festival.
Thank you, Annie Sloth. Coming up next, we have indie comics from creation to production, presented by Imida Metal. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio. Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio.
Hey, everybody. I'm the Metal. I'm a man of many names and many jobs, but today we're specifically talking about comics. In that regard, I'm the creator of a comic series called X Dynamis Chaos. It's kind of more than just a singular series, it is a world of multiple stories. This panel specifically being I guess, an introduction to the entire comic creation process, we're going to assume that you are either an artist who already knows how to do the art, or a writer that already knows how to do the writing, or a combination of the two. You don't really have to be good at either or both. You can start off with a crappy comic. Honestly, doing crappy stuff is the best way to start anything, and then watching yourself go up. A lot of people love to watch along in the process. But if you're trying to make something good off the bat, we're assuming you can do one or the other. Most comic creation is a collaborative process between writers and artists. A lot of people don't do both, but you might be somebody like me who handles literally every part of the process. Like, talk about creative credits on my own stuff or others. I am a writer, penciler, inker, colorist, letterer, and editor. So I kind of just handle everything in the comic creation process. So we're going to start off speaking again. I actually do have it if you didn't catch the name of it, because it is a weird name, but I love it. One of those guys who I love weird things. It is called X Dynamis Chaos. I have my own website, but I also put everything on Newgrounds as well. If I make it myself, if I work with another artist and they're not on Newgrounds, I haven't put it up. But I'm willing to work with anybody, and if you are a Newgrounds, we co-authorship with the sidebar thing, we can work something out. But if you're starting the creation process, one of the most important things you got to do is realize that it all starts with the writing, right? So you have to plan out what your story is. You do have to be a writer to some extent. A lot of illustrators who just put up one shot pieces and stuff can get away with not having to world build or anything along those lines. But what makes a comic, which we're just going to use the word comic for the sake of this panel to talk about the whole field or this whole medium, is sequential art, where you're talking about manga or manhwa, BDs over in France. If you're talking about just single strips that you'd find in the funny pages, doesn't matter. It's all sequential art. And what makes it what it is that you're telling a story through a series of images, often accompanied by words, where the blanks are filled in by the imagination of the audience. But you don't want their imagination to take over too much, because you kind of want everybody to be on the same page of what the story is. Yeah. So if you're going to start off, you got to start off with a script. Personally, I write my scripts in a very specific way, which I have them up. This is how I would write a script if I'm doing this by myself, which is a story I haven't published yet. I do everything really shorthand when I'm doing it by myself. I write a synopsis. I go through, I label how many pages I'm going to do. Each page, I give like a very specific action to the page, because you kind of want a page to thematically encompass one thing, right? So I'll have the character doing a thing, and that will be the action of the page. Then I'll divide the page down into several different panels. That I will give out a layout, usually the shorthands for myself. Then I'll describe what's happening in each panel. Again, this is not a very good example of a script, because this is how I write for myself. I have another example of how I write things for myself as well, right here. And you see, this is for a short that's going to be in a longer series. Same thing. I'll put maybe the cast of who's going to be in the comic at the top of it as well. It's very important to know this before you start writing the actual content of a script. You really want to know what the major theme is, which is this synopsis of here. It can be anywhere between a single sentence to a paragraph, and you want to know who's going to be in the story, right? To show you something more complicated, this is what a script starts looking like when I'm working with other people and I'm just the writer on it. This is for a single page short, and it's already getting to be multiple pages long. You see at the top, there is the title, then the synopsis. Then I start describing the characters. There's actually only 2 characters in here, but I have to give really detailed descriptions on the characters because neither of these characters have a mock-up at this point. So that's going to be up to the artist to kind of figure out how they should be interpreted.
You've talked a lot about pages. Mirror Art wants to know, how do you determine how many pages you'll need?
To determine how many pages you'll need, and I was going to get to this later in production, but this is something you do need to think about at the beginning before you go out. You have to figure out what format you're working in. I primarily work in a mixed format of webcomic first, print comic after. So I even designed all my chapters for my webcomic with the idea that I'm going to print them. And with that, I kind of run them like floppies. Your average floppy is going to run somewhere between 20 to 24 pages. If you are printing, you have to count in 4s because of the way the pages fold. So all your interior pages have to be divisible by 4. And then you'll have a cover with like an inside cover front and back as well. So that'll still end up being 4 between your cover pages. If you're just doing a short can be literally anything. I define a short myself as being between 1 to 10 pages, and it really just matters on the content that you're dealing with. Right? So, like I said, I normally run roughly 20 pages. I don't hold myself to that with the webcomic. Most of them will be on or about. One of my chapters is like 19, another one is like 21 pages. I have ways of filling in the gaps with like bonus material if that is the case. You just have to push it to something divisible by 4 if you're doing that. See, where was I? Yeah. So you also see when I get to the actual scripting part here for just a single page, this is a 9-panel page too. This is a within the script format, multiple pages, right? Just to describe 1 page of comic content. And you have to be very detailed when you're working with somebody else so that they can kind of understand what you mean. Sometimes you want to leave it up to the artist if they're really good at what they're doing. You can leave camera angles and stuff up to them. You can leave design details up to them. But I work with a lot of new artists. I actually have a program on my site. Let's see, actually, I think I have the page pulled up at the moment. Yes, I do. I actually have a program on my website where for people who are trying to learn how to do comics themselves, I will take the writer and editor role, and I will teach them the things they need to do to progress through a comic, much like I'm doing right here, right now. You will get a script from me. You will get to participate in as many parts of the creation as you want from the artist end, if that is your goal. You can even try lettering if that's something you want to get better at. It's just an opportunity I have for people who will work through a short. You're not going to be pushed into doing a full comic because a lot of people don't realize how much work that is. If you're doing this every day, it can take a month to make a comic by yourself. If you're doing like a full, let me pull this down. You're doing like a full little floppy, like right here. This thing can take like a month to get through for just like a little bit of time reading. Like it probably takes somewhere between 5 to 30 minutes to read a floppy, depending on how much time you actually sit there to soak in all the information on hand. And so I'll work through with an artist like that. I've done it several times. Some of the pages you'll see here when I start bringing up reference material for what we're talking about will be from other artists that I've worked with. Some of them will be my own because I am an illustrator myself. But after you're done with the scripting phase, after you feel you have, that's actually not what I want to pull up. That'll be in a second. After you feel you have your script ready enough that somebody else can interpret it and actually tell the story that you're trying to tell, you'll be moving on to the conceptual pieces because a lot of work goes into making a comic, especially if you're making a web comic or a long form comic, something that might be lasting for years. You have no idea how many issues of it or chapters you're going to do. What you need to do is you need to make character art. right? And character art can kind of show up in one or two different ways. As an artist myself, I tend to actually make mock-ups of like official character art that will end up on the site, that will end up on profile pages. Here's one of the characters that will be in one of the stories that I'll use as an example. I also show up in my own comics because I'm a fun guy myself, so who wouldn't want to read about me? But I'll do all of these little mock-up characters so that people can actually know what they look like. Sometimes we start working on a script that I don't have everything like 100% prepared on. So having to give information to the artist so they can figure out what they're doing, they will end up making references and mock-ups themselves. Here is a reference sheet that an artist that I've been working with, her name is Ray Miss, did for one of the orphan girls that shows up in a story we're talking about. This is Jenny. She's a very, very important character. We also, where is it? Yeah, that's not the picture I was looking for. Here we go. And she also did a mock-up of one of the main villains. This is not actually even what the final pages look like. You don't want to waste too much time doing a mock-up on a character. You really just want to end up getting the angles down, knowing what the character will look like from different positions and stuff. Turnarounds are a very common way of doing things. Here's another mock-up from an artist called Mark Oliver, who was working with me on a story that honestly ended up dying in the water due to production problems, but I still have some examples from it. And this is about a girl who ends up turning into a rabbit. It's more complicated than that, but I don't have time to actually go over my stories unless people ask questions about it later in the Q&A. This is about production. And so you really just want to make sure you know what your character looks like from almost every angle, because you're probably going to have to end up drawing them from every single angle at some point in time. One of the big things about comics is it's like making a movie or a TV show, right? It's actually kind of like the least expensive way of telling a story in a visual format, which gets kind of scary when you think about how expensive a comic can get when you get into the production process. But as somebody working on the web, it can be basically free to work on. And this size comic right here, this floppy, is like a TV show. It's like an episode of a TV show, like a 30-minute episode. If people are really staring at everything in the pages, it can take them half an hour to read it. And you should basically time a comic based on that.
We have a question related to the format for comics on the subject of that timing and whatnot. Casey J wants to know, how do you create the format for comics, like creating how the comics should be read? I assume that means left to right, top to bottom, maybe the flow of pages and panels.
That depends on the comics are a medium, but it depends on the media, right? So if you're like a webtoon artist, obviously there's a very specific format that succeeds on the infinite scrolling of the webtoon, where you kind of just want to have it one panel wide, some gaps in between so that people can't see the next panel until they scroll to it. And that will judge a lot by the pacing. Basically, you kind of want to leave cliffhangers on every page or other page, depending on your format. If you're doing a webcomic like I'm doing, and the same applies for Webtoon, you just kind of change the way it looks. I do everything in a normal comic page format because I plan on printing it later, and I upload only one page at a time. So you kind of want a bit on every single page that stands on its own. You kind of want a story that flows together if you're doing something that is a serial like I am. If you're doing something that's more akin to a classic funny page thing, like Penny Arcade is a good example of something that is structured more like the funny pages, then you just want to make sure that every single page is a bit, and that will decide your pacing. I want to build something for the page turn. So I want every page to be a bit, whether it's a joke, an action sequence, or something that stands on its own. but I also want every other page to be a page turner, as they call them, or kind of like a cliffhanger. You kind of want to leave your audience hanging at the end of your even pages, so that it makes them want to turn the next page to see like how this little event results. And you just want to keep them turning over and over again. So sometimes you might want to leave like an explosion in the last panel of one of your pages, so they could like, oh man, what was the result of this explosion when they turn over? Things like that. Like you really want to design your pages around the idea that you want people to click on the next page. That's the number one thing.
Awesome.
Whether it's classic format or not.
Right on. We have a question from Neko Eye about visual appeal. So I'm planning on creating a not safe for work dojin eventually, but everything is so intimidating, especially on backgrounds, because I suck at them. I'm just scared it won't be visually pleasing, I guess. How would you tackle that?
The way I would tackle that is to focus on the characters, because that is the number one important thing when it comes to comics. That is what everybody's always looking at, is what the character looks like, and also the action that's going on in the panel. Even if it's people talking, a lot of times the action is just the facial expression to try to sell the emotion of what they're saying. People don't actually pay that much attention to backgrounds, believe it or not. If you are moving to a new environment, you do need to have like an establishing shot. Here's a good example in episode 2 of X Dynamis Chaos. Right as we turn, I actually draw the skyline for Dallas, right? So people know where we are. I'll be honest, in a lot of panels, I don't even draw backgrounds. And if you read a lot of manga, and even just a lot of American comics, you'll start to pick up, if you're really paying attention, half of these panels don't have backgrounds in them. People do not draw backgrounds if they can afford not to, especially if it's like a close-up on somebody's face, if it's something that's just moving really, really fast. Hell, you can put speed lines as the background half the time, and it works. It doesn't matter what the content is, right? If somebody's shocked, you can actually just use speed lines coming out of the direction of the person as a background. If you're doing something not safe for work and say 2 characters are having sex, you can just draw speed lines in the direction of the thrusting or whatever's going on. And seriously, people don't notice this though, right? Like, because you're not paying attention. But go back and read like any of your favorite manga. Even JoJo's does this all the time. I know you know this, Stan.
Yeah.
Half the panels are just like speed lines or some type of texture in the background.
So a follow-up question that I think is perfect for what you were just talking about. When you're about to write your story, what is the first thing to focus on? Characters, story, what the story's about, setting?
Yeah. That actually, all of them or none of them, right? It depends on what type of story you're writing. And this is why it really comes down to being a writer. So it's like writing any other type of story. If you're writing a novel, if you're writing a TV show, if you're writing an animation, right? You have to understand, like, why am I writing this story? After you understand why you're writing the story, then it'll depend. Is this a character study? Is like the growth of this character the primary reason you're writing this story? Then that's the most important thing to start with, or the cast of characters. Is it a piece of historical fiction or like an historical event within your world? Then it might be important to actually get the setting and the plot down first, and then you have to work in, it's still a narrative, and characters are important to the narrative. So after you have your setting and plot, how can I work this to become a character study? Because ultimately every story is a character study, because that's all people care about, is the narrative of what's going on with these people, even if it changes main characters over time, right? JoJo's is another good example of that. You're not following the same main character every single part. So the world is the most important part, but every single part is centered around that group of characters.
Araki in his book also specifically talks about characters being the most important thing.
Yes, yeah. I mean, what you will ultimately end up focusing on the character. My contention is just where you're starting, right? And that is the ultimate goal of the story. But after you figure out where you're starting, it's the character will always end up being the character.
Right on.
Because you're a character in your own life. So this is how the audience relates to whatever you're writing, is through the characters.
One last joke question before you continue on your plan stuff. What's it like singing for Judas Priest?
Yeah, I keep seeing that over and over again. It's funny too, is half the time I actually do have weights on my arms that kind of look like those bracers that he wears. I do like Judas Priest. This is a good band. I don't often end up singing their songs though. So, but I like a lot of music. I'm not really all that picky. So as we're getting on, now that we got our references done, which is where we left off, it actually comes down to paneling. And the very first phase, when you'll be working with your artist, whether you or your artist or not, when I'm my own artist, I actually treat it like I'm working with a different person. And I'll even get in arguments with myself. However mentally sound that is, I don't know. But I think you have to be a little mentally unsound to be an artist in the first place. Whether that is as a writer or the illustrator or anything, as a previous panelist said, everything in content creation is art. So you kind of have to be a little bit of a flake to be an artist. And part of your goal is getting that flake leashed up and doing what you want them to do. So I will act as the editor, talking to the different hats that I wear. And I will yell at myself quite a lot. There's nothing necessarily wrong with this. This is just how I get myself to work. So the next phase, when I do start illustrating, is penciling. I don't have any of my own pencils available because I am a really lazy person and I end up inking directly over my pencils. Not necessarily a advised thing to do, but screw it. So this is penciling from Mark Oliver from that rabbit-related story that I said that went down the pipelines. And this is the scene of the girl, kind of almost like a werewolf transformation, going from in the bathroom from being her normal self to this rabbit girl. So penciling is very important. A lot of times a writer or the artist will do thumbnails first. I don't have them available. The artist, Ray Miss, who was doing the story with the orphan that I showed, did send me thumbnails originally. I just don't have them to show. And thumbnails are basically really quick sketches as a storyboard for your comic. You just don't worry about making them look good. They're just supposed to show what's happening in the panel and the order that the flow of the panels. It will end up showing like camera angle, how many characters are in it, if the character is doing anything interesting. And that's actually a good way to learn how to set up a page. If you're a writer, I would highly recommend at least practicing your illustrator skills enough to make thumbnails to send people. It makes communication a lot easier. And if you know how to draw, even just barely, if you're above the stick figure page, it also makes it easier to communicate with an artist, period, because you start to understand what they want from a script. It's a very important thing. Stan, obviously you know this because you're an animator and you did that whole kind of like a thumbnail storyboard for the animation before the festival. So you know easily, if you're working with other people, if you do the job, you know what they want from it. It makes everything a lot easier. We actually got a very important question I see right here, right? And it's from Kibby. And it's from somebody with a busy schedule. When do you take the time to make a comic and know when to update? Since I'm busy doing portfolio work, I worry that comics won't be a worthy pursuit despite it showing storytelling capabilities. Would you recommend artists still practice making comics anyway? Yes, actually, comics are some of the best portfolio work you can do, honestly, because not just does it show storytelling capability, you can just show multiple examples of your artwork on one single page because you're going to be doing basically a full image in every single panel. Right? What I would recommend if you have a busy schedule is a webcomic would be the best way to do that. Webcomics are great for people with busy schedules. And you want to set out what you feel comfortable. If you think you can only get a page every other week, then just set your schedule for the webcomic a page every other week. And if you hit that schedule and that deadline, your audience will keep coming back to see it because people get used to regular schedules, and it's pretty healthy for you. If you could hit once a week, I would recommend once a week. That's the average upload for webcomics. When I first started, I have the most inconsistent webcomic schedule. I have no idea why people follow me, to be honest, other than the fact that I guess they just really like the stories that I write. When I started, I was actually doing 2 pages a week, very consistently. Then my life got busier, and I haven't uploaded a page. Let's see. Well, if I count the manga, I haven't uploaded a page since August, because I made a manga last summer. If I count the main webcomic, I haven't uploaded a page since last May because life has been that busy. And I have people yelling at me to upload new pages. I mirror it multiple places. Between all of the places that I mirror my comic, it's been viewed close to 100,000 times now. Which I'm like, why? Why are you guys following this? I never update. But I'm thankful. Thank you for following me if you do. Just do a schedule that's comfortable. Don't be like me. Actually try to meet your schedule. Be regular. And just stretch it off as far as you feel you need to. If you can only do a page a month, just say, hey, on the first of every single month, I'm going to upload a page. People are happy with that, as long as they can follow along. Is Newgrounds a good place to upload your webcomic? Yeah, actually, it's not a bad place. Because Newgrounds art portal is great. It'll let you upload a page of like any size. If you want to do something closer to a webtoon, you can just put like the first panel as your upload and then put the rest of the panels down in the description area, the author notes. What you can do, and this is something that I do, I'll probably put the individual links to them in the panel chat after I'm done. You can actually use the playlist feature to organize all your pages to make it easier for people to follow despite gaps in uploads with other art in between. Because it's really hard to go into like your the more section of your art gallery and to figure out which one of these little thumbnails is one of your comic pages and which one is just another piece of art that you uploaded. So if you use the playlist feature and put everything in a playlist, you can only put up to 100 things in a playlist, but I cut my things up into volumes anyway. So these 4 comics right here, other side, are 1 volume. Actually, this one goes in the back. And every single volume that I do is 3 chapters of X Dynamis Chaos, followed up by an intermission chapter of a Hymn of Valor. They're tangentially related stories that are kind of important to each other. And that will be slightly less than 100 pages. So that ends up fitting in there nicely. So I have like volume 1, then volume 2. You can use the playlist feature. It makes things a lot easier. And we'll get to that question later, the how do you share and market your webcomics, when I actually get closer to the production side of things. So after you're done with penciling, you actually could go to coloring right from here if you want. There's nothing wrong with that. It depends on what you're doing. It also depends if you plan on coloring your comic or not. So there's really 2 accepted ways to do comics. You can either do them in black and white or you can do them in full color. Black and white is a lot faster for most people in general. You're dealing entirely in values. So there's some neat things that you can do in black and white for directing the page, because you want to make your panels in a way that it points people to the next panel, which I'll describe in a second. But basically, most comics are going to be inked, whether it is by hand, whether it's digitally, it doesn't matter. This page is an example from the manga I made last summer of just the inks. Talk about direction. As you can see, you would be reading this from left to right instead of right to left, because it is built as a manga. But you see, even the panels are cut in a way that it keeps feeding you, I'm like reverse, it feeds you downwards across. I also have examples here That was done on actual sketch card. The normal webcomic, I don't waste good pages on. I just use printer paper. You can use anything. This one would be read from, sorry, yeah. The other one was right to left. This is left to right. So you see there's this jumping action that kind of directs you up, and then the guy's falling down. And then you have the other character jumping across the screen. And my panels are actually kind of designed to match the way you would read it to keep directing you to the next panel. Other examples here, it inks from a page that I haven't put this book out yet. This is not as good an example of directing somebody across the page, but that's because this one's kind of just read straight down almost. But when you're dealing with inks, you're kind of also just dealing with values, so that's very important. I had one more example of an inked page. Yeah, here we go. Oh, that's tiny. And you don't have to ink in black. You can ink in any color. It's basically just going to be whatever your line art is. Sometimes you may not have lines that are visible at the end, but you should have some type of finished inked version before you move on to coloring, even if you just end up erasing all of it later. One of the reasons we cut the phases down into this is for writers and artists talking to each other. You want to be able to send these finished process pieces to your writer or editor so that you can figure out, like, am I doing things right? Am I hitting it on the head? Do I need to change some stuff? Because it would suck if you just went all the way to a finished colored page and like, that's not the way it's supposed to be. You kind of want to make your check-ins. And I still do things in this process, so I check in with myself, look at the full thing, is like, is this really what I wanted? Now, because I ink directly on my pencils, I'm kind of shooting myself in the foot, because if I'm not happy with it, I kind of have to throw the paper away and just start over. Don't do that. After we're done with the inks, though, all I have left to show before we get into the actual production stuff, which we are like halfway through, is finished pages. But the next step is coloring, and then after coloring is lettering. So I'll talk about both of those kind of at the same time, which I have them on the other side. First off, I'm going to show a black and white page because this is technically a colored page. After I was done with the inking, digitally, I went in and I added extra tones to it. Some of them I made myself. Some of them are using like actual pre-rendered tones. This page looks like it's in grayscale, but it's entirely black and white. There is no gray in here. Every color is either 0% K or 100% K, which is black ink. And I'm using different techniques to make it seem like there are grays in there. Aside from that, an actual colored page of mine will end up looking something more like this. This is the webcomic. I don't spend too much time making the colors look good on the webcomic because when you are working on it, it's something that you're trying to get out fast. The webcomic is telling basically the backbone story for my world, and it's also advertisement for the other stuff that I'm working on, because having a webcomic is really good advertisement for your premium stuff. It gets people invested in reading. A better page, going back to that one that I from the story that I haven't put out yet. This is kind of what a finished page will look like. Lettering is actually a part of the art that people don't realize. They think it's like, oh, you're just adding words to the page now. You can use lettering to direct the reader. So like I was talking about before with the inking, this page isn't a good example of directing the reader across it. When I actually get to the lettering phase, though, I can solve that problem. So we start in the top corner here. Let me point the other side. Here we go. Top corner here, where we have this whole somewhere in the Mediterranean at the very top. The manor is in the center down, so it actually ends up pointing you to the guy that there. Then this guy's opening the door. The click actually points you down to the panel with the hands, and the motion of those hands actually point you into the last panel. So these are things you want to think about. If you're a writer that doesn't do art as well, another thing I would suggest getting into lettering, because You don't want your artist to feel like they're holding all the weight in your comic. It's a good way to become disgruntled with your writer really fast, especially if you're doing a full, like just a collaborative effort and nobody's getting paid until later. Otherwise, if you're a writer that doesn't do anything but write, save up money and pay for an artist. That's the only advice I can really give you. Examples of pages that I've made with other people as they're finished. Here is, oh man, that got like really big really fast. And that's because I actually already had that loaded as another page. Where is it? This one. Here is that scene with the orphan girl. Again, the one that wasn't inked in black. As you can see, there still is almost no pure black on this page, even after the coloring process. You can any art works. You can do any style of art for comics as long as it is readable, right? The big thing about making art in comics is that you want the illustration to be as readable or legible as the words on the page, because you are telling a story. It's you don't get to work in animation where you can actually have a character moving. You have to do like implied animation. So people are actually reading images in what you can otherwise call graphic literature. And here's, actually really didn't like the colors in this page. I sent it back like several times, which might be one of the problems why we didn't end up finishing. It was just way too starch, even after I did some like print tests. But these are what some finished pages look like. Variations of lettering. Lettering is actually one of the most important parts of making comics, and people don't realize that like at all. Letters are a job that are slept on by readers, and it's sad because that's actually what you spend most of the time reading, believe it or not. And what programs do you use? I use Photoshop for everything, but I'm also just a graphic artist in general. So Illustrator, Photoshop are mostly just what I use for any type of graphic art. I do all my penciling and inking by hand, so I don't actually end up using Illustrator a lot. I just kind of do all my coloring and lettering in Photoshop. It's easy that way. Clip Studio Paint is really good. I've got a lot of comic creator friends on the professional industry level who use Clip Studio Paint. Highly recommend it if you can afford it. Some other good alternative programs for comic creation. Metabang, Art Street. They have a program, Metabang Paint. Really, really good. It's basically just a free version of Clip Studio. Not as versatile, but it can do everything you need it to do. It even has speed lines that you can pre-render right in there. They also have one that's specifically for making manga, which is the Jump Studio Paint. Or Jump Paint Studio. I forget the order of the name. They are partnered with Shonen Jump. It actually has manga making tutorials in it. So I would definitely get the Jump Paint. You can find it on Metabang's site. Just go to metabang.com. It has all the resources there, completely free. You can get started on this stuff today for free. You don't have to spend money on a program. Honestly, actually, here's the most important part. Whether you're doing a webcomic or not, if you're doing anything that's serial, something that has issues or chapters, you need to figure out what your cover is going to look like, because your cover is going to sell it to somebody and should probably be the first page that you upload for every new chapter. For example, my webcomic, this is the cover of the most recent chapter, where the main characters are searching for aliens in New Mexico and end up running into a whole bunch of problems. So I even gave like the title text this kind of like green, glowy, alienish color, give it like an X-Files feel. We also have the cover of that other unreleased story where she's kind of like a jewel thief breaking into a mansion. And I also have the cover of that manga that I made, that even though it's completely black and white, the cover you still kind of want to make in color. If you're going to be uploading a webcomic, if you're going to be making a print comic, the cover is kind of the first thing you need to think of on the art end. It's very important. It's the first thing anybody's going to see of your comic. Even if you're doing something that's more of just like strips or classic sequentials, you at least want to make a header or cover image for that series of strips that you're going to use once, so people can get an idea of what they're in for, whether you want to make it something funny looking because they know it's a gag comic. If you want to make it something that's very sentimental because it's a romance comic, doesn't matter. You need to sell your story through the cover. It's very, very important. So now we're mostly into the production stuff from here, and I'll cover a couple of the questions that we had before that are pre-production or during the creation phase. Technically, everything's production, but for the case of this, when I'm talking about production, I'm talking about actually uploading, printing, selling your comic, whatever you're doing. One of these questions was, what font would you refer to use? That's a tough one because it really depends on what type of story you're telling. You really want to use lettering and fonts that match your comic style. For my main webcomic, because it's kind of somewhere between Cape Comics and Shonen stories, I use a font called VTC Letterer Pro, and it kind of looks like classic superhero comics. For that Jewel Thief story, I use a font family called Comica, which starts with a K. It's a Komika, which is a really good one. There's all kinds of like free to use, as long as you're just not repackaging and trying to sell the font itself. Fonts out there. I go to Font Squirrel. I really like Font Squirrel as a graphic designer that does this stuff for freelance. There's a lot of free to use stuff, as long as you're not trying to resell the font itself, that you can use commercially. I would just go there and I would type in the word comic, and there's a lot of really good stuff there. I probably have over 100 different fonts that I can use for comics for precisely that reason. What is your writing process, and how do you come up with ideas for every next comic? My writing process is going for walks. The last panelist did mention how necessary it is to go outside. I've been walking around town since I was 9 years old, mostly because my mother was irresponsible and locked me and my brothers outside. But what it's led to is I would have conversations with people while going on walks. My brothers, who were younger and I had to watch, my friends, because I got so used to walking around town, I would start dragging them on walks with me. And even I would start going on walks by myself, and I got so used to talking to people on my walks that I started talking to myself on walks. It's also why when vlogging became common on YouTube, I just started talking to a camera sometimes, because I was just so used to talking in a walk. And I'll talk to myself and I'll brainstorm story ideas while walking. And you're like moving, you're getting oxygen to your brain because of the cardiovascular motion. You start thinking about things you wouldn't think just sitting down inside. Just go for walks if you can. If you're in an area where you feel safe enough to go for a walk, or just you as a person feel safe enough to go for a walk, I will sometimes walk for 5 to 10 miles straight as I brainstorm stories before I actually get down to writing them. I basically have a whole story done in my head before I get the words on paper. Or to exercise, go to the gym, or exercise around your house. Anything that gets that oxygen flowing to your brain will help you come up with ideas. And also, I know every single introvert is going to hate hearing this. I guess I benefit from the fact that I'm not really an introvert. So I have a lot of life experience. You got to go out and you got to talk to people, and you got to actually live an interesting life to some degree if you want to tell interesting stories. Like, it's necessary. Even if it's just hopping in calls and talking to people, your characters will feel more alive if you have people that you can draw personality from. Almost all of my characters, even the ones that aren't based directly off of real people, have personalities that are influenced from real people. Just like when you're making art and you're referencing images to try to make something look better, you need to reference actual personalities and real people to make your characters feel more like believable people. So those are my two things. 15 minutes. Okay. Yeah. So we're in the production side of things now, which honestly will take the least amount of time to talk about. So I figured we could save that for the end. This is where you should have already decided this beforehand, but this is where you're actually going to go to uploading or releasing your comic. If you're making a web comic, there are several ways to do it. The most popular way now is to use webtoons, which I do use things like webtoons and Tapas to mirror my comic, but I don't do their format, so they don't get a whole lot of views there. Surprisingly, still enough. People just kind of like reading things. Newgrounds, like I said, is a great place you can upload your art. If you use the playlist feature, it can be great for hosting a comic because people can just go there. They can click on that page, click back, go to the next one. It'll even show if they've already clicked on it, so you can actually kind of save your place in a way if your browser has like the cookies and cache enabled. I have my own website that I use, which I did bring up earlier when I was showing my contribution page. I like directing people there, but I don't want to limit people on how they can read it. But you can actually just go to my site and you can read like any single random page of my webcomic. It doesn't matter, you know? I also print them. So if you are somebody who is trying to get into actually physically producing your comic, especially because there's a lot of people who are just sticklers about the old age of comics and they want something physical they can hold in their hands as they read it. What I would suggest, the cheapest way to do this is print on demand. You could do a Kickstarter, you could do like a big campaign if you already have an audience, but you're not going to grow an audience that way. You can always contact me. I can give you personal advice on this stuff. Advising people is actually something that I do, of the many, many things I do. But you can go to Kablam, Ka-BLAM, and Kablam is a printing service, right? They will print your comics in bulk if you want to sell them in bulk, but if you want to just do print on demand, you can order a single copy of your comic for yourself. And then after you have your proof and confirm it, you can actually set up the metadata for your comic to be sold on their website, Indie Planet, which if you go to my stores, xinimuschaos.com/store, I actually don't sell copies of my comic in print runs. I have, if I'm going to a convention or something, I'll obviously print up a bunch. But all of those links just lead you straight to Indie Planet where you can order them at any time. I personally like print on demand because one thing I hate is limited runs and not being able to start a story from the very beginning. So you can actually just go back and order episode 1 through whatever of my comics and start at any point in time. I love the internet for this exact reason. That's my personal recommendation. If you're somebody who doesn't have an audience and is trying to get started. If you're trying to make the big bucks in comics, well, don't. If you're making comics, it's probably because you hate yourself. Nobody reads comics outside of for free on the web. And I'm not joking about that. If you make comics, you do it for a passion. Honestly, it's because you like the medium. You read it yourself. It's a good way to tell stories. Of all industries for creating art and storytelling, comics are probably the one that makes the least amount of money. Over in Japan, they're doing great, but even then, it's like, well, you know, they get killed by every other form of entertainment over there, and a lot of people are using it just to be able to get an anime later on. Make comics because you're passionate about it. You could get lucky if you have an audience and do like a Kickstarter Indiegogo and just knock it out of the park and make like $1 million on your comic. The odds are that nobody's going to read your comic outside of your friends for quite some time. Most web comics, until you have like 5 chapters done, people won't read. A good way to market it though is to push it everywhere. If you want people to read your comic, you actually have to go and advertise it. End of the story. You can try posting it on places like Reddit. There are subreddits for that. That's hit or miss. I really don't like Reddit as a site. There is a webcomic list that you can host it on. Top webcomics, or is it top 100? I think it's just top webcomics. You can also list it on there. Those are all hit or miss. one of the best ways to actually market it, though, is to go on to like live streams, talk to people, go on to podcasts, actually market it like you're going on a book tour, and to have a stable schedule. Because once you do have a readership, they want to come back for the schedule, and you don't have to do as much marketing once people are coming back regularly. Comics are actually kind of like the toughest thing to jump into. Everybody does them on the internet because they're easy. You are trying to be a diamond in a sea of coal that's just everywhere. It's hard to get noticed. You really have to make the effort yourself, but it is worth it if you like the medium. It really is. I'm lucky that, like I said, I have been viewed like 100,000 times across the different places, but I market my stuff all the time. I'm always talking about my comics to people. I have them everywhere. That's why it's been viewed so much. So, and that's not even a big viewership either, or a very consistent one. So I really wouldn't say I'm that lucky, but I would still say I'm lucky on the regard that it is hard to get noticed in comics. So if you really want to do it, just do it for the passion. Don't worry about getting noticed. And if you want to get noticed, like any other thing, you got to be out there pushing it yourself.
I really want to support what you just said, because that's the reason I wanted you to host this panel. You market your comic more than anyone else I know. You are you're the comic guy of the people I know, because you're always talking about it. So, you know, and that's of all the people I know everywhere, you're the one who's always doing the work.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got to. It's a hustle. You know, it's like anything else. It's a hustle. But that's pretty much it for production. In general, there's not much to it. If you're going to be selling your books to actually make a real profit, then yeah, you're probably going to want to be buying them in bulk, so that it's cheaper for you. There are price cuts the more you order, and then you'll probably want to be upscaling the price on that just a bit and shipping out to people manually with your own store. That is probably the most profitable way to sell your comic. But then there's a lot of overhead on that because you have to actually buy it in bulk first, and then you're going to be charging for shipping, and it becomes a nightmare. It's worth it, though, if you're into it. It also means you'll probably have a lot of stock on hand for conventions. That's something you have to do. You have to go and sell your comic at conventions, which I guess this is something I could be doing. Some people might order stuff here, but this whole panel is not about me talking about my comics. It's about the creation process. But yeah, that's pretty much it. If anybody has questions specifically now for, I guess, like the final 7 minutes of this panel, I could just answer anything free flow, anything we missed, if anybody has something new.
Yeah, I have a question from Standpie. Standpie wants to know.
Okay.
Standpie wants to know, when you are ready to put your digital work into print, what is that turnaround? What is it like, and who do you talk to if you want to get those physical copies? You know, going from, I've got a bunch of pages that I've made, maybe there are just a bunch of PNGs that I've saved, and I have a folder for page 1 through page 30. How do I convert that into a printed piece?
Okay, so that depends. If you're working with Kablam, which is what I normally do, then you actually don't need to make a PDF. I've gotten pretty used to making PDFs, like print-ready PDFs at this point in time. I use Scribus, which is just a free program for making PDFs. Highly recommended. But Kablam doesn't make you do that. You actually need TIF files, TIFFs, which you can easily just convert a PNG to a TIFF, or it makes printing and scaling easier. You can just save your PDF or your Clip Studio Paint file as a TIFF, because TIFFs save all the layers, and you will just give it to them. They have a certain like format for naming your pages, ordering your pages and stuff. All that's on the site. They've got resources for it, but you'll compress that folder into a zip and send it to them, and they'll send you your proof. Like it's pretty easy. It's not hard. If you're already doing art, you probably know how to work with TIFF files. It's pretty straightforward.
Bro Magnon wants to know, what's a good size for webcomic pages?
Again, that depends on what you're doing. So if you do want to make them print later, you need to be working in no less than 300 DPI. I work in 600 DPI. That's dots per inch, which is something you need to know for printing. The higher the DPI, the higher the quality of the print will be later. If you're only ever working on the web, you can work with 72 DPI. So your average comic page is, oh God, what's the definition again? It's like 7x10 if you count the print bleeds. Which if you just set your actual DPI to whatever it's going to be, it'll give you the pixel definition for that. I think I end up working at like 4200 by 6300 as my pages, or the other way around, 6300 by 4200 because you want it in portrait. That's if you're doing it a comic page. If you're doing it like a webtoon, then you can work with like your actual, what's it called, canvas. Your canvas can be like 1000 by 1000 with just like whatever room the panel takes up, black or white on each side, and then that'll give you enough scroll room between each of the panels, and they can just keep scrolling. Because the whole thing about like the infinite scroll format is at any point in time you only want to see one panel, so you have to leave a lot of space in between. So by the time you're done scrolling with the next one, the last one, the next panel showing up. But that's about it. I like working at 600 DPI. I feel like I just have a lot of slack to deal with, and things are easier to compress downward than they are to scale up. So Kablam prefers 300 DPI. If I'm working at 600, I just drop it down to 300 afterwards. I don't actually really lose anything. Things don't become grainier or anything, which is what happens when you go in the other direction.
Space Skeletons wants to know, I've heard a lot of comic creators telling new people to publish a small comic first before jumping into long-term works. Is that something you recommend?
I would say start with some shorts. I already had basically this whole story written. X Dynamis Chaos is actually an adaptation of a novel that I wrote, Act 1, that I'm still writing forward. You can read it. It's different formats. I do different things in each one because you don't want a one-to-one adaptation. But yeah, I would say start with some shorts to get a feel for the format first. Maybe even if you're going to publish a book, a series of shorts, like an anthology, maybe each thing is like 4 to 8 pages, or maybe you do like 3 10-page shorts for a 30-page comic or something. But if you have a story ready, just start going. You know, it's like writing pulps or shorts online. Just start going with it. Honestly, I would not discourage it.
KCJ567 asks, what's one of your favorite comics that you have made with your team?
Well, for the most part, I am my team.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I've worked with some shorts with some couple other people, and I'm still always working with other people to make some shorts. But all the long form comics so far have just been me. But my favorite comic I've made so far is probably the manga I made last summer, which is called Realms and Relics, which is about a dude who is going across the 9 realms looking for this like really ancient treasure, but he's got to find like a different treasure from each realm to be a cipher for where the actual vault is, and he's like picking up people on the way. It's really wacky. It's really fun. It's about as chaotic as any of my comics are. One of the reasons I call it X Dynamis Chaos is because it literally translates to a of bountiful chaos or of plentiful chaos. I just like things that are, you know, so crazy they're more real than real, if that makes any sense.
You mentioned the manga again, and I think, you know, I know a little bit of backstory on that, but, you know, specifically because you keep using the word manga, what made that one different? Why did you make it, and why do you refer to it as a manga versus your normal comics?
I was originally making it for the 100th Tezuka manga contest, which I didn't win, but I mean, God, there were so many good entries there. So I was making it with the formatting details that they gave for manga, to specifically refer to it as a manga. It's completely black and white, even though all the text is in English. I'll probably translate it to Japanese at some point. It is read from right to left. I use classic lithographic techniques for only using black but implying grays and stuff like that. Basically, it was made as if it was a Japanese manga because it was being made for a Japanese manga contest. Otherwise, I mean, it's still, sequential art. It's a comic at the end of the day, but it is kind of different than my other stuff because it was being made for that purpose.
Pam wants to know, who or where do I go to talk about my comic projects ideas to know if they're good or if they need changes? Is there a place where comic creators do these things?
Oof. Like, there are communities and stuff like on Reddit and everything, but like I said, I hate Reddit. You can talk to me. I actually have a Discord for X Dynamis Chaos that's available. You can find it on the site. Not a lot of people talk in there, but I would like more people. You can connect to me directly through Discord or through Newgrounds. Follow me, add me as a friend. I'll accept a friend request from anybody. I don't care. Message me. I'll talk to you about comics. I'm connected to a lot of professional comic creators, so I kind of have an idea of what is or isn't a good comic. I mean, technically, I'm a professional comic creator myself at this point. I've made money off of selling comics, and that's what makes you a professional, is by being paid to do what you do. I just do it independently.
Right on.
I'm glad to give advice anytime.
2 final questions. First, from Micro Bihan, what do you think is the hardest comic genre to write? Examples including comedy, rom-com, etc.
The hardest to write is probably slice of life, which probably would sound weird to somebody who's not used to trying to write that type of story, because slice of life is usually supposed to be a thing that used to break a story, like to actually break the pace, give people some breather, some levity. But if you're trying to make an entire story that's slice of life, it's hard to keep that interesting, especially if you're not constantly doing interesting things in your own life to draw from. And slice of life just really gets boring fast if you don't constantly just have more things to reference to pull. It's difficult, and you see that in manga too, because some of the best manga are really well like executed slice of life, but some of the worst stuff you'll ever read is poorly executed slice of life.
It's kind of interesting, the term slice of life. It's because it's supposed to be just a slice, but some people turn it into the entire pie.
Yeah, it's weird too, right? Because at this point, it's like, well, it's a sitcom. It may not be comedy, but it's just a sitcom. But that's what the genre's become. It's supposed to just be levity within a story.
Right on. And the final question from Kevin, should we worry about originality when we have a story to make?
No. I'm going to be honest, there's nothing new under the sun. Everybody's already done everything. Now, you might do it in a fresh new way. Your voice is what's going to make something original. Like a lot of the stuff in my comics are things that pieces you might have seen before, but I arranged them in a way that only I would tell that story. Focus on your voice. That is the most important thing in any type of writing, right? If you're a novelist, if you're making animations like cartoons, if you're making comics, your voice is the most original part of whatever you do. And that is where your originality should come from.
Awesome. Well, Metal, thank you so much for this very informative panel about comic creation. Really appreciate having you here at the Newgrounds Summerfest, man.
Yeah. Anytime, man. It's been fun.
One last plug for any of the stuff that you're working on, where to find you, and so on.
Like I said, I've been putting everything on Newgrounds. You can find me at I'm a Metal. It's a IMMADA Metal. Or you can find all my stuff at xdynamischaos.com. I'll drop the links in the chat again after I get off of here, because I know that can be kind of hard to spell. But you can find everything right there. Having my own site is great for giving resources to people. I even put like character bios and stuff like that. It's a fun place. You can spend hours there.
Absolutely. All right, man. Well, thank you so much. Coming up next, we have Pixel Art Foundations, hosted by Template88. Once again, Metal, thank you. And stay tuned for more here at the Newgrounds Summerfest.
Newgrounds.com/radio.
Billy Mays will clean you up with Zorbies, also in store remix soon.
Please hold your questions until the end of the presentation. So, you want to learn how to make pixel art, do you? Know this then. The information I'm about to give you is tailored to complete beginners who may not know a single thing about drawing. If that's you, good. This presentation does not cover how to draw. Pixel art is just another medium, like painting or charcoal. It has its specific quirks, but it's simply a lens to channel the art fundamentals you already have or are developing. Like any other medium, it can do little to hide your glaring weaknesses, so make sure to never slack off on your studies. Or two, your obvious lack of ability is a reliable source of amusement for me. Pixel artists are an odd bunch. They're obsessed with keeping the medium pure, and it is a common occurrence to see them arguing about what is or isn't pixel art. A pixel art purist would define pixel art as a form of digital art where pieces are created through a unique process of manipulating the individual pixels of an image document using minimal size and number of colors. Basically, if you find yourself drawing or editing an image on a pixel-by-pixel basis, you're probably making pixel art. Pixel art as a medium began as a tool to render graphics for early game development as a necessity due to technical limitations at the time. Early game developers were greatly limited in how many colors they could use, as well as the actual input devices they had available to them. Imagine for a moment having to draw something for a game, but you could only use 6 different colors. That includes black and white. And everything has to be broken into an 8x8 pixel square to be rebuilt by the game engine, to be a sprite of a guy standing around. Additionally, your work is also going to be warped by the style of the monitor you're going to be displaying the game on. On top of all of that, you have to be sure all of the art, animation, programming, and the sound fit on the storage medium of the game. If you're going to go through the trouble of attempting to master the medium, you should first be aware of the qualities and attributes it possesses. Pixel art programs are often free and do not require such expensive implements as a graphics tablet or a fancy computer. If it has a mouse connected to it, you can make any kind of pixel art you need. Pixel art, by its very nature, has a higher degree of abstraction depending on what resolution you're working at. This can be both an advantage and a disadvantage. For example, you might be expressing something you don't have detailed knowledge of, but because it's made at such a small scale, those details don't matter. The flip side is there's only so much information you can crunch into a small space, which may force you into working at a higher resolution. Abstraction has its limits of hiding what you do and do not know, however, so don't expect it to hide the fact that you have no idea what you're doing. It won't. Pixel art cannot be resized as easily as other digital mediums. With normal digital art, you can resize anything to be smaller without really losing quality or clarity in only but the most extreme cases. With vector art like Flash or Adobe Illustrator, you can resize your art to be smaller or larger without any drop in quality. Pixel art, however, has to be resized using nearest neighbor techniques, meaning it has to be multiplied by 2x, 3x, 4x, etc. evenly. You cannot make pixel art smaller without completely destroying your work. With normal digital art, you have the space to be more subtle with your color choices. In pixel art, this is not the case unless you're making something enormous. You needn't try to reinvent the wheel, however. There are plenty of ready-made color palettes available for you to steal, and plenty of great examples to reference. If you manage your colors, resolution, and detail, pixel art can create valuable resources for art and games at an extremely quick pace. However, if you're one of those people who crave detail and decide you want to work in larger resolution pixel art, it can crunch in more detail than any other medium,
The price in time is exponential, however. Balance your needs and wishes with common sense if you ever wish to have your project see the light of day. Poor craftsman blames his tools. Paint is humble, but more than enough to create wonderful pixel art, though it lacks many of the basic tools of other programs such as layers and built-in animation. This was made in MS Paint. You can make anything in MS Paint. It's just stupid for efficiency reasons. Powerful pixel art program with everything you need to make pixel art, all the bells and whistles at a reasonable price. I use this program to compile and compose my larger pixel animations. An older but powerful free pixel art creation tool that's a little unintuitive to use, but if you can figure it out, you can make anything you need. Fiscal is what I primarily use to make pixel art. It's browser-based, free, and has every basic tool you need to make and animate pixel art. If you don't like that it's browser-based for whatever reason, you can also download an offline version as well. I don't know why you would pay or generally associate with Adobe unless you had no other choice, but you can technically use Photoshop to make pixel art if you set it up the right way. Despite being a programming tool, it has a powerful image editor / animating tool baked in that you can use to make your sprites then and there. What is a mixel, you ask? Something that is likely invisible to you, but sticks out to a pixel artist like huge swollen testicles stick out on cute little animals. Everyone pretends they don't exist and there's nothing wrong, but there is. They're just afraid to admit it. Mixels are mixed pixels. One immutable attribute that a pixel has is that it's always the same size, the basic building block of the medium. If you combine different size pixels together in the same drawing, it looks inconsistent and wrong. Pixel art ceases to mean anything if pixels can be any size arbitrarily. Do you see anything wrong here? You should. This is not a choice. Do not do it unless you have no other choice. Sometimes character elements and user interface pixel art is rendered at different resolutions, resulting in mixels. This can be understandable depending on the circumstances, as animating at smaller resolutions and sizing up the sprite for big boss characters and the like is the only viable way to animate something. As long as the mixels themselves aren't in the same asset like this, it won't be a big deal. Pillow shading is when you shade something without considering a light source. The shapes are typically filled in as though they were flat, with a light shining directly on them, completely destroying any of the 3D information the object would have or imply. Jaggies are going to be one of the hardest things for you to identify and eliminate at first. Jaggies are basically imperfections on the forms of your art. Jaggy hunting will likely be most of the time that you spend in the cleanup phase of your pixel art journey. You could draw something mostly acceptable in about 30 minutes, and depending on how sloppy you made it, it could take double the time to clean up all the jaggies you made. So maybe try making it good the first time, huh? Do you see any jaggies on me? Of course you don't, and if you think you do, you're clearly mistaken. Dithering is using a pattern of pixels to create a gradient between two colors. It seems as though when a beginner learns what dithering is, they try to apply it to every single thing they can, thinking that they're somehow adding more detail. Much more likely the result is adding useless visual noise and an ugly texture to everything for no reason. Color constraints are also a good reason to use dithering. When used properly, dithering can be used to save colors and add texture to a scene. I'm going to give you a basic rundown now of how pixel art programs work, using the one that I prefer, Fiscal. Fiscal has every basic tool any pixel artist, animator, or game dev could need to create and export perfectly serviceable assets. The color selector is for choosing your two main colors respectively. The main color is on top. For your secondary, I recommend not actually using a color and using transparency instead, which acts as a sort of quick eraser. It's up to you, but you can swap through them both quickly using a keyboard shortcut. You can check your keyboard shortcuts right there on the bottom. Layers, perhaps the single most important tool at your disposal when it comes to animating pixel art. If you aren't aware of the concept of layering in art, imagine a stack of transparent papers. Each layer can hold a portion of your drawing inside, so you can freely reorganize or change the different parts of it at your leisure. It really is quite intuitive once you try it out, but note this: only make a layer if it makes sense to do so. If you make too many, you'll be wasting time trying to figure out where a part of your drawing is, or at worst, you might start drawing on the wrong layer. Up here is the onion skin and frame rate buttons. These settings are purely for animators. The concept of an onion skin is a bit tricky. It basically allows you to reference the previous and next frame in an animation at the same time, so you can connect them better together. Frame rate is also a bit tricky, but it functionally means how fast your animation plays. Fiscal can support up to 24 frames a second, which is double the frame rate I typically use. You can use a higher frame rate with more frames of animation to get smoother animations, but I don't really care. Down here in the palette zone, you can look at your current drawings, number of colors, and even save and import colors from other drawings. A very useful tool I should probably use more myself. The timeline is the heart of any animation you make in a pixel art program. You can drag and drop, copy, or delete your animation frames here. Be warned, however, that Fiscal starts to struggle a bit after 100 or so frames of animation, but that is well beyond the scope of any reasonable pixel animation for game dev. The toolbox contains nearly everything you could need to draw pixel art. Experiment with the different tools yourself, and remember that most tools have an alternative function if you hold down Shift or Control when you use them. The only tool I wouldn't recommend you use is the Lighten/Darken tool. You should be manually picking your colors out. The Transform toolbox is the place for making huge changes with your art. The first button mirrors anything you're targeting, flipping it on the horizontal or vertical axis. The Rotate button rotates your target by a set number of degrees. The Clone button copies the target onto every animation frame. The Center button centers the target on the canvas. Lastly, the Crop tool will allow you to select an area and trim it, as well as the canvas. You'll miss out on that last tool unless you click that yellow plus button there in the window. I have no idea why it's designed that way. Lastly, all the way to the right is the main menu. The gear button is the settings control, which contains a few preferences for your entire experience, as well as the toggle for tile mode, which will simulate tiling your canvas infinitely, like a wallpaper. The button under that is the resize button. This allows you to change the size of your canvas as well as resizing your canvas content. The anchor grid there lets you choose the place the crop or growth will occur if there is one. The save button is the save button. Very simple. You can save to your Piscal gallery, which acts like a cloud storage, save to your browser, or save as a Piscal file you can move around on your computer. Underneath the save button is the export button. Here you can convert your pixel art to any useful format you need it to be, while also being able to scale it to be any size you need it to be. It supports GIF, PNG, and zip, and can even format sprite sheets and the like, with customizable columns and rows. Lastly is the load button, which allows you to load or import any sprite sheets, save Piscals, browser saves, or automatic backups. Before we can get into the process of animation proper, we have to first draw a figure and then rig it. Rigging basically means organizing a drawing, usually using layers, to be easy to manipulate for animation purposes. It helps to know what kind of animation you're planning to make so you can plan ahead as you're drawing. You can draw the figure out fully without considering the different layers at first if you like, as we will have to cut it up later anyways. I find it to be more natural to draw freely on one layer at first, than drawing one model on several different layers to begin with. After your model is done, we'll have to use the lasso tool right here to select the different parts of the model that we will be cutting apart so they can move independently. How complicated your rig is dependent on the different parts of the model you want to manipulate later. Cut chunks off your base model cleanly, as you'll have to clean it all up later anyways. Make it a new layer for each part you cut and name it properly, or terrible things will probably happen to you. Precision is key here, so take your time and zoom in if you need to in order to be more careful. After you have all of your layers of your model that you want to move cut out, it's time for cleanup. Click the Show All Layers toggle here, shaped like an eye, to make only the selected layer visible. As you can see here, the torso is maimed. To hide the damage you've done, you need to heal it. Do this quickly, as it's very uncomfortable. Afterwards, you need to extend slightly any joints that will have rigged parts on top, so they can slide around without exposing blank spaces. Then, you need to clean up the parts you selected with the lasso tool because you were sloppy and incompetent. Extend parts as necessary. It's better to overextend than to be looking for missing pixels later in the animation process. When you're doing rigging cleanup, it's important to remember to preserve the shading and details of the model, even in the spots that will probably be covered up by other parts in the animation, as you might want to use the rig model for other animations in the future. You can also use the clean rigged model as a template. Finally, the model is rigged and ready for animation manipulation. Check to make sure that your layers are ordered properly for your planned animation, however. It's time to animate with your rigged model. Think of it as a sort of puppet. First, make a new frame on the timeline and start moving stuff around. What? Did you think I was going to teach you how to animate? A foolish expectation. Animation is its own discipline, which will take years of your life to learn. Here we are doing the most basic form of animation, a puppet rig. Try frame by frame animation when you become more familiar with the medium and the software you are using. I recommend the Animator's Survival Guide. I recommend going piece by piece at first, and imagine how one part will impact the rest as you go through making your animation longer. Don't forget to test the animation with the frame rate slider. Do you see those holes appearing as you make the model move past the base of the rig parts? You'll need to clean those up manually later, so keep that in mind. Once you're satisfied with the movement, it's time to clean up and fill in those holes. You'll have to go through every frame of your animation and check to make sure nothing is leaking. You can also use the cleanup phase as an opportunity to fine-tune your animation movement. As you can see, fine-tuning can take even longer than actually setting up the basis of the animation. After you fine-tune and get the movement you want, you'll have to connect all the different parts manually and make sure they flow and taper correctly. You can add frames to change the timing of the animation considerably. Make sure to experiment until you find something that works for you. Once you have your main animation settled, you can work on your secondary animation. This usually consists of drapery, hair, linking, and other small details that support the movement of the main animation. Finally, it's time to render and export. Use the slider here to change how big your asset will be exported. It does the nearest neighbor technique for you. This example is rendered at 4 times the original size. Fiscal can render directly to your browser, which in this case adds a gray background to it, but it's actually transparent. You can use the links it generates to quickly share your art. This one won't be getting front-paged on Newgrounds, but I hoped it served as a decent example. That concludes this presentation. I hope you found at least some of the information enclosed useful to you. I had a bit more I wanted to share, but it requires more time than I have to produce. If you want to see that content, check my YouTube channel in a few days, or my Newgrounds account, if the site allows me to upload this kind of content. This is my first time creating such content, though there are probably things missing or mistakes made. You may ask your questions of me now, but first, get out of my world.
Oh, I can hear you. Thank you.
It's time for the Q&A section of the panel. So first from La Squid Jerky, what are your opinions on Sprite and O Great template?
Sprite's really good, but It's a little clunky to use, in my opinion. It's not quite as simple and streamlined. It's not quite like a plug and play sort of program. So for a beginner, I actually wouldn't recommend it. I'd probably recommend Piskel for somebody just absolutely starting out. For an intermediate or a professional, absolutely. It's amazing.
We're also taking questions from the YouTube chat. So if you're watching on YouTube, be sure to ask. Also, just some general praise. That was a very good presentation, said in the YouTube chat by N. Leo L. Nader. So there you go.
Thank you. I wish it was edited a little bit better, but I was actually working on this video about an hour before the presentation, so that's how close to the wire it was.
It was really cool. That finale, the particular finale you chose, was iconic.
Kind of curious how people would react to that.
Yeah, I loved it. All right, MediBoy2000 asks, what do you think of Graphics 2?
No idea what that is, so I think of very little of it.
Golden Pie Games says, was that reference at the end really necessary?
Absolutely.
I agree. KCJ567 asks, how do you improve on jagging?
Jaggies are, like I said in the presentation, one of the most difficult things for a person who's new to even recognize is there, let alone actually go through and hunt them all and clean them all. To actually improve at it, you kind of just have to see what's extra, what's hanging off that doesn't need to be there, and basically you just clean it up.
Awesome. Awesome. Yes, to those asking in the chat, there is supposed to be a black screen because there's nothing being shown at the moment. What are some of your favorite Newgrounds pixel artists? Asked by the Gabo Effects.
Oh man. You know, I really like Carrion. I haven't seen him actually post anything in a long time though, unfortunately, but he used to be a really prolific pixel artist on Newgrounds, and you know, he was one of those people that inspired me to even get into pixel art to begin with. So yeah, big shout out to him for sure. Just wish he kept at it.
Right, right. Okay, any have you made any games on Newgrounds?
Unfortunately, yes, I have.
Tell us a little bit about them.
I don't know if I could actually recommend them, if I'm being honest with you, because I don't know that many programmers, and so I usually team up with people who are very new at programming games and designing games, so they are not very good games. I'm not going to lie to you, but sometimes they might look a little good because I made some of the graphics.
Right on, right on. What would you say, and in general for pixel art, this is a question from me. You were talking about, you know, there's the heavy debate on what is and what is not pixel art. So I guess the real question for me is, what is the reason to choose pixel art, and what do you consider to be poser pixel art?
Oh man, the advantage of pixel art would definitely be how easy it is to get started. Literal like 4-year-olds could, oh no, literal 4-year-olds could get into pixel art if they want to, because it's just a square. You know, you can slide around squares all you like, and you can make abstract pictures. Really low resolution. You know, pretty much anybody could do it. As for pixel art posers, you know, there's these advanced techniques that pixel artists use sometimes, like they auto generate gradients, and just the automation, I would say, doesn't really help, but I don't personally care. As long as those crispy, crunchy pixels are there, yeah, I'm fine with it. But hardcore pixel artists are not so forgiving.
Got it. Oh, can you go over Mixels a little bit more in detail?
So, a mixel is basically when you have different size pixels in the same art asset. For example, when you make a pixel on your screen, it's just one pixel, right? If you wanted to make a bigger pixel, you would put 4 of the regular size pixels together, and that would make, a pixel of 4 regular pixels. But if you do that in the same art asset, it's going to look inconsistent, and that's usually due to problems resizing or people editing pixel art that they didn't create. So it's kind of a red flag if you see that somebody who didn't make that art asset has been messing around with it.
And for clarity, that just refers to when the pixel sizes are inconsistent. So a single color should occupy the same either 1x1 or 4x4 or so on, and there should not be a smaller pixel size than that.
No, there can't be a bigger or smaller size. They should all be the same size.
Right, it has to be uniform throughout. All right, Golden
that's
Pie
correct.
Games says, "Will you team up with me, Daddy?"
Yeah, probably. I have my game that I made called Bloody Submarines was made with a programmer that I did not know. He was just posting on the Newgrounds forums. I really hated him, to be honest. But I just, I worked through it, and we made a game of a kind that you can technically play, and it's there. And I'm proud of the animations and the graphics that I made for it. So I think if I can work with him, I can pretty much work with anybody.
Right on. And as Golden Pie Games mentions, the next panel is actually hosted by him, so you'll be able to you'll get to see firsthand. In the YouTube chat, Silliest Quill says, "I just want to thank you for getting me into art."
Oh, I don't think I've ever gotten anyone specifically into art. I wonder how they saw me, because I don't think I'm quite that prolific of an artist.
Flagstone Plays on YouTube wants to know, why did you get into the pixel art game?
It's a pretty good question. Basically, growing up, you play these video games, and I didn't really get into art until I was older, but I had gotten into video games when I was practically a baby. So, seeing Mario running around on a Super Nintendo or Sonic on the Sega Genesis, you look at that and you go, "Oh man, I want to make that."
Very cool. Very cool. This is a sort of off-topic question, but Flagstone Plays also wants to know, what's your favorite Madness Combat game on Newgrounds?
To be honest with you, I don't play Madness Combat. That might surprise you.
All right. And once again, folks, please submit your questions in the Discord under panel questions or on the YouTube chat in the live chat. How long have you been connected with Newgrounds? When did you first start using the site?
I think my account says I joined in 2008, but I don't think I started posting until around 2011 or so. I started using Newgrounds, though, when I was practically a little kid, so I've been there for a long time. I just never actually made an account until 2008.
You recently made a post about, I think it was like 10 years or it was a timepiece post kind of reviewing your experiences on the site, but I was curious about your history with Newgrounds and just your overall thoughts on the site experience as an artist like yourself and as a consumer.
Well, I might have a sort of unique perspective on that because I don't really use the art portal of the website. I have primarily focused on posting in the art forum and that community, which may as well be at a completely different planet as far as how the community is structured there. And that's kind of a sore point for me because I feel like the art forum community has been kind of forgotten as far as how the website is set up. So that post kind of goes into how I felt in that kind of niche placement on the site. Most people probably don't even know that there is an art forum, or if they do, they look at it and go, "Ooh," and then they just leave.
Right. We have Miro Art asking, any advice for a green game dev for what programs they should play around in or get started with?
With game dev, I feel like most people are going for Unity right now. I don't really program that much. I have programmed games before, but they've been super simple. Like, for example, that dress up game. Um, I loved Flash and I miss Flash. I wish it hadn't died. But it did. But luckily, we have people, still supporting the format and we can still use it on the site. So I'm very grateful to them.
Awesome. KCJ567 asks, do you have a favorite pixel piece you'd like to show off?
Of mine? I really like the Friday Flood thing that I made recently. Friday Flood is this activity that we do on the art forum sometimes where we all use the same thumbnail, and then we try to flood the portal with that same thumbnail. And the thumbnail is tied to a theme. And this theme was Time Warp. And this is what I made for it.
All right, where are you posting it? Oh,
I'll
I
post
got the link
it.
here. All right, yeah, let me add that to our lineup real quick. Very cool. And while I'm queuing that up, we have a question in the chat asking, TDW says, Template 88, do you believe the modern pixel art movement is nostalgia for the old days of the NES, SNES, GB, Mega Drive, or it isn't?
I would say that it probably has detached itself from games because pixel art games are kind of not mainstream anymore. That's more of an indie dev sort of thing because it's so much easier to get into and cheaper to make than 3D assets or anything like that.
Got it. And right now I'm putting the animation you sent on the stream so people can see it. This is right on. Yeah. So there it is for anybody who's curious about it. If you want to see the evolution as it happens. What got you into Newgrounds? A question from Flagstone Plays.
I feel like, at least for the kids of my generation, you couldn't escape from Newgrounds because that's where all of the internet animations were at the time anyway. So if you were looking at anything funny like Retarded Animal Babies or any of those old school Flash series, you'd be there.
Right. Des asks, why don't you use MS Paint and Windows Movie Maker to animate?
Well, Des, I think you know the answer to that. It's because they're not very efficient.
Man, I must admit, I miss classic Windows Movie Maker. It was very useful when you didn't have anything else to work in.
I believe you. I've been trying to learn how to edit my own videos, and it's been rough. But got to do what I can. Luckily, we have YouTube now, so any tutorials you need about any sort of program is right there for you.
Absolutely. Would you mind telling us a little bit about your character that was your avatar during that presentation?
Oh, that's the kind of representation I've been using myself since a long time ago. There's actually not too much to say about it other than the fact that that's kind of just my internet face.
Got it.
There's no story or any sort of world that they live in or anything like that, I'm afraid to say. But maybe in the future, I am trying to make more animations, so maybe you'll see them there.
Right on. Golden Pie Games ask, what is your opinion on GIMP for pixel art?
I don't like GIMP. And I know a lot of people love GIMP because it's free and it is a viable alternative to Photoshop. I just don't like Photoshop, so I'm not really going to like GIMP. I don't think that they're ideal for pixel art specifically. You can definitely use them. You can use anything. You can use MS Paint and you can use Windows Media Maker if you like. But I just never spent the time myself to master GIMP because there has been no reason for me to.
Understandable. Flamey Fox asks, what was the music used in the presentation?
That was the Terran kind of when they're telling you what your mission is for StarCraft, the original StarCraft.
Right on. La Squid Jerky asks, do you have preferences on palettes? Do you have a favorite?
Actually, I have been doing what is most likely the wrong thing, which has been trying to develop my own colors because I'm stubborn. Much more efficient thing to do and smarter thing to do would be to use the palettes people have already created because they've already done the time to kind of balance them out and make sure everything is equal. For whatever reason, I'm just too stubborn to do that. And I feel like I'm exploring creating my own palettes without doing that. So
got it.
It's up to you, whatever direction you want to go.
So you already touched on it a little bit, but Leoninator asks, have you ever used Sprite?
Oh yeah, I used Sprite to compile that video because Piskel, with all of the advantages it offers and its simplicity, is not good for large sprites. It's not good for rendering extremely large sprites. It's not good for rendering long sprites. Like I said in the presentation, its limit is about 100 frames of animation, which is way bigger than anything anyone should ever need in game dev. But if you're making animation, that you'll have to chain, a few 100 frame animations together in Pixel, and that's no good. So you'll want to use Sprite for that.
During your presentation, it looked like you had a PC98 game for a moment when you were talking about effective dithering. But I was curious, who are some of the key developers in the game industry, or just in general? We'll start with game industry, or studios, publishers, and so on, that really have, in your opinion, presented what is some of the premier content for the pixel art medium?
Unfortunately, all of that stuff is old. For the most part, it feels like pixel art has been getting simpler over the ages because it's just cheaper to do. It's easier to do as well. So because pixel art is kind of morphed from, the default game dev visual style into kind of like an indie, cheap sort of style to use, they're not really made in quite the same quality as they used to be. For example, you will probably never find another Metal Slug again.
I knew Metal Slug would be the answer.
because it's that there was a team of master pixel artists, and I feel like pixel artists in general are kind of rare, especially at that kind of skill level these days, because they've all moved on to other fields, or they're dead, or I'm not really sure what they're up to anymore. But there's no one really to replace them, and studios aren't willing to pay for that kind of carefully crafted sort of experience anymore.
As far as educational resource, and I guess just on the note, SNK being, in relation to Metal Slug, and I don't even know that the pixel artists themselves are explicitly credited by name, so that makes it even harder to track who worked on what. But as far as resources to learn the art, particularly this art form, this medium, what are some of the best resources that you found over the years that people can look at so they can improve not just their art, but specifically their use of pixel art as a medium?
Give me one moment and I'll find the specific guy. His name is Pedro Medeiros, I believe. He makes the highest quality pixel tutorials available out of anyone. He is peerless in this effect. He will show you how to animate the pixel art. He will show you how to actually construct the pixel art. I don't believe that there's really anybody who could do what he does better in regards to making pixel art tutorials. I will link that in one moment as soon as I find it.
Awesome. And once again, while a template is looking for that link, if you guys have any further questions, please be sure to post them in the panel questions tab and in the YouTube chat. I do want to say again, I really loved the presentation in the first half of this panel. That was really great, man.
Yeah, if I I made this in about so I put the link in the general chat for Pedro's stuff. Like I said, he's pretty much peerless. If you're interested in getting into pixel art and pixel art animation and game dev considerations and all of that, you should consider subscribing to his Patreon. I know he has some content there that he, kind of paywalls a little bit, but most of his tutorials are just out on the internet for free. So uh, absolutely use them. They've been invaluable to me. As far as the presentation, for my presentation, I just wish I had more time. I wasn't actually expecting to get chosen as a panelist here, so I didn't prepare at all.
Oh man. Well, now you know. And we talked about it, of course, because the whole process to get verified. But I really was thankful that you had the kind of content you were offering, and of course, I mean, you have a body of work that exists to reference. So, that's also kind of speaks for itself. Gallo mentions that his work on Celeste is great in relation, I believe, to Pedro.
Oh yeah, he is definitely top tier as far as pixel artists go. I wish him well in his endeavors because he deserves it.
Right on. What do you suppose it would take to kind of put some extra life into the medium?
Uh, I feel like unfortunately a lot of the blame comes down to the consumer. When a consumer looks at pixel art, they I feel like they don't really see what they're looking at in some ways. They just go retro, they don't really care about it anymore. There's no appreciation for the medium except other pixel artists who are the only ones who can have the technical knowledge to really see everything that has been put into that piece. So it's an unfortunate situation.
Right on. Gur Ziegler asks, "Is there a new Metal Slug coming out, or am I misremembering?" They announced Metal Slug Tactics recently.
Yeah, I know that there's been some newer Metal Slug games, but they've changed the way that it looks. It's not quite the same as it used to be.
Yeah, and Zamus mentions the mobile game. I think you mean Metal Slug Attack with new sprites for it monthly. It does use familiar sprites, but it's also not. It's not your father's Metal Slug. For those who want that core experience, and one of those things that I've noticed, particularly when it came to why they were constantly pushing the envelope back then, was that they were competing for your quarters in the arcade. They were competing for your 100 yen coin, and so they had to make sure that whatever you had in that demo screen was more appealing than that of the neighboring arcade cabinets. And SNK, Neo Geo stuff was just leagues above so many others in what it was able to present. And that's because it was competitive to do so. It was a conscious investment.
I just want to know where those guys are. I want to know what happened to them. I want to know their names. I want them to exist again, but they're gone.
Yeah, no, and it's a tragedy. Like, at the time, because game development wasn't the same as it is now, it wasn't seen as such an art form in the way that individuals are made into entire household names just because of what they've done. So, it is unfortunate because they were the wrong time, essentially, to get the glory for what they had achieved.
Yeah, I hope that in the future, I'm not sure what would occur to make it happen, but I just hope that pixel art becomes a little bit more mainstream, I guess. I don't know if that's the right word for it, but if it ever did and people cared about it more, you would see way more people doing it, and it would look better.
Right. Cool. And once again, folks, be sure to send in those questions. We have, I believe, 10 minutes left for this panel, so make it happen before they're gone.
Yeah, unfortunately, when I made this, I had no idea how long this presentation would run for. So, when you're editing a video and you have all this raw audio and these visuals in mind, I was kind of aiming for half an hour, but didn't quite make it.
Hey, like I said though, what you had was very comprehensive, even though it was such a short time period. And I must also comment on your delivery. That was terrific. like your comedic delivery was hilarious to me.
When you told me, because I wasn't sure how to do the voice effects and everything, you told me to be myself, and at first I interpreted that as just talking, like how I'm talking to you right now.
Yeah.
And I did it. I recorded it, and I was right at the end. It was actually yesterday, and I'm like, this isn't right. This isn't the idea I had, because I wanted it to be a little bit different. So I kept the original audio and the voice that I had made. I was just a little worried because I didn't know how people would receive it.
Right on. Right on. Oh, panel questions has popped up. Will this be available on your YouTube at some point? This tutorial.
Yes, and it will be better and more. It'll have more things in it as far as what it covers, because there's actually a lot that I did not cover. And I was talking to a friend about how long my video was, and they're like, 20 minutes. That's way too long. It needs to be 10 minutes. And I'm like, you can't teach anything in 10 minutes. It's not enough time to go through everything that a beginner could possibly need to know about pixel art.
Right.
So the full video, the full refined video will eventually make itself to YouTube, and it will probably be about 30 minutes. And what I want to do is I want to remake the examples, hopefully draw them myself, because a lot of those I didn't make. And unfortunately, if I'm not making it, I want to give credit to the artists, especially if it's going to be on YouTube. So
Right on. And for those who don't want to wait, the archive of this entire broadcast, of course, will have whatever was streamed from the account will also be available on YouTube. And ideally, we'll be able to also upload pieces, panel by panel. But for now, you could at least check out the entire streams for reference. Kibby Supreme asks, how does one get a job as a pixel artist in a studio? And how much industry demand have you seen for it? Do most successful artists who specialize in pixel freelance and collaborate in smaller studios?
From what I've heard, because I'm not a professional pixel artist, I don't work for a studio or anything like that. Most pixel artists are freelancers, and they actually get offers by basically people who are trying to create a project. So that's usually independent people. I know that there are pixel art studios out there. Obviously they're making games like Celeste and things like that. But that's not the world that I'm a part of. I'm an indie.
Right on. Yeah, who are some of your favorite artists on Newgrounds, aside from yourself, of course, but like some of your favorite pixel artists that you like seeing when they upload?
Well, like I said, I mentioned Carrion. There is GateKid13, who I look up to, because he is just pushing the envelope of frame by frame animation. Frame by frame animation in pixel art is really hard. To do it properly requires so much time and effort. And, he pretty much does frame by frame animation every single time he uploads. So it's always a treat to see him. Very similar to him is Lewis, which you're familiar with.
Yeah.
He also does frame by frame pixel animation, which just isn't that common, honestly. Most of them do it like how I did it in the video, where they're manipulating a rig. So it's a little bit more manageable as far as the costs and the time that you're putting into it, and it makes an asset that's fair. It's perfectly serviceable, but it pales in comparison to the frame by frame animation that you'll see these really, really good guys making.
Right on. All right, let's take another look at questions. Let's see. Okay, so Scott Pilgrim versus the World game lead artist Paul Robertson got contacted by Ubisoft. That's just an interesting fact from Des. And Des also asked, what do you think of pixel artists who use pixely lines, but it isn't pixel art?
I think he means binary artists. Binary art is something I'd like to talk about in the future because it's the thing I did before I did pixel art because I liked pixel art so much but was too afraid to actually do it. It's a kind of brush, kind of digital art brush, just like any other digital art brush, except it has no anti-aliasing. So it looks like pixel art if you draw it small enough. And when it's big, it still has those crispy, pixelated lines that, look great to me.
Right on. All right. So I think that's all for now, and we have about 5 minutes left. So if you want to give any kind of closing remarks, please go right ahead. Any comments and things to kind of leave the audience with as we wrap things up?
The only thing I want to say is really to you. This whole event is really cool of you to present and make. I'm glad to see it. And unfortunately, I was working this entire weekend, so I wasn't able to actually watch most of the panels. But since you've archived it on YouTube, I can watch it at my leisure, which I will probably do right now.
Excellent. Yeah, and you'll get to skip all of the in-between stuff. You'll jump from straight from panel to panel. So that's cool. That's something exciting. And yeah, it's absolutely been my pleasure. People have been asking me like, how do you feel once this is going to be over? Like, we're going to finally sleep, right? I'm like, dude, I'm going to miss it. I love doing this. This has been so much fun getting connected with this community, having people like yourself, and then, looking at just at the schedule. It's so broad. There are so many different kinds of people that we've brought in for panels and so much different kind of content that you can find all on Newgrounds. So it really is just this never-ending whirlwind of fun, and I'm just so thankful that we have panelists like yourself that can contribute to it in such a meaningful way.
I'm just glad you're keeping the server up. When I saw that you were going to do that, it made me think that this community isn't just a temporary thing. You're going to keep it around so it can grow, and that's great.
Absolutely. We've had a tremendously successful weekend so far, and I don't see a reason for us to shut it down. We can, of course, do little small things throughout the year, and if we ever do another event in the future, well, we already have a server ready, and we've already ID checked everybody in it. So that also helps tremendously in making the next one a lot easier to prepare for, because big credit to Lil Spook going nonstop, accepting the applications, reviewing people's IDs. It's been a process. I'm sure you can imagine with everybody who's in the server. So it's really been something.
Yeah, when you told me that you were going to be checking the IDs of every single person on the server, I was thinking, oh no, is there only going to be like 20 people? Because no one's going to want to do that.
Yeah, well, it turns out they did it, and no, it's one of those things. We obviously have a lot of people here, and we were pretty. I think the way we handled it was fair, and you and I found our own solution. So yeah, I mean, it worked out.
Yeah,
It worked out very
yeah,
well.
yeah, I would say that it did. You got a ton of people here, and I'm just glad that it worked out.
Awesome. Well, once again, Template, thank you so much for being part of this production and making it that much cooler with again your really really cool presentation. It was so stylish and fun, and really I think set it apart in many ways. It was its own thing. So I'm sure everybody is just as grateful as I am to see something so badass.
I appreciate it, man. Thanks for accepting my application, and hopefully I can contribute again in the future.
Oh, I certainly hope so. All right, so with that, we're going to go ahead and wrap up our Pixel Art Foundations panel hosted by Template88, and at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, Making Games of the JavaScript Variety hosted by Golden Pie Games. So stick around for that.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio. Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio.
Oh, hello. I am Golden Pie Games, and here I'm going to give you a panel about making games of the JavaScript variety, naturally starting with a PowerPoint presentation, because who doesn't like PowerPoint presentations? I'm Golden Pie Games on Newground, and like also Twitter, except with a 1 at the end. So here's a history of JavaScript. JavaScript all started when Netscape asked Brent and Ike to blah, 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 then Internet Explorer, blah, 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 and then ActionScript 3, blah, blah, blah. And then they got together and made a script, and it's better. And that is how JavaScript came to be. Now that the history portion is out of the way, let me reveal to you that I haven't actually been giving you this in PowerPoint. I was actually giving it to you in a slide viewer that I wrote myself in preparation for this event. So, this is written in HTML and JavaScript. If you don't know what those are, they are but two sides of the three-sided coin that is the modern internet, along with CSS, but CSS is stupid, and I don't like it. So JavaScript. JavaScript is a scripting language that works for all modern browsers. I mean, it works in some extent, but some new things might not be compatible with Internet Explorer or whatever. Here, what I have open, what I just opened is the console. You can open it up on any web page by going into this menu somewhere or by using the shortcut Control-Shift-I, and you can type in JavaScript. It's really simple, and you can do all kinds of stuff with JavaScript, like making the same old joke about how JavaScript's dynamic type conversion is bad. Look at me, I'm so funny. So there's a lot of other things you can do with JavaScript too. Like just with that developed with tools alone, you can open it up on any page, even PDFs, and you can use that as just a really nice calculator that lets you do homework faster. I use this all the time in college once I learned about it. And you can even do more stuff with it. Like, for example, average equals dot 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 nums dot reduce a reduce a b a plus b of nums. I cannot type today. Yeah, now I have the function called average that I can use to average numbers. That's the kind of stuff that you can do with JavaScript. Now, yes, now you might be wondering, what other stuff can you do with JavaScript? So I'm going to go and show you how JavaScript interacts with a web page, and I'm going to demonstrate this on Google, but instead of just typing it on the address bar like a normal person, I'm going to be doing this. So here's the homepage of Google. You can see that it's Google, and you can search stuff on it. Everyone knows that. And here's the page. Now, you can actually do some interesting things to mess around with pages, and JavaScript is essentially messing around with pages. First of all, I'm sure that some of you have seen this before. You can go to Inspect Element and mess around with the web page, like. See, JavaScript, actually that wasn't JavaScript, but you know it is JavaScript. Let's take a look at this thing right here. You can see that this div has an ID, and IDs are really important because you can use them in JavaScript. See, every element in HTML, which is every single part of a page, every paragraph, every section, every header, is an HTML element, and every element in HTML is also an object in JavaScript. So here, I'm going to do document element by id. You may think that this is ID as in identification, but it actually is id as in the concept in Freudian psychoanalytics. That's a joke, by the way. It was results stats. Yeah. So here we have it. I can mouse over and see that I just selected that thing. Instead, I'm going to store it to a variable that I'm going to call salt because it sounds kind of like results, and I'm really good at naming variables. So then I can do salt.inner HTML equals some random bit of text. And boom, it is changed. And I can also mess with its style. So salt.color equals FFOOO. If you don't know what that is, it's red. Hex triplets are pretty simple. It's got 3 components. The first 2 digits are red, the second 2 are green, and the final are 2. And numbers go from 0 to F because F is actually 15. It's easy. Sorry, I have to do .style.color. And you can see that the text is now red because I changed its CSS style. I can also make it really ugly by changing its background color to cyan. And now I have an even prettier web page. And if I want to make it even prettier, I can paste in this thing that I had on a notepad document and make the background change colors. Sorry, I'm getting hypnotized by that. So that's the kind of stuff you can do with JavaScript, and that's really all that JavaScript is. It's messing around with web pages, except it's really complicated and you can do anything you want. Except if you're doing it to your own web pages instead of messing around with Google results, you really can do anything you want. So here, let's look at this slide viewer that I wrote. It's pretty simple in the HTML. And here is the code for it. It's on GitHub where anyone can see it if you want. And here is the index. This is where pretty much everything happens. So this is what an HTML document looks like. It has open and closed tags. Most open tags, like this one, also require a closed tag. So this section in here is the title, and you can see the title up here. This is the style. It's not really much because I'm not making my thing pretty. It's just, you know, making sure that it takes up the entire width of the screen. Yeah, and this is pretty much the entirety of the actual thing. So I'm actually just showing a series of PNG images that I exported from PowerPoint because I wasn't going to make them all manually. And here, and so this is the image. This is actually just a single image. And in order to change what happens, I set up a few listeners. Well, first I get the elements so that I can use them later. There's the background box and the slide image. And you can see that I set their IDs here so that I could use get element by ID. I mean id, it's definitely not id. It's not ID, it's id. Here is the listener. So if you want to actually interact with something directly in JavaScript, how do you do the time thing? I'll get back to that. When you want to interact with something directly in JavaScript, you're going to need to have a listener. And there are all kinds of listeners, most of which involve mouse events or keyboard events, but they can also include things from disconnecting gamepads to communicating with other things. So here, when a key is pressed, it checks to see what the code of the key pressed was, and then it does something based on that using the switch statement. If it is the arrow left, then it calls this function, which tries to go to the previous slide. In that slide, if the slide index is greater than 1, it reduces the slide index and then updates the source of the image to reflect the new one. So the reason why it checks to see if slide index is greater than 1 is so that if you're already at 1, you can't keep pressing the arrow key to go into negative slides, which would result in invalid images. And the same applies to next slide if you press arrow right. It doesn't go beyond the maximum number of slides that I set. And if you press F, it tries to toggle full screen. Developer tools still show up. And that's how I tricked you into thinking that this is PowerPoint. No, I'm not going to be making games of the Python variety, person in chat, because Python is not a good language for making games. I mean, except visual novels because of RenPy. Yeah, but especially because this is Newgrounds and Python really doesn't work on the web, you're not going to see it here. So with that out of the way, let's look at an actual game that I made. It's called Beam, and it did pretty well on Congregate. It did pretty well on Armor Games. It even got into Cool Math, and it kind of bombed on Newgrounds, but you can't win all of them. This is a game that has a bunch of different kinds of puzzles. And let's see, my favorite one is probably Walk Once. Oops. And all of this, I did all by myself. From the particle trail to the graphics, of which there are actually no images. It's all drawn using the canvas. And you might be confused as to how I did this in HTML and how I did this in HTML, because these things are moving pretty smoothly. How do you do that with all those elements and headers and whatnot? Well, the answer is you don't. You never actually want to use the document object model, and the document object model is what it's called, how every element in HTML is also an object in JavaScript. You don't really want to actually be using that for most things. So let's look at the index file of Beam. Here you can see that the head has some simple fonts for inclusion, which I have in the settings, and that it has some external script files. So you don't just put scripts into the HTML file itself, you include them on external files. And sometimes if you're making something complicated, you'll have a lot of external files. A lot of external files. Yeah. And then this is the actual HTML. Like, this is all the elements here. It's basically just a background box, the canvas where everything is drawn, and some more stuff that I have specifically just so you can input your name and room code in multiplayer. It doesn't actually do anything else. So that's how the HTML works. So a canvas is just an element that is a blank canvas of specified width and height that you draw things on using functions. Now let's look at how the game works on the inside. The most important part of the way that I do JavaScript is with this engine. This is, as far as a game is concerned, you really just want to be doing something every interval, and every interval you update some things and you draw some things. So you want to update the game state, and that's going to change things based on your inputs, and then you're going to want to draw it so that the player can actually see what's going on, and that's really what this is about. It's going to do this stuff so that it knows the next time to run, and then it checks for music looping, it does some stuff, but the main thing is here and here. It tells what I call the runny to update, and then it tells the runny to draw. And the runny is basically a menu. So here, oh wait, wrong one. Here, runny is this puzzle. If I quit to the main menu, the runny is the menu, and each different runny has a different way that it updates and a different way that it draws. So, for example, in the main menu, when it updates, it just tells each of its up buttons to update, and when it draws, it tells each of its buttons to draw, and it also draws this heading and this copyright. And when you make a main menu, it just makes a bunch of buttons. That's the way really all of these things work. Like in same game, it creates the puzzle from a defined file, and then when you finish that, it switches the runny to a transition from level to level. And it just switches runnies as it needs to as you go on to different levels or different puzzles, and then they talk to each other by global variables. I may not have been doing the best job, but that's how the game works. This may seem like a lot, but the way that you make games is that you think about what you want it to look like and what you want it to do, and then you think of how it does that. And you just have to break things into steps. And for me, the step was, how am I going to make it work on a frame? How do I make it go frame by frame? How do I make it run at 30 frames per second? And then how do I make it, how do I switch between different menus? And then how do I make a puzzle? Everything is just a small problem that you have to break into pieces and then figure out how to do it using what you know of the language. And all this JavaScript stuff I've basically been teaching myself for a few years. Does anyone have any questions? I'm sure maybe you don't know what to ask, but you should try asking something. Yes?
Making games. I want to know in general why you started making games and what your connection is to games in general.
Well, I like games. I think that they're a pretty cool medium for playing games. I have been playing games for a long time. I actually got into web games were really the first games I ever played, pretty much. I played them on the computer. Back then, when I was in like elementary school, I think a friend showed me this great site called Neo Delight, and then I got into Not Doppler and AndCon. Later on, I got involved in Congregate and played a lot of games there. I'm actually like, I'm level 54 on Congregate, which I think is pretty high up there. I have over 1,000 badges. And I decided that I wanted to try starting to make a game, especially because I was also really into programming. I got into programming in middle school when I discovered that my TI-83 graphing calculator had a programming function. And by the end of the next school year, I had recreated Minesweeper in it. And then I went on to make some more things. And then when I found, hey, I don't have to use this graphing calculator, I can actually like use actual languages that people use. And that was pretty great. So I tried getting into Flash, and I was really, really bad at it because that was before I knew object-oriented programming. And then I got into JavaScript, and it really stuck with me because I knew JavaScript was an option for putting things on the web. Yeah, I was mostly involved with Congregate early on because that was the site that I used and it had cool badges and stuff. Back then, like 4 years ago, I really only used Newgrounds for the games that you couldn't find on Congregate, by which I mean Riddle School, of course. But I've gotten more into it, especially since Congregate started dying. So someone asked, how do you do the first 5 minutes? That's pretty easy. I can go to literally any web page. Actually, I could probably go to, I'm not going to go to Newgrounds. Then you'll see my, never mind. I can just right click on something, inspect, and you can do something to it. So here, this bit that I just right clicked had an ID of this. So if I go, what should I call it? I'm going to call it hello for no reason equals document.get element by id. Id hello dot style dot background color equals OFFO. That's a bright green. So that's what I did in the first 5 seconds. What are the challenges you face when coding? Well, as far as coding is concerned, one of the main challenges is just not knowing the right way to do something. And with coding, there's not necessarily a right way to do it. There are going to be a lot of ways to do it, and some of them will probably be better than others. Like when you're planning, you ideally want to make it so that you can immediately do what it is you need to do immediately, but you'll also be able to expand on it later. So as long as you are careful with that and you make sure to break things into small pieces, you really shouldn't face a lot of challenges. Other than that, the main challenges are when something doesn't work and you don't know why, and you have to spend an hour trying to figure out why it won't work. But if you make things modular and include debug statements, you can usually figure it out in a reasonable amount of time. And there are a lot of different kinds of problems. There are problems with the code not working. There are problems with it not having the desired effect. And you really just have to be calm and think about what causes those problems and solve them. Let's see, what are the questions? Since Flash no longer works, is there any other software we can all use? Yes, use JavaScript. It's a good language. JavaScript is an open standard, and although different browsers implement it differently, it works on all browsers. And I don't see it going away anytime soon. Anytime, really. Because it's kind of wrapped up in everything. While Flash has been phased out pretty much for over 10 years, JavaScript's popularity has only been increasing. And as for what you use to make JavaScript, there are all kinds of IDEs or tools you can use. I don't really use tools. I use Notepad++, which is basically Notepad, but better, hence the name. And I use Chrome or Firefox for debugging, and that's really all I need. Also, I use GIMP for sprite work, except in Beam. Beam actually doesn't have any sprite work. Like, it literally has no image files in the entire thing except for the favicon, which you can't see here. But I am doing sprite work here, and it does kind of get to be a pain that I really can't actually do sprite work. Any good resources will you turn to when you hit a wall or don't understand why something isn't working? Well, if you don't understand why something isn't working, that depends. Like if you're trying out a new tool and it isn't working, then you could probably ask for foreign help. But if it's something that you made yourself that isn't working, really the most important part is to figure out what part of it isn't working. Like, you have all these functions calling other functions, values being passed around. I like to just put a bunch of log statements like, the problem could be that this block of code isn't being called. So I put a console log statement in it saying something like bleh, and if I see that show up in the console, I know that the issue must be something else. If I don't see it show up, then I know the issue must involve that block of code isn't being called. So then I figure out why that is. I actually really don't use Stack Overflow. Stack Overflow has a lot of problems. Mainly you'll be looking to Stack Overflow if you're having problems with figuring out how a tool works or how a function works. But I like to make tools and functions pretty much by myself, so I don't turn to it very often. And if I do have a problem, it's something that's so deeply involved with the code I wrote that no one else could really help with it. Also, don't forget the value of rubber duck programming, where you explain how something works to a rubber duck. Because if you try to explain it to someone who doesn't already know it works, just explain it from the beginning, that might help you realize where the problem is. It's a thing. Any favorite project of yours you've done besides Beam? Well, my current project is this one, Gravity. Yeah, I should show it to you. Here, I'll show this one. If you're on the Discord, this song may seem familiar to you. Yeah, this is my current main project. It's a pretty cool platform, I think. I might be having frame rate issues because of OBS or something. Oh well. Got it. Yeah, that's my current project. I think it's pretty cool. Let's see, any other questions? Let's see. Yeah, this is probably my favorite project currently. What does YouTube say? Did I take classes for programming? I've actually taken a lot of classes for programming ever since 10th grade. I tried to get into a magnet program that would give me STEM courses, but I was rejected for no good reason. So I took as many courses as I could at high school, and I've continued to major in computer science in college. In fact, I recently graduated like a month ago. But even though I've taken a lot of classes on languages like Java and C and C++, I've never taken a class on JavaScript specifically. Everything I know about JavaScript itself is self-taught, and I didn't even really follow online tutorials. If I had a question about how something worked, I would look up how it worked. The great thing about programming is that anything you learn about any language will about 98% apply to every other language. How long did it take me to master programming? Programming isn't a thing you master because things change and you always learn new things, and you learn so many new things that if you look at something that you wrote a year ago, you will see all of the really dumb things you do, and you will hate your past self for being so dumb. That is unfortunately the nature of programming, but if you feel bad looking at your past stuff, that just means that you have been improving. Yes, use objects. Objects are good. Any good resources on JavaScript programming in general? I don't know, like for programming, it really helps to have some classes. So if any of you are still school age, you should really try to sign up for programming classes if you can. Any programming class, any language, it will help you with all programming. I think actually the first one I learned in 10th grade was TI Basic, which I already had a huge head start on. Then we learned Scratch, which is actually pretty cool. I still have a Scratch account. Hang on. Scratch.mt.edu. Let's see. Sign in. Let's see. My stuff. So where's the good one? Yeah, Minesweeper here. Last modified October 2014. So yeah, I made Minesweeper in Scratch. It took a lot of thinking outside the box, but it works eventually. Hurry up. You're interested in learning any coding language, but you're unsure what's best for beginners? Actually, JavaScript is pretty good for beginners because, like I showed, you don't actually need any IDEs. All you need is a web browser and a text editor. That's all you actually need. To make an actual lesson, I'm hardly a teacher. I'm actually not very good at explaining things from the beginning, as you may have noticed. Oh yeah, here it is. That's how it goes. I'm not that good at explaining things from the beginning, but I find that it helps to have a general understanding, and then if you're curious about something, satisfy that curiosity. If you want to know how to do a thing, figure out how it works. Maybe look for examples or just, again, break it down step by step. That's all I can say. I mean, everyone learns a bit differently, but that's what helped me. Can you look at projects or practices? Well, if you want to look at some stuff, you can look at my stuff. I mean, I know it's pretty complicated, but it helps to see how actual programmers do things. Let me github.com/. Okay, I need. Yeah, so just see how things work. I need to. Fingers. What advice would you give to a professional programmer that wants to get into game dev? Well, get into the language that you want to know. Make sure that you know. Oh, so as far as programming, make sure you know the language that you're going to be using. If you're doing JavaScript, that would be, and if you're doing web games, that would probably be JavaScript now. Or if you're doing not web games, that would probably be C# if you're doing Unity. As for game design goes, the most important rule of game design is make a game that you would want to play. If there is a game that you would want to play in your imagination, you're probably not the only person who wants to play it. And if you're not making a game that you want to play, it's just never going to feel right for you or your audience. Newgrounds is a great place for sharing web games, but with web games, you really want to post it on pretty much every site you can, which I guess now is really just Newgrounds because Congregate isn't accepting submissions. Yeah, Newgrounds. Newgrounds is good. I'm sure you all already know that, but Newgrounds is good. Yeah. Let's see, questions. Any other questions? I mean, we still have like more than half an hour. I guess I can keep playing. Actually. I should turn on the music. What's a good music? And also, find music. What would be a good way for someone who has no idea of code to start? Well, again, if you're school age, you should definitely take some coding classes. If not, you could probably find some coding tutorials. Like, my way of learning coding to begin with was I just did things on my calculator and I got a user's manual. And my father is actually like a professional programmer, but he's a really awful teacher. So I don't even remember actually where I learned. I have to say, coding isn't for everyone. It is very logical and step by step, and you really, it really helps if you have that kind of brain that works that way. If you do, you might catch on. If you don't, then, I mean, you have other callings, or you can continue trying to learn and see if that helps. Have I seen your question? Yes, I did. Since Flash isn't working, yes, use JavaScript and things that aren't Flash. Everything that I just showed, not a single bit of it was Flash. It's not just for smart people, it's for people who are able to make themselves think the way that a computer does. Do I have any coding pet peeves? Well, generally, I really, really hate it when people use spaces instead of tabs for indentation. I also hate it when people indent incorrectly. Those are my major pet peeves. All of my stuff is pristinely indented. Like, let's see, levels. Like, walk ones. Look at this pristine JSON. Having improper indentation makes the code messy. Do I use JavaScript for modding games? Well, I mean, you don't really use JavaScript for modding games that aren't already in JavaScript. Like, if you want, I'm actually not into modding games at all, so I don't really know where to go with that. Sorry. Let's see. Wait, where? What? Nice eyes emojis. I will answer that with a hi. Playing this. Actually, I should do some. Alright, I totally forgot. This game actually has multiplayer. We could try it. As an artist, if I ever want to collaborate with a game dev, what would they specifically ask from me? I wonder if an easy reply would be. Well, with any kind of collaboration, the most important thing is communication. So that also depends on the relationship you have with the game dev. Like, if it's more of a client relationship, that'll be different from basically going in together as creative equals. I wouldn't know because I haven't really done that before. I've actually just started a collaborative project, but I'd actually sure like to know that because I kind of want to collaborate with an artist at some point because I'm not really an artist. What are the advantages and limitations of JavaScript? Well, JavaScript plays in the web natively. You don't need any kind of plugins or user-side things whatsoever because it just is part of every browser. Java, I mean, the other things you mentioned don't really work client-side that well. And JavaScript is built into the way that languages work. specific file they need, specific size. Well, that's something you work with them. That depends. I mean, if you've drawn something already, you can just convert that to other files, right? Any competent game dev should be able to tell you exactly what they need. Like, I need this file of this size. Size limitation varies by site. That's again something that you would have to work out with your collaborators. The maximum size varies by site. I think on Newgrounds it's 600 megabytes, which is a pretty high limit. I was less than 400 megabytes when I uploaded Beam, but it varies by site. Like on Congregate, back when it accepted new games, the limit was 150 megabytes, and I couldn't do that. Also, because I had no images but a lot of music for the jukebox, over 98% of the storage space was taken up by audio files, so I had to remove most of them. Yeah, size limitations, that's something you have to work out. Like, basically, if you're going to run into that limit, you'll want to basically budget your storage space and figure out what needs to be removed or compressed more. But for small things, that's not really going to be a problem. And it was only a problem for me because I had like 50 or so high quality MP3s. And if you're doing pixel art, that's not going to take up much space. If you only have like 10 audio files, that's not going to be a problem. Yeah. And again, that's something that you work out with your collaborators. Communication is the key to success. Wait, I already played that one. Did I already play this one too? By the way, the music that's playing right now is Notion by HOJL and Hyena Doc. They're pretty cool. You should probably like check them out and stuff because they're cool. Any other questions? We're running out of questions here. I'm panicking. I won't be able to survive like this. Oh, hey, you're speaking. Are you done with that business? Let me. All right.
What are some of your favorite games on Newgrounds?
Favorite games on Newgrounds. You see, the thing is, I would show you my favorites list. There are problems with that.
Say no more. Wrong time. Wrong
Well,
time of day.
again, I didn't use Newgrounds most of the time, but let me actually look at my favorites folder in Congregate and Flashpoint. Let's see. Let me list off some of my favorite games. Here. Okay, well, first of all, Last Legacy. Last Legacy is a really amazing 2D platformer made by the people who made Super Mario 63, but this one has entirely original assets, which is cool. The Game series by Nikki Case, they're really funny, and especially reimagining the game has some great platforming. The Epic Battle Fantasy series is one of my favorites, especially 5. It just has so many great gameplay decisions and cool 2D graphics. Classic Flash. Caesar's Day Off is a really short, fun one. So is Murder. Pause Ahead is a furiously difficult, really difficult. Like I can't even go back to it and try to beat it again because it took me so many hours the first time. It's a great puzzle platformer, and it has a bulking soundtrack. Strike Force Heroes 1 and 2. Those are classics, and I like trying to do things as underleveled as possible. Epic Boss Fighter 1 and 2. Those ones are also bops, and they have great gameplay. Snailiad is a really good Metroidvania. Cactus McCoy is just a good platformer. Midst the Sky, that's actually an HTML game and it's more recent. You should check out Casper von Dommelen and see all the stuff he's done. Maybe I should actually link to some of these as well. Lucky Tower is a really hilariously voice acted one. The Zack is a good short one. Creeper World 3 is pretty fun if you enjoy the feeling of gradually overwhelming your enemies. Robot Want series is always good. Sky Island, Legend of Kalevala, Combat Hero Adventures are all good. Star Wish RPG shooter is one of the only games that's ever made me cry. The Marduk RPG series is another great series that has my favorite dialogue ever. Tale of Scale is a good short one. The Company of Myself is very interesting. Valtherian Arc 2 is neat. The Battalion series is good. And that's my favorite list here. Also, Wallace and Gromit's Rocket Rocket. It's pretty interesting. So, how do I describe my coding style? I do things myself. And I always try to make sure that I plan things out so that I can actually see visible improvement soon, but also if I want to change things later, I'll be able to do so. I mean, if you mean my visible style, it looks a lot like this. I don't know why I did that. I don't normally comment. So, very nice. Do I look at the codes of others to study and learn? Rarely. Early on, I did occasionally look at code from like some other developers, but most developers don't release their code that much. Can games written in other programming languages work in the browser through WebAssembly? Well, Flash games do, because Ruffle is WebAssembly. Other than that, I don't really know. Here, so programming, you are the... So when working together with other people as a programmer, it can fall on you because ultimately, yeah, you are making the base that everything is part of, but as long as the programmer is able to state exactly the way that the format that things should be in, and everyone else follows that format, it shouldn't be too bad. Also, for people who aren't programmers, it helps to know at least a little bit about programming. Yeah. What's the most difficult thing I've coded so far? I mean, nothing is that. Yeah, it's hard to say because if anything is too difficult, if any task seems too difficult to you, that just means that you haven't broken it down enough. So you can't really say what's the most difficult thing. I guess that doing all of the freaking vectors, oh my god, I remember when I first made all of the stuff for this, like, I remember I said that after I was finished coding this thing, I said that I never wanted to see another trig function for the rest of my life. Have I heard of voxel-based games being hosted in the browser? I mean, voxel isn't really my style. My style is that I don't actually have a style because I am not an artist and I'm not good at art. Look at this guy. That's the extent of my artistic ability. Note word combinations down. What do you mean by word combinations? Cam, what do you mean by word combinations? I've been neglecting YouTube. Have I ever copied code from other people during my classes? Not normally. Okay, I may have for when you were doing a compilers class, because that class was awful. And even though I did copy it, I actually changed it completely to optimize it better, because I guess that's how I do things. What if I could draw words left? I'd have dozens of games out. Probably not. I mean, drawing isn't everything. Drawing certainly helps. You can always just make things literally with, like, literally, this game does not feature drawing. It doesn't have any image files in the whole thing. Let's see. What do you have to write to make things work? I'm not sure how they're called. What do you mean by that? Let me see if I can do this. I did it. That was really hard to do. A perfect game for a beginner to create in Java? Well, if you want to use Java, why don't you try Minesweeper? Minesweeper, in my opinion, is always a good one, because, like, you can, if you don't want to do the whole canvas thing yourself, you can just base it off of buttons. I remember I used to say that I considered that I was comfortable with the language when I was able to make Minesweeper in it. Do you write all your code from scratch? Yes, I write all my code from scratch. Actually, the biggest there are a few things I've taken from people over the years. Like, they're not major things, and I've been doing that less and less as I understand how to make things myself. In class, they give you strings of code and have them adjusted values. Okay, well, that's an all right starting point to make sure you know how they work, but I feel like if they have you do that too much, they're just being bad teachers. What? Huh? Oh. Yeah, pretty much everything I've done, like, here, is based off of older abandoned projects. Like, the first thing I tried doing in JavaScript major game is spell pair, which is really, I was really overstepping both the scope of what one person like I could make and what I knew how to do at the time. What things inspired me to continue? Because I feel like continuing. I think I might actually be lacking the inspiration to continue sometimes, because I do tend to get stalled out on things after working for a while. But I just wanted to do things and show the world what I'm capable of, if you want to put it that way. I also just, like, think that games are cool and want to make them. I also make a bunch of stuff that isn't games, like what is my audio slash this is a thing that I made for Game Club. It lets you roll dice like D6. Unlike some other dice rollers, if you put in plus 17, it defaults to D20. And you can also roll dice in the White Wolf style, which I think is cool. Yeah. I continue because I want to continue, more or less. They say that half the journey is the first step. Like, it's true that first steps are important, but the first step is less than half, for sure. Most of it is most of it. So I don't know if I mentioned this before, but this music is really a bop, and you should listen to it. I have a mean question, you can know it. What do you think about Yondev coding personally since you're a coder? I never really got that much into Yondev. Honestly, I think that the speedruns to get banned from his Discord are kind of hilarious. But Yondev is in some ways a negative role model for a lot of people. He's actually pretty good as a negative role model because almost everything that he does is things that you shouldn't do. By the way, if you want a positive role model, I think you could look at Matt Roshak. Rezdak, I can never remember how to pronounce his last name. He's the creator of Epic Battle Fantasy, and among his servers, he's pretty cool. So I don't really know about it personally, but I have seen some snippets of all the if else's. Oh, 5 minute warning. Does anyone have any last questions? This is your time to ask them because there is absolutely no other way to ask me questions at all. Because I definitely don't have a Newgrounds account that's pretty much open for people to come talk to, or YouTube for people to comment on. Yeah, you should ask me questions now. Is the music too loud? Nah. Are there tutorials for trying to remember everything? What do you mean by that? Do you mean keeping track of everything you're doing, or just remembering everything? Remembering all the commands. Oh yes, yes. Never forget. What's it called? Just use Mozilla. When it comes to just use Mozilla Developer Network and look up like string sub string. Yeah, Mozilla's developer network, as far as factually, has pretty much everything you need. You have a dream game. I have several dream games. Do you think browser-based games can have mainstream success? I don't know if browser games can ever be mainstream again. I think that they're just so completely gone. There is never any hope ever again of a browser game having significant widespread success. It's just not going to happen. You should give up on your hopes. Yeah. Any other questions? Actually, I should play Friday Night Funkin' on stream with the time I have left. Is there a way to export JavaScript games into a desktop app? There are some. I think there's one called like Electron. I kind of started looking at it, but I never really actually got into it because it's kind of a pain. I'm gonna do it. Wait, no, wrong one. What language are console games written in? Depends on the console, but probably C++ for like almost all of them. Like pretty much any proprietary engine is written in C++. So, are you ready to watch me die? I'm trying to read at the same time. Has anyone else anything new on YouTube? I'm trying not to look away for too. Sorry, what was that? You know this. All right. No more questions. So, thank you for coming to my panel. I hope you learned something, and I hope that this encouraged you to like follow me on Newgrounds because that would be cool. And if you're on YouTube, you should make a Newgrounds account. So bye bye.
That marks the end of our Making Games in the JavaScript Variety panel, hosted by Golden Pie Games. Coming up next, we have a music-related panel, Why Choose Newgrounds Musicians for Your Projects, hosted by That Johnny Guy, coming up at 6:15 Eastern. Stay tuned for more here at the Newgrounds Summerfest.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio.
darkest eyes and the darkest sea.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio.
Hello. I'm that Johnny guy, once known as Real Faction, as some of you might know me for most of my years as a music producer. And my side projects, Piercing Laser and Curse Server. This is my panel on why choose Newgrounds musicians for your projects. You might know my work from the Pico School soundtrack, well, from 2016, not the old one. We had to replace some copyrighted work, but you know. Fetal Fury, Friday Night Funkin' Necromancer mod soundtrack. And contrary to popular belief, although I did make the Necromancer theme song for Castle Crashers, it wasn't exactly made specifically for the game, but still an honor that my song was selected for that game nonetheless. Happy to be a part of it. Let's get into this, shall we? And there I am. Yep, already said that. I was Real Faction for about 14 years. I changed my name because of the name meaning. Any fans that know me can read a post on that. I've been making music for 15 years as a music producer, and I've also been on Newgrounds since 2013. Almost 20 years. That's a long time. I feel kind of old. And let me tell you, Newgrounds is just a wonderful community. It's the best community I've ever been a part of. It's my second home. I absolutely love it. I've loved it, and I've gotten a lot of support. I've exchanged virtual hands with, God, I don't know how many people who I've ended up being good friends with. Wonderful supporters, people I've worked with, fans, even people that I've been a big fan of since I was a kid. And I've been a big part of the audio portal community ever since. Well, 2006. 2003, I was just a browser. And I made Real Faction in 2006. And then, yeah, audio community. Cool. Before I get into today's topics, I just wanted to make a small announcement. I already said that point. As far as what I'm doing today, I just finished an album that I'm coming out with under my side project Curse Server called Freaky's Revenge, coming July 5th to Bandcamp at half price for the entire month of July until July 30th when it drops on stores, digital stores, except for Apple and iTunes. There was a problem. It's an electronic concept album with a variety of styles I've worked on for 2 years about my journey with borderline personality disorder and raising awareness about that. So if you have that, I really hope it helps when it comes out. It's about my journey with it. It's cursedserver.bandcamp.com where you can pre-order and get it on July 5th. All right. Now we're going to get into today's topics. Why would you choose Newgrounds musicians for your projects? That is the question, isn't it? Well, Newgrounds musicians are really unique. Today I'm going to show you about what makes them unique and why you should choose them for your projects, especially on Newgrounds, over the other guys. Yeah, I said it. Oh, wait a minute. Today's topics. What makes Newgrounds musicians unique? Yeah, I said it. Oh, yeah. And I'm going to walk you through my different methods I've approached to making music when it comes to making soundtracks for the games I've done work for. And yeah, I'm going to walk you through my process. I'm also going to talk about the audio portal and the search function features for any newcomers wondering how to find music to use on Newgrounds. So that's actually the first thing we're going to get into, but I'll try not to go too long with it. Just give you the basics. All right. So with that said, let's get into it, everybody. Let's see. Let's say goodbye. Goodbye. Hello. So, as you can see, this is Newgrounds today. Now, you click on the audio tab on the front page. And as you can see, you've got this wonderful collection of discs with pictures on them. Now, it used to be way different. It used to be just the titles. It used to be compacted. Some people say that there are some better features of the old audio portal. I think there would be a nice marriage of ideas between the old and the new. Who knows where it'll go in the future? Well, let's just look at this one. Oh, here you can actually select music, voice, podcast, radio, but we're just looking for music. These are the featured tracks. They've been front paged, which I can also show you real quick. If you want to look for a front paged audio, you can scroll down and you'll see 10 featured tracks. Below are the podcasts. That's simple, right? You can go to the latest if you're just like, hey, let's look for something new. To the right are your ratings. If you like swearing, T and M, but I noticed a lot of people aren't marking that. So be warned. So this is the latest. This is where people normally just submit their stuff. This is just now. Yeah, you can do a range from today, the month, yesterday. Let's get someone from today. Some little exposure. Let's see, sort by dates, sort by score, sort by views. Whatever you might be looking for, you can look for genres here. It says categories because of the voice and podcasts and radio stuff, but generally this is where the genres are. You got electronic, you've got a wide range. Now there are some genres that aren't in here yet, but the audio portal's always accepting feedback, so make a forum about it if you want. Make suggestions, or I think there's actually a topic for that for contributing. You got metal, rock, you got other, cinematic, experimental, miscellaneous, if you don't know where to put whatever you might be looking for. Generally you'll find it in here. Basically, we'll click on one of these. You can follow the artist, you can click on their profile here, you can press the play button here. They got the analyzer, you can scrub through the audio. The volume knob, loop, the works, leave a rating. But if you want to download it, click that little arrow at the top, or follow them, or favorites. I said follow them. Favorite the song with the heart button on the right, or you can even add it to a playlist. Now, you might also be wondering, how do I credit music in my project? Well, since I'm doing a little crash course, going to make this fast before we go into the main event. You go to your profile, you go to your projects. Or actually, let's just go ahead and make a new project. Click the upload button. Let's say you're making a game. You got the stuff here, blah, 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 blah. Users and credits at the bottom left. The project you are looking for cannot be found. Well, maybe this wasn't the best idea. Well, let me give you an example of one of my projects. Let's say one of my podcasts. Let's see. Off the wall. Sure, why not? You want to go to edit, users and credits. Okay. Now, once you've credited everyone here, you can choose to type in their username and give them access as a contributor. Give them credit for whatever. You can say music. You can type in their username if you want to do it that way. Though, generally, if it's just like one, well, yeah, if it's for games and audios, that's how you add them to the system. But how you add the songs themselves. You take the URL of the songs and you paste them to the audio URL section, and you credit as sampled and add new audio. And there you go. You can even share the revenue with the percentage. Isn't that great? All right, let's now that we've got that out of the way, now we can get into the show. You know what I mean? The show. All right. Let's talk about Pico's school, perhaps. So, Newgrounds musicians are notorious for being unorthodox, such as myself. I went to audio engineering school, but I still have some things to improve on, and I'm not a professional. But you know what? You don't have to be. And that's a great thing about Newgrounds. Some people might be looking for more professional mixing, but if everyone has different taste, it's kind of the wild west of the internet. That's what I call Newgrounds. Everyone has their own special feel, and some people vibe with things that aren't professional, you know. I mean, honestly, when I made Simple Sight, that, you know, ended up to be the Necromancer theme song in Castle Crashers, that was nothing professional at all. I was 16 years old. I was just some kid, made music for 2 years, and I did absolutely no mixing on that thing, no EQ. And to this day, I still wonder why people like that song. And it's got like millions of views on the internet. Now, I'm not saying don't mix your work. I really wish I had known how to do that back then, but I mean, anything is possible. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I didn't know anything about EQ back then. But just saying, you don't have to be a professional on Newgrounds to get in games, or, you know, like Newgrounds games, or, you know, to get on track with your journey to becoming a music producer. You can just improve along the way. You know, that's how it works. Don't be afraid to try things. Like, experiment. I went through a lot of experimentation myself as a Newgrounds musician. You want your own special feel to each of your crafted works, or maybe you have a signature sound that people know you for. There's a lot of Newgrounds users, Newgrounds musicians like that. Newgrounds musicians have that sense of chaos and passion, kind of marrying the ideas. In my opinion, while some cinematic movies that are cinematic music and movies that are professionally done, like movies and games, sometimes they're great. Like Hans Zimmer, I'm a big fan of, but a lot of the cinematic movies, a lot of the music and games and movies are, I find them to be kind of lackluster and kind of forgettable. It's easily forgettable, and they're kind of just playing it too safe because they're by, you know, industry standards. They're playing it safe. But sometimes you got that golden gem where someone in the industry just takes a chance and they let them keep the music in the film, and then you're just like, yes, that sounds great. Well, in Newgrounds, there's a lot of that. They don't play by the rules most times, and you know, they dare to try new things. It's may not be the most quality work sometimes, but it's memorable. And that's the key to making your project stand out with the music. Whether it be something, if you decide to choose a musician, like if you decide to choose a song, like ask them for permission to use a song specifically for your project that they already made. Kind of like how it was with me in Simple Sight and Castle Crashers. Or maybe you'll hire them to make all original music for your animation, like just a track, or maybe they'll score several scenes, or maybe for a game. Just look through the audio portal and just go for the music that speaks to you, that you really feel, that really hits you in the gut. You know what I mean? Something that fits your vision. Yes, give them direction, but let them have creative freedom. You know, you might be surprised. You might be on the same page. I'm currently working for someone working on a soundtrack, and it seems like we're on the same page. You know, we vibe really well. So yeah, sometimes just great minds think alike. Now, I was going to open up the Pico School project file, but I just switched to this new computer a couple of days ago, and unfortunately, I thought I was going to get it all done in time as far as loading up the virtual instruments and stuff, but my computer hasn't properly converted them to where my old projects can detect them. It's not that I need them, but for the stream, yeah, I kind of did, but yeah, well, we can just go over the songs on YouTube. So that works too. Now, as far as what Tom Fulp did with Pico School, originally he had a copyrighted soundtrack, right? He had I think it was Hive. There was a few, I can't remember all the names, but they were just what people remembered for Pico School. This game was originally made 20 years ago, 1999. And it's been updated a few times or so since. 2016, Tom Fulp cracked down more on replacing copyrighted music on Newgrounds so that they didn't get DMCA ordered off the internet. Yeah, I think that was a smart decision. So basically, out of all people, for some reason he asked me to do the soundtrack. I mean, there's lots of people better than me, but I'm honored that he chose me to do his soundtrack, the new soundtrack for Pico School. It's man, I still can't believe it. But his notes were basically try to keep true to the original, with the it just is like this atmospheric drum and bass. This liquid drum and bass is what it's called. Tom Fulp grew up on a lot of that, and I personally grew up on some of it through video games. I love it. It's awesome music. I wanted something that matched the original, but something that captured that sense of danger. Something that was like cinematic, something actiony, and I mean, honestly, I've heard some of this kind of stuff in anime shows, so I'm a weeb. Yes, I love anime. But honestly, a lot of people on Newgrounds do too, so you'll come to see that. But I wanted to stay true to the original in the sense of that sequence of danger and atmosphere. Like, for example, let's go to the first track, and we'll talk a little bit about that. Now, admittedly, it's been years, so I can't remember his exact notes. But with this track, I wanted to replicate the original first part of the game where Pico was still in the classroom and still just coming out where, you know, he's just sensing the danger, but he hasn't totally... Well, I mean, he just experienced some of the danger, but he hasn't, like, seen the total chaos that he's about to experience yet. It's sort of like the tense moment, the calm before the storm, which is essentially what a nice alternate title for this song would be, actually. That's what I kind of nicknamed it, the calm before the storm. You just kind of want to rise in that tension, something dynamic, something that's still low, and, you know, not too intense, but it's still there. You know what I mean? And then you go into the second track, which is technically a remix of it, but it kind of builds on it. Like, it's go time. Yeah, there's that liquid drum and bass that I'm talking about. Might have to turn it up a little bit. So yeah, with this song, this is when things are more in motion, and you know, I watched some shows like Ghost in the Shell, just looking at the music in that and the opening, just like, you know, I thought that plus Pico School, you know, I think it's great for an action sequence. Just kind of gives that energy, but it's got kind of the subtle backgrounds. It gives room for like sound effects and dialogue, but it still has this sense of atmosphere going on. There's something that's like this creepy vibe that's like got this tense atmosphere, and I absolutely love it. It's when he gets the gun and when he's defending his friends. So this is when more of the action kicks in. So you got to build on that. You got to build on the drums. The action just kicks right in, kicks you. Now, I'm surprised that this song, out of all the songs, it seems to be everyone's favorite. It's Talking Smack. It seems to be the most popular track by far of this soundtrack, and I'm and it just goes to show. I'm surprised that people like such like it's like a 5-second loop or something. I can't remember exactly how long it is, but that's literally all it is, and that's what it was basically in the original too. The original Pico School, it was just tiny loops, but I wanted to expand them into slightly longer loops, like Tom Folk kind of wanted. So it's kind of expanding on the ideas that Tom was going for, but translated into an original soundtrack. So 2016 was the first time Pico School actually had its own music, its own original soundtrack. And my friend Shadowcat5150 did an awesome job on the soundtrack album cover. So yeah, I asked her to do that, and she did a wonderful job. This is more layered. This is kind of expanding on one of my signature sounds where with Piercing Laser, actually, back in the day where I still kind of do it. Well, I layer synths over guitars, and that's what I did with Simple Sight for you know, the Necromancer theme in Castle Crashers. So I have one of my huge influences that inspired me to do that was Cell Dweller, and so I thought, well, let's do it here. I wanted to have, like, I think if I remember, Tom wanted this kind of rockin' tune to be like, yeah, this is a tough bully person. He might not have said that. I honestly forget. It's been years, but I wanted to recreate the vibe of that, what played during the conversations, the dialogue between him and the bullies, the bad guys. We'll get into this in a second. So I thought that it's just like, I imagine somebody walking tough, like in one of those movies or TV shows where it's just like something they would like, you know, one of those songs where you would just walk like you're a badass too, basically. Like, I'm tough, I'm the best, you know, whatever. So I wanted to kind of give off that vibe with the characters. Yeah, I put a lot of thought into this. So boss fight. As far as this song goes, with my process of, you know, as a Newgrounds musician, again, huge inspiration from Cell Dweller. Now you hear those string spikes, like dun dun, like it's weird because in a way it was kind of out of place, but it kind of works. I wanted this to be like a cinematic soundtrack, you know, still. So every cinematic soundtrack has to have strings, right? Well, not everyone, but I thought, you know, be a nice little touch. Basically, this I would call the most quote-unquote dangerous track, in the sense of this is what plays during the boss fights. Unfortunately, in the game, it's just you can't hardly hear it over the really loud gunshots. So in the game, you can't actually hear this unless you're not shooting the bad guy, which they'll die if you don't shoot the bad guy because they're throwing stuff at you too. So unfortunately, this is not one you can hear very well unless you hear it separately on the soundtrack. But I still thought it was cool because the original boss fight track was also very small, but I wanted this to be totally original while still keeping the vibes. So this is probably the most original track on the soundtrack. I wanted to once again layer the guitars with the synths, but expand on that idea, and make it something more cinematic, like someone's about to die or there's that risk of danger, sort of like cops and robbers in a movie, in a way. But also keeping that sound that Tom had in the original games. So I'm going to go over one more. This one's not going to take as long, by the way. I'm going to go over one more soundtrack that isn't as known. And it's going to be smaller because this didn't actually take as much thought. Believe it or not. This is Fatal Fury. It's a game by Spaz Kid, Squidly, and I. We did this for the Ludum Dare, or Ludum Dare. I still don't know how to say that. And, you know, we did this for fun. I would hope in the future that there's a version of it to come to Newgrounds, but that is undetermined at this time. But for now, you can go play it on GitHub. Or not GitHub, itch.io. Itch.io? I'm not sure what to call that either. Fatal Fury. So let's talk about this song. So this is the stage theme. This is what you hear throughout most of the game. Spaz Kid, aka Corey, gave me clear direction on this. This had it had to be something energetic. He wanted the piercing laser sound, and technically speaking, this is the first soundtrack I've made under piercing laser, the same project that brought you the Necromancer theme. So what basically he wanted is that high energy, because this is a speed running game. So I thought, okay, so this has to be something fast, like Corey told me. So I thought, what's something fast and energetic? Music and anime, Japanese metal bands, progressive rock bands. So some of that stuff like inspired me, like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. That's a good band. And a lot of my music is inspired by old video game music, so I'm very much in the old mindset, like what I grew up with in the 90s and 2000s. So I kind of use that as reference sometimes. I'm also inspired by Slipknot, Cell Dweller for music like this, so you might notice some of that inspiration. This is the only other one. We don't have to go over the Game Over soundtrack. We'll just go over this one. Okay, so real quick, I want you to listen closely. Now, you notice I just took something old-timey like ragtime music and I turned it into a metal song. So sometimes that's just how it works. This is what I'm talking about when I say don't be afraid to try new things. I thought it was kind of funny. You know, I wanted a little playful melody for the boss, because this is the boss theme. and I wanted something playful, something whimsical, but something that can also be fast and heavy. Like you notice, it just went, super fast. Like Avenged Sevenfold kind of inspired me for some of this, and it was actually inspired by classical music, believe it or not. It's Hall of the Mountain King. I think only one person caught on to that. It's not the exact melody, but I thought, with how old classical composers basically, worked on music, I thought, how cool would it be if I did something like that, something playful, like a melody for a boss fight theme. I thought it would be a lot of fun, and it was. Somehow it works. You just gotta try new things. Now, this is just basically a couple examples of whether you're giving out direction to a musician, or as a musician, you're just trying new things and seeing what's possible. And you could go in so many different directions, whether it be something like, if the game is cute, you could go with something cute, like a little bop, like or something like that, maybe like glitch hop. Or if it's something dramatic, you could just play off the emotions of the vibes. Something like, if it's magical, you could make it kind of ethereal and add some little crystal blip like sounds and this harmonious pad synth in the background, which I've done some in the past. Like, I worked on a game called there's a soundtrack that I did of the Fisher OST from VOEC, and we worked on the music together. Unfortunately, some years ago it got canceled, but I released a soundtrack for free because that was my first ambient work back in, I think it was 2012, 2013, something like that. A long time ago. But what's great is, on Fruity Loop Studio, which is what I use to make music, let's actually switch over to that really quick. There we go. So this is what I use, FL Studio. Now, keep in mind, this is FL Studio 10. I'm a little behind, but I'm broke. But hey, it works. I love it. This is what I've been using FL Studio back since it was called Fruity Loop Studio back in 2006. I've been using it ever since. I did try to get into other things, but it didn't work for me. I've always been most comfortable with FL Studio. It's a great program to start with, even if you're on trial. Just try it out. It's easy, great. It's user friendly. It's not the most complex thing to. Oh shoot! I accidentally hit the keyboard. Not the most complex thing to learn. So it's definitely worth it. Also, they used to charge like $1,000 for it, but now I think the highest version is $400. You can get a version of it. I think that's like $200. So they've really marked it down over the years, and I think that was a smart decision because I don't know anyone who's going to pay $1,000, to be honest. But yeah, there's cheaper versions than the $1,000 version back then. But yeah, anyway. What's great though is what I've done is basically I've made a lot of different genres. I used to have a business for 3 years where I made commissions for people, and I've made like 40 different genres or so, including subgenres. Eventually that burned me out. Every once in a while I'll do a commission, but not like I used to. It depends. Sometimes I don't always say yes. It depends on my schedule and capability. That's another thing that I learned the hard way that I can teach you. don't always say yes unless you know you can take it on, and don't overwhelm yourself with work or burn yourself out when you're taking commissions or doing work for somebody. Please do not be like me and learn the hard way. But if you do, you do. That's life. Live and learn, right? So with all the genres that I've made, I have a lot of project files over the years where I basically made templates for certain sounds, and I can either build on them, where a lot of the stuff is already mixed and all I have to do is slightly tweak it. And that's actually the secret to how I pumped out some of the music as fast as I did. And it saved me a lot of time because, but sometimes I will replace things like drums and whatever. I might delete some synths, add some synths here, and then mix those. But I'll want a specific sound to work off of and then change some things. And then I'll make that into another project. So I've made all these diverse sounds in these different projects. But these are some nice shortcuts. So that's a tip for you. Keep your projects, and sometimes you can build off them if you're looking for that sound. But as you experiment over the years, don't be afraid to revisit certain sounds and then either build on them or just it saves a lot of time with mixing in general. I mean, sometimes I still start from scratch. Like this, what you're seeing here, this was from scratch, but it didn't take long to make. And I'll get into that in just a moment. Well, basically, use more Newgrounds music, more than the music from websites or copyrighted work, because that's not allowed on Newgrounds, but people still upload them. Kids, they don't really read. Sorry, not all kids. Just there's a lot of kids that have short attention spans, and they'll glance over. They're like, forget the rules, or they won't realize, oh, uploading that stuff is not good. It's bad. It's very bad. Kids, don't upload copyrighted music to Newgrounds, please. It's a lot of work for the mods. I have friends who are mods. They tell me about it. Oh man. All right. Well, with that said, like I said, this is just an example of, well, it's my process, but every Newgrounds musician has a different process. And I'm actually going to show you a little bit of a process here. But what I'm going to tell you is, this is why you should use musicians from Newgrounds, because there's no industry standards. They are open-minded to try new things and experiment, which will make your games or movies, your animations, any project way more interesting, like super interesting. Give them that creative freedom when you give them that direction, because they will present, like they'll shine. They'll make your project shine, and it'll be great. So if you liked what you saw today from my process from the past 2 soundtracks, just imagine the huge amount of diversity on Newgrounds and how they might tackle it. Because like I said, everyone's different, but they're not going through those similar processes on in the professional industry. Some of them might be professional, but like I said, Newgrounds is full of crazy people. Go to therapy. No, I'm joking. No, but we do have crazy processes, and I love it. All right, so at this point, while I show you this process, I want you guys to think of questions that you want to ask me about anything appropriate for a YouTube stream. Of course, there's a moderator that will approve of these questions, and if it's not appropriate, it will not be read on the air. But you can ask me about my process with the soundtrack work, my music, heck, Newgrounds. That's what this convention is all about. Whatever, you know where to shoot the questions in the chat, so shoot them. But while you think of those questions, I'm gonna come back to this little track I actually made for the stream. This is a little ditty that I'm working on. Let me tell you a little bit about that and how it relates to this panel instead of me just showing you a song. So this song is called Master of Disaster. I don't remember the last time I made a song like this. Like, this goes back to probably 2007, 2008 when I used to kind of make songs like this. But it's a lot more simplistic than the music I've made in recent years. It doesn't use, as you can see here on the left, look at this. It hardly uses that many layers at all. Crazy, right? Well, I basically want to show you, my point here is, sometimes you can make something great out of something simplistic. Crazy, right? This is more basic and more for the beginner musicians out there. So I'm going to explain a little bit about each layer of this song. But first, let's see. Okay. Yes. Okay. So I'm going to first explain some of this. These drum samples, they're not in FL Studio. They're Vengeance Electro House samples. Vengeance is, I don't think it's the cheapest, if I recall. It's been a long time, years ago, since I got this. But basically, Vengeance Electro House, great samples. But let me give you an idea. You don't have to have Vengeance Electro samples. I mean, there's, if you look at the browser on the left, this has under packs, legacy, you can do dance. There's lots of stuff you can use here. Listen to this. Oh, that's kind of quiet. But, you know, you get the idea. Let me turn this up a little bit. So there's stuff in there that you can start out with, and sometimes it's not the best, but sometimes it doesn't have to be, because there's a lot of simplistic techno songs, although they were copyrighted, that were used in a lot of Newgrounds Flash games back in the early 2000s, the decade, 2000s decade of Newgrounds, basically, especially around 2003, 2004. You would hear this horribly compressed, lossy quality audio, but there was some charm to that. And you would hear songs, basically what I'm about to play. People would use that for their games. Sometimes they still might. You'd hear it in games like Dance Dance Revolution. That's where sometimes people got their music from by putting the copyrighted music in their games back when Newgrounds wasn't as strict about that. There was a lot of copyrighted music on Newgrounds back then. Like, there was also a lot of Linkin Park. Yeah, I like Linkin Park. Okay. So let me just let you listen to each layer. All right. This is the kick. We got the kick. We got the snare. Oh wait. Oh, that's right. That's the house loop, and the snare. And then we've got this. Now, you might think, what the heck is that? But sometimes if you have an underlayer of a sound, it can really make a difference with, like, say, lead melodies or bass melodies. It can really make a difference in your track. You'd be surprised. You'll see. We got the reverse crash and crash, but I don't think it'd be a good idea to play those, you know, on their own. It's a little sharp. And you've got the main melody. Now, this is 3x oscillator OSC. This does come in FL Studio. Here I've made it into a square synth, and I've turned the knobs. I turned one of the knobs down. Basically, this has 3 tones. You can control the tones, experiment with that, filter it. It's great. I put on a flanger, gross beat, which basically I put on a trance gate, and you'll notice it cuts out. I wanted to add a little more oomph to the pattern, so I thought that'd be cool. So it'd be like a little quick instead of da 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 da. It's like da, 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 and I thought that'd be more cool. And I also don't have the growth speed all the way up to sharply cut out. It's sort of a soft cutout, so I cut it back a little bit. All right, so the next part of the song, this is the subwoofer bass, which will kick in here in a second. Oh, that's right. I cut it out. But if you turn all these down and you just have it all the way on the left here, it sounds like this. You may or may not be able to hear that, but it's basically a low bass rumble sound. And then here's the Hypersaw Heaven. This is in Citrus. This is also in Fruity Loops Studio. As you notice, I did the same thing with a trance gate on gross beat on this. And then I've got a side-chained bass synth with Toxic Biohazard breather, but it's a bit modified. So I like Toxic Biohazard. It's really cool. I did this. So that's generally what you'll hear in a lot of like house and trance songs. That side chained bass gives that pulse pumping action. And then you have of course you gotta have an acid synth. Arpeggio synth is what's called, or ARP. Because you just got to, right? And then, of course, you have the good old 90s snare that everyone knows. I'm going to adjust that a little bit. And then I added some vocals. So let's see, with these simple layers, that's all I put on it, plus the vocals. Let's see what part of it sounds like. Bass drop. Let's turn it up a little bit. So yeah, there you go. Basic demonstration. You can make something out of simple layers. All right. Well, with that said, I'm ready to answer some of your questions. How much time do we have left?
All right, you got, I think, let me take a double quick check here. All right, the Newgrounds concert is at 7:30, so it looks like you've got 10 minutes until we transition over for the next setup. So 10 minutes worth of questions. Let's try to keep them concise.
Great.
Question number 1. Will the music virtualization feature be added back into the Newgrounds audio player?
Music virtual. Are they talking
The
about
visualizer?
the visual? Yeah, the visualizer. I've heard some people ask that question in the in my audio forum to help improve the audio portal.
Yeah.
I don't know, but if you keep asking about it, like in my forum, in the audio forum, where it's says, "Hey, let's make the audio portal shine again" or whatever, keep mentioning it, and maybe tag Tom or a mod, and it's very possible because I do think it would be cool if it is at all possible to integrate that to kind of flip between the what you see now between that and the visualizer. So I you're not the only one who misses that.
Make audio.
So
flow
I don't
great
know,
again.
but it's definitely possible.
Awesome. All right, so we got a couple questions from Voices by Corey. What was your favorite song to work on for Cursed Server?
Oh, sorry, I got excited. That's one of my good friends, Corey.
Yeah.
Say again.
Favorite song to work on for Cursed Server?
Oh man. Well, I gotta say, my new album that I mentioned earlier, cursedserver.bandcamp.com, if you want to check it out, it's Freaky's Revenge. Well, that's a hard one because there's just so many that I had fun, because this is one of my favorite albums that I've ever worked on, but one that comes to mind is Dancing in Madness, which is the next single that's coming out, I think, next week on it is actually coming to the single's coming to iTunes, even though the album isn't, on July 22nd. My friend Katia is singing on it, but it's going to be coming out with the album. Is that next week? Let's see, July 5th. Yeah, next week. It's going to be coming out next week with the album, and it's got my friend Kathy on it. It's going to be coming to Newgrounds. So that is definitely one of my favorites, just to name one of them.
All right. Who's one composer on Newgrounds that you've wanted to collaborate with? This is also from Corey.
Well, honestly, there's a couple. I mean, there's a lot, but I'll just name a couple.
Yeah, quick name like 3.
Paragon X9. I was really happy when he really appreciated and favorited my tribute to him that I made for a collab that may or may not still be in the works for the audio portal, but that's sort of in development hell right now. But some years ago, I made a cool drum and bass song that was kind of a polar opposite of Chaos Fantasy, so I was really cool that he liked that. And then the other one, definitely Forgotten Dawn. We were working on something, but we never got back to it. But he's one of my favorite composers on Newgrounds, and he's a friend. He's a really cool guy. I absolutely love his music.
Awesome. All right, this is a question from Pam. How do I find musicians on Newgrounds? I'm in the process of making a mod for Friday Night Funkin', and it's been super difficult to find musicians. It's not as easy like artists. How do I find them? Do they bite?
Well, it's like I mentioned at the beginning of the stream. I wasn't sure. I'm not sure if you caught the beginning of the stream, but I kind of walk you through the process of how to browse for musicians on the audio portal. And this is replayable on YouTube at any given time. But basically, what you want to do is create a Newgrounds account. Go to the audio portal, the audio button on the front page at the top bar. Kind of just browse around. You can browse by category, which is the genres. And you can click on one of the songs, and there's a message button on the left side of the screen by the profile, and or you can just click their profile and message them. And a lot of Newgrounds musicians are really friendly. You'd be surprised. you know, I will admit there are some Newgrounds musicians who are kind of quote unquote uppity. They think they're better than everyone. So yeah, there are some of those, but
true
you know,
artists.
it's generally well, it's more so the more experienced artists, but generally Newgrounds has a lot of friendly people in the community, especially the audio portal with musicians. You know, so just give it a shot. You know, shoot some musician a message that you really like. Whatever you're feeling, if you find something that you like, just go with what you feel and vibe with, and be like, show them how passionate you are about what you do. I mean, but don't send them like 2 paragraphs about it. But they definitely will not answer back to that. Well, some might. I don't know. But maybe a paragraph, maybe a few lines, and just show them, hey, I really love your work. I'm sure they would appreciate that.
Absolutely, and I'd like to piggyback off of that. You know, I've mentioned Senpai Sim Date throughout this weekend, but the music for that game I sourced from stuff that was already on the audio portal. I looked through the different people who had usage rights open for, you know, web-based games and animations, which is super useful. And I ended up finding El Mitty, who has such a broad catalog of music that all had that same usage rights. I ended up sending a message. I was allowed to use it without asking, but it was nice to ask after the fact, because I was actually able to put El Mitty on the project as a collaborator. So, you know, read those permissions. You might not even be able to get the chance to get in touch with them, but if they have the usage set to, you can use this without even arranging it with me, as long as it's web-based music or web-based movie or game, then you don't even need to worry about finding them. Just look through what they've already uploaded. You know, it's a great way to get started with a new relationship with a musician.
Exactly. And generally, I always ask just to be safe. But yeah, read the. I think it's on the left side of the screen. Just look for the usage rights.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, this is from Momiji Matcha. What's the weirdest thing you've been commissioned to make music for?
The weirdest project. Well, I can't remember everything, but there is one thing that comes to mind. I can't remember the project. Oh yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was a Roblox mod, or it might have been its own game about uh this chaotic duck game or whatever, where these ducks are attacking you, and this guy wanted like a rock drum and bass fusion song called and he wanted me to call it Apocalyptic Ducks. And I don't know, I got a giggle out of that. I thought it was kind of weird. I mean, there's probably other things that that are weirder, but nothing that comes to mind at the moment.
Awesome. KCJ567 asks, how did you master music theory?
I wouldn't say master, but one thing that really helped me is I went to audio engineering school. I went to a place called Lexington School of Recording Arts, and it's like a trade school, but those are kind of hard to find. But if there's a program that you can take in a college or a course online, even, which I would more so recommend, maybe find it on Skillshare, maybe you'll find a tutorial on YouTube. Just look mostly for tutorials on how to EQ things and how to compress, which I still struggle with. That's kind of my weakness. But just for different things, hook up with like mingle with musician friends. Like, just get to know people, just talk with them, because I had a lot of musician friends, like Firna, used to be known as Halcyon Falcon X from the Epic Battle Fantasy games. She really helped me, and early on in 2008, close to when she first came to Newgrounds, we just clicked and we became like best friends, and we haven't talked in a while, but she really helped me a lot with mixing and a lot of tips. So there's people who have more knowledge of that you can just become friends with, and they'll help you out. That's because Newgrounds is all about helping hands.
Absolutely. All right. So a couple of more questions, and we got to keep them kind of tight answers on these because we're out of time.
Gotcha.
So first up, Devoid Gazer. No, actually, Chromacy. What should I do if I can't seem to get my song to sound right, particularly with mixing?
I guess I kind of already answered that one.
Yeah, sure. So review the panel.
Yeah, that basically mingle with friends, producer friends, look up tutorials on YouTube.
All right, Devoid Gazer asks, any other good music programs you'd highly recommend?
Music-wise, I don't know because I don't have really experience. I hear people like Cubase, but that's kind of advanced. Reaper is not, well, it's kind of a music program, but
It's
it's
just a
more for
DAW in
recording for
general.
me. Yeah, but Reaper, I mostly used to record my vocals and for compression sometimes, so that it's good for a lot of things. So there's Reaper.
Yeah, at
And it's
Belyayev's
free.
Fox. Yeah, Reaper's awesome. Belyayev's Fox asks a similar question. Have you tried other music software besides FL Studio? You just mentioned Reaper.
Well, yeah, like I said earlier in the panel, like I did try, but generally FL Studio is what I've been most comfortable with.
Awesome. Skelebum asks, would you be down to do a Pico 2 OST if Pico 2 is ever to come out?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I know Tom said that's never going to happen, but if it ever does, yeah,
You're
Tom,
on board.
hit me up.
Mina Sagas asks, how can someone who's not musically educated communicate better to a musician when commissioning music? I think it's a really good question.
Ooh, I've had some issues with this. Yes, that is very tough sometimes. It really is. Well, one way is beforehand, maybe if you have a musician friend, you can ask them about what you mean, because I understand some people have struggled with this, especially when I did commissions when I had my business for a few years, and it got very confusing. But you want to know the best way to do it? Take YouTube examples of songs that you really like or songs that kind of fit what you're talking about. Make timestamps like markers of that part in the song, and like, you know, that little thing that sounds like da 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 or whatever you want to type out, and YouTube links, YouTube references. That's my answer.
Right on. Right on. Very solid answer. All right. This is from Kevin. When you're tasked to create music, how do you come up with how it sounds, like how to blueprint your idea and all?
Well, I kind of just went through that.
Yeah, right.
I just kind of went through a couple of soundtracks earlier in the panel, so if you missed it,
Review the panel.
You can, review the panel, but I'll give a short answer. It really depends.
I think you cut out on me.
Whoa.
You back?
Whoa, what was that? My computer just like surged for a second there.
All right, well, we still hear
basically,
you.
yeah. I couldn't hear anything for a second, but I'm okay now. Basically, it depends. If I'm making personal music, sometimes the beat comes first and a melody plays in my head. Sometimes I'll base it around the vibes of what I want to make the lyrics about. But if it's for a soundtrack, I generally go by what the feel of the game is and what I want to play off of, or depending on the direction.
Awesome, awesome. And the final question, this one, ooh, I lost my question page. This one comes from Belyayev's Fox as well. Have you ever composed music for rhythm games?
Compose, no, but there are a couple songs that have ended up in rhythm games.
All right, there you have it.
Oh, wait, actually, wait. I'm wrong. I'm totally wrong. I feel so stupid. Friday Night Funkin' the Necromancer mod by Phantom Fear that's coming out soon, which you can also catch me in under Piercing Laser. Yes, that is a rhythm game. I totally spaced out on that. But yes, I made some music for that, and the music is on my YouTube channel and soon to be Newgrounds. That's another thing I'll be uploading soon. So yes.
Awesome. Well, that pretty much wraps up the panel. So once again, give everyone a quick note of where they can catch you, where they can learn more about your stuff, and how they can follow you, and so on.
Absolutely, thank you. And by the way, thank you all for having me. I really appreciate that, because there's not a whole lot of people in this festival, and I'm like, whoa, they chose me.
We kept it tight, but we chose right.
Yeah, it rhymes. I love rhymes. Yeah. So where to catch me? That Johnny Guy at .newgrounds.com, youtube.com/ I think it's that Johnny Guy 3 or that Johnny Guy 2, because some person stole that Johnny Guy.
That son of a gun.
So yeah, but twitter.com / that Johnny Guy, 2 or 3. I think it's at Johnny Guy 3. And then there's curseserver.bandcamp.com for my new album, or realfaction.bandcamp.com if you want to know every album I've ever made, and I still update that page, and at the bottom you'll see the new albums. So
Awesome.
yeah.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much once again, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Coming up next, we have Newgrounds in Concert by Pegasus TV. So stick around. Going to be real fun and exciting. And viewer discretion is advised. So it's Newgrounds, baby. What can you expect? Anyway, we'll be coming back in just a few minutes with our next presentation. So until then, thanks for watching, and we'll be right back.
Bye, everyone.
Coming up in just a couple of minutes, we have live concert, Newgrounds in concert, presented by Pegasus TV. Once again, we remind all viewers that some of the lyrics in the songs contain explicit language, so do be advised, viewer discretion is advised. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting proudly as part of the Newgrounds Summer Festival live, we have Pegasus TV. Make some noise.
Hello, good night, good evening, good whatever you are. Pegasus TV, I'm gonna play some Newgrounds songs for you guys. First one, opener. I think you know that. Get up from your seat and open the blinds. Walk down the doorway to the balcony and open the blinds. Open the blinds and show yourself to the world. The sun on the other side. Now dive into the endless handbag known as your imagination. Dive into the endless handbag known as your imagination. Hey, good evening everybody. Newgrounds in concert. We're about to begin. I'm gonna take these off because I can't see shit. I'm seeing a bunch of weird memes on the chat. I can't read shit because it's much too far away. I'm gonna start us off with a song from a game from around 2003, 2004, whatever, where a beautiful song would play after you beat the boss. It's a boss. Remember the song? I don't know. Post it. Chat. Tell people to go play it on Newgrounds. Congratulations. You managed to kill that boss, you see, the grinning colossus. You're the hero we all wish we could be. You made it through the fire, the tunnel, and then you grabbed that fire on the wall. You jumped up above him, and then you burned the rope and saved us all. You burned the rope and saved us. Now you're a hero. You managed to beat the whole damn game. Happy you made it, but how are you gonna spend the rest of this day? Maybe watch a video. Maybe press refresh and start again. Yeah, this is it now. We did not want to make a longer game. Yeah, I swear that it is true. Oh. And now you're a hero. You managed to beat the whole damn game. We're happy you made it, but how are you gonna spend the rest of this day? Maybe you watch a video. Maybe press refresh and start again. And then you go and play the game. Very nice. And now I'm gonna play a song from an animation that has a very iconic line of an instrument I don't play well. So that's why, besides stealing my brother's wetsuit, I stole his bass prowess and his beautiful sense of fashion, so he can play a bass line for the next song, Family Business.
Perfect.
Little bass line goes a bit like this. Bass line. And this, do you guys recognize it already? I saw that guy with the H at the start of the name knew you have to burn the rope. This one is by James Lee, the animation, sung by Hania. This song would play when the title character, Tarboy, fight a big, scary monster who defend the CEO from the evil company. Yes. And Tarboy is a monster made up of the blood of the workers that united. Ooh, Newgrounds comrades, take note, wow. We have to unite. Newgrounds, yes, all that. And the song goes a bit like this. Two's a party, but three is a crowd. But Daddy told me that three's not allowed. Am I sinning if I walk into a room with the scent of evil doom? I think I'll listen to my daddy today. My daddy, he told me to stay away if I saw situations like the one today. He said that I should be away, but would I sin if I stayed? Two's a party, but three is a crowd. Daddy told me that three's not allowed. Am I sinning if I walk into the room with the scent of evil doom? I think I'll listen to my daddy today. Bastolo. Daddy, he's an honest man. He tries to teach me what a daddy can. He said you need to understand that two's a party, but three's out ahead, boy. Two's a party, but three is a crowd. Daddy told me that three's not allowed. Am I sinning if I walk into the room with the sense of evil doom? I think I'll listen to my daddy today. Oh, daddy. Two's a party, but three is a crowd. The two's a party, but three is a crowd. Oh, two's a party, but three is a crowd. Two's a party, but three is a crowd. All right. So this is my brother. He's Victor Cuba Vilasa. He's a legendary member of the band Octoteta, which none of you may know from my audio tab on my Newgrounds.com. That's pegasutv.newgrounds.com. I've been there for fucking 10 years now. So now I'm gonna play a song in the key of. And my brother changed hats. Chat, can I get a hat emoji or something like that? I don't know how to be a streamer guy, whatever. Yeah, come. That's a nice emoticon, emoji, yeah, whatever. Hat emoji. Hat emoji. Woo! Hat dog, hat bat, yes. Cowboy hat. Trucker hat. Nice hat. I don't know what that hat is. This is a magical moment. The next song is from Psychological Terror. Thing. I'm not gonna say the name, but the name of the song is the name of the Flash animation. Dave Teatro, that's the actual name of the guy. Ring, 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 banana phone. Ring, 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 banana phone. I've got this feeling so appealing for us to get together and sing, sing. Ring, 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 banana phone. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding, banana phone. It grows in bunches. I've got my hunches. It's the best, beats the rest. Cellular, modular, interactive, modular. Ring, 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 banana phone. Ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, ping, banana phone. It's no baloney, it ain't a phony. My cellular, bananular phone. Don't need money, don't need dimes to call a friend of mine. Don't need computers or TV to call it a real good time. I'll call my cat, I'll call for the pizza, I'll call the White House and have a chat. I'll place a call around the world. Operator, get me Beijing, jing, jing, jing. Banana phone. Yin yang, yin yang, yin yang, yin. Banana phone. It's a real life mama and a papa phone. A brother brother and a sister and a dog a phone. I grab my phone and I grab my phone too. Oh yeah, my cellular, banana phone, banana phone. Ring, 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 a phone with a peel. Banana phone. Ring, 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 a phone that you can eat too. Banana phone. Ring, 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 the song drives me bananas. Ring, 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 banana phone. Ring, 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 banana phone. Ring, ring. Holy shit, now I gotta drink water. Water. I don't know how to pronounce water. Is everybody enjoying this thing? Hey, stop by. Glad you're not dead. I'm always glad. Sorry. Now, thank God I drank water because we're gonna do a very one. My brother is gonna put on a flamenco hat because chat, wish me luck because from Castle Crashers. Fucking Castle Crashers. From fucking Castle Crashers.
Vamos.
We're gonna play it. Can you guess it? Guess it. Come on, fuck it. Stop saying bad words. Guess it. Castle Crashers, which one? You get two guess. I can't read shit, whatever. Okay. It's Spanish Wall. Oops. Improv, fuck it.
Vamos.
Okay, that happened. How about that? Whoa. That was my brother helping me with 3 songs that I could get him to rehearse. Because that's what I do when you live with me. I make you play bass. He plays bass very well and I'm alive because of him. That's not saying less than the reality. Okay. I'm gonna drink a bit more water and get ready. Because, thank you. I'm not gonna hug you because there's way too much things attached to me right now. Now is the time the YouTube stream might get banned because we're getting into racy territory. Drink water, kids. Don't watch this stream or watch it with your parents. Call your parents right now. Right now, call your parents because we're about to revisit classic from Sick Animation. Mark M has produced a bunch of beautiful music. And one of these songs talks about love, at least for me. That's how it hits me. And I'm not joking. I might sound funny sometimes. This song is about love to me and about how you too much. And there's a beautiful version of this song recorded by Stamper, who I want to dedicate this song to. All I have left in this world is my faith in Jesus. All that I can ask for is that he keeps me on the right path and forgives me if I go down the wrong one. Bitch. I used to fuck chicks and I used to eat pussy. One day I looked down at my cock covered with pussy debris. My life was on lock and I needed a key. Little did I know that the key was a dick and my face was a lock. All I needed was a switch. I don't wanna fuck chicks, I gotta get dicks. Get a kick from a pile of dicks stacked up like bricks in a row. Fat dicks, skinny dicks, black dicks, white dicks, every dick, any dick. Call your friends for a dick licking party. Compliments to me in my bag of dick sucking tricks. Like Penelope Cruz in the movie Blow. I like a white line of shit shot up my fucking nose. A snowball forms in my nasal passages to my throat. One time I sucked 6 in a row. One time I sucked 6 dirty dicks in a row. That's how I got my kicks with Joe. And I sucked his dick and 5 of his friends in a row. One time I sucked 6 in a row. One time I sucked 6 dirty dicks in a row. That's how I got my kicks with Joe. And I sucked his dick and 5 of his friends in a row. One time I sucked 6 in a row. One time I sucked 6 dirty dicks in a row. That's how I got my kicks with Joe. And I sucked his dick and 5 of his friends in a row. One time I sucked 6 in a row. One time I sucked 6 dirty dicks in a row. That's how I got my kicks with Joe. And I sucked his dick and 5 of his friends in a row. Beautiful song. I love it. I hope you guys love it. And now we're getting into sexual territory. Yes. Protect yourself. Be respectful. And all that. Yes. Now I'm gonna play a song that is originally sung by, well, the character is Fernando. And you know what's coming. Fernando from the series Pleasure Island. You might have seen something about that. A huge icon of Australian culture. I don't even know if he's Australian, whatever. Sexual lobsters, dance of the manhood. Gaze into my chocolate eyes, let my music sterilize. Give to me your hardened coin, I'll share with you my tortured groin. What you're feeling is not weird, you want to borrow in my beard. Gaze upon my chiseled abs, cause I no longer have the crabs. My rhymes will grab you by the throat and ride you like a sturdy goat. I will drown you in my sand without your consent. I am a whore without beer, absorbing sex from the atmosphere. Moan solo. Pressure building like a cyst. I want to share with you love's fist. I'll lick your feet. I'll wear a collar. I'll do anything for $1. I'll fit you like a glove. More precious than a father's love. Not that I will really know. I like my women rich and young. Kiss of yogurt on my tongue. Let me be your phantom limb. Cracking yogurt keeps me slim. Struggling with modernity. A whore for all eternity. A whore for all eternity. A whore for all eternity. This one is hard. singing large lyrics is hard. I don't speak English good if you don't fucking realize by now. Let's go back to folk sounding music. How are you guys enjoying it? Hey, I need to drink water. The moan solo is the hardest part. Now we're getting back. Oh shit! Now that the kids are all enjoying that, I'm singing about pee pee and poo poo and boobies and all of that. I'm gonna sing a song that is not from 10 years ago. That is crazy. Song from a game that was released onto Newgrounds in 2020. Can you get what it is? What the fuck is that? What is that stupid idiot gonna do? Suspense. I'm doing suspense while also adjusting my headphones. This is horrible. Oh my god, I can't even take off my clothes. I'm doomed. Here we go. Wow. Shit. Twist. Song 3, huh? That battle. Can I play that? Yes. That game. Beep bop beep bop boop boop bow. I'm not sure it was a good idea to try to play that on an acoustic, but I did it, and you can't say I didn't do it. Fuck you. Thank you, Stampai. I love you. You are so much positiveness to me. Oh my god. Oh fuck. Now, which character from Newgrounds history is featured in Friday Night Funkin' that might have next song? Can you get? No, Pico. Pico's song is Endless Handbag. I opened with Endless Handbag, man. This song that is not actually featured on the Flash animation, but the characters go through a conflict where they're looking for a DVD film, in which I took this, like, well, this fits. Will nice. People will like that, right? If they don't, I don't. Wow, being wild. From the fucking Titanic soundtrack. My heart will go on. Every night in my dream, I see you, I feel you. This is how I know you'll go on. Far across the space and distance between us, I have come to know you'll go on. Near, far, wherever you are, I believe that the heart does go on. Once more, you open the door, and you're here in my heart, and my heart will go on. I love you, Jeff. Love can touch us one time and last for a lifetime, like Newgrounds. That is how I know you go on. Love was when I held you, that true time I hold to. That is now how you go on. Let's go! Ah, here, far, wherever you are, I believe that the heart will go on. Once more, you open the door, and you're here in my heart, and my heart goes on. Sign up for Newgrounds. Download Macromedia Flash 8. Abandonware, yes, animation. I am slightly teary-eyed right now. How do you like that? And now, oh my god, somebody drew Tankman with the kazoo on the guitar. It's like it's me. They just dropped it on the chat. I'm gonna scream a lot during this stream because I have the chat open. I just hope this makes for a better experience. Thank you whoever drew that. I can't see shit because it's far and I have thing on my. And yeah, Bingo Waters. Bingo Waters? Is that? Bingo Waters. I want to say his properly. Bingo Water. Bingo Waiters. Bingo Waiters. Thank you. Oh, I'm drinking some water. So, in your honor. And now, Titanic went down in the ocean. What else in the ocean? Charlie the Unicorn. Episode 3 of Charlie the Unicorn. There's a bunch of pretty that's fun. Favorite one. In G also. When you're feeling all alone, the world's a drone, and nobody's shown any love to you. When your heart is cold as stone, just change your tone, get rid of that groan, and the world will too. 'Cause swordfishes love you, and jellyfishes love you, and starfish, I love you! In the ocean blue, catfishes love you, and cuttlefishes love you, and blowfish, I love you, I'm a starfish! In the ocean blue. Let's go. Lungfish, blackfish, alligator, icefish, armorhead, hammerhead, anaconda, flathead, manta ray, stingray, fangtooth, ball ray, goblin shark, grass carp, brand, riverbed, ray, doodlefish, hagfish, red warley, fish, black eel, baby seal, crab, coral, like eel, and ray, fairy yellow rat, moray, summer shark, feather rag, and eagle ray. Yeah, but well, you can ignore this plea. That's fine with me. One day you see that the words are true. But if you find you agree, that's fine with me. And one day you'll be feeling love soon. Because swordfishes love you, and jellyfishes love you, and starfish, I want to be with you forever! In the ocean blue, catfishes love you, and cuttlefishes love you, and who loves you? Starfish loves you! In the ocean blue, forever! I shouldn't have screamed that hard. I might fucking die within the next 2 songs. I think I heard someone in the chat. Was that you, Stampai? On the voice chat? Okay. I love you, whoever had the open mic. I am filled with fucking love tonight. Yes. And now, well, there's not just that song about the sea. There's a song about specific species from the sea. Who did a bunch of songs about animals? Who had a little web series about 2 eggs? Who is a fucking viral guy from the 2000s that played with Queen guitarist? Yes, Weeble, whatever. Everybody knows it's Weeble. If you're here, you know Weeble. And he made a song. He made a song about Brazil, and he also made a song about narwhals. Narwhals swimming in the ocean, causing a commotion, cause they are so awesome. Narwhals swimming in the ocean, pretty big and pretty white, they beat a polar bear in a fight. They're like underwater unicorn, they got a kick-ass facial horn. They're like the Jedi of the sea, and they stopped Cthulhu from eating ye. Narwhals, they are narwhals, narwhals, just don't let them touch your balls. Narwhals, they are narwhals, narwhals, inventors of the shish kebab. Narwhals, swimming in the ocean, causing a commotion, cause they are so awesome. Narwhals, pretty fight. They beat a polar bear in a fight. Narwhals, yes. That's it for the ocean songs. It's beautiful to see the chat. Everybody's dropping actual gifts from Flash games and movies from the past. This is so glorious. Oh my god, Stampai and everybody involved. Thank you. This is so beautiful. Ooh! Ah, I know. Okay. Now I'm gonna do a last minute addition to my set list. We are nearing the end, so enjoy what's left, because that's all we have now, here. And next song, in the key of A. Who here is a judge for the summer jam animation thing that will happen right after? Who is it? Who is a judge in that? Who? Certain Almighty. There's two almighty people in the Newgrounds community. There's Ivan, who is beautiful, but I'm yet to see a soundtrack from him. Ivan, if you want to send me what you consider to be your fucking theme song, I'll fly me to the US and I'll sing it there beautifully. But there's another almighty person who H, and then there's an A, and then N, S. Hans van Varpen, I don't know how to say his name. Yes, Hans. He made a little Western animation a while ago. Here, it was very fucking powerful. Long ago, I gotta check my harmonica like twice always. This is from the Ballad of Cripple Cain. Keep your hand on your gun. Don't you trust anyone. There's just one kind of man that you can trust. That's a dead man or a gringo like me. Be the first one to fire. Every man is a liar. There's just one kind of man that tells the truth. That's a dead man or a gringo like me. Don't be a fool for a smile or a kiss, or your bullet might miss. Keep your eye on your goal. There's just one rule that can save you your life. That's a hand on your knife and the devil in your soul. Keep your hand on your gun. Don't you trust anyone. There's just one kind of man that you can trust. That's a dead man or a gringo like me. Or a gringo like me. Or a gringo like me. Actually, or a chico like me. Now, I'm gonna take off helmet for a bit because I am almost dying. Actually, I won't. I'll just set up because the next song is the next to the last song, and it's a very emotional song. It's from an RPG. A very, very, very intense, emotional, and sexual RPG with Sonic on it. Have any of you guys ever played Sonic Inflation? Sonic Inflation Adventure. Not Sonic Adventure. Fuck that game. A song about friendship. A song about existentialism. And a song that I printed out the chords because it's a fucking hard song to play. But I can do it. That's how dedicated I am. Sorry, I moved the mic a bit. But that's... There you go. Get ready. Oops, sorry. Get ready to cry a bit. I stare at the stars and the sky up above and ask, what am I made of? Am I full of sorrow? Am I hurt and pain? Or am I filled with love? I walk by myself on the streets down below, and as every child I know, do you think tomorrow will bring sun or rain? Which one of these will show? I can't say goodbye to yesterday, oh, my friend. I keep holding on till the end. Out on the darkness, there is no other way than the light leading to yesterday. It's there that I find inner peace, not war. The dreams that I let slip away, I will find the joyfulness I'm looking for way back in yesterday. Interlude. Da 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 da. Bossa nova. Da 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 dee doo. Da 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 dee doo doo. Guitar. Woo. Why can't each of us in the world ever see the best things in life are free? Oh, little sounds of laughter, or one hug, a smile, a kiss from you to me. Oh, I fall to my knees. I cry and I cry. The dreams and love do not pass chorus. Come on, people. Oh, I can say goodbye to yesterday, my friend. I just keep, and I know how good it has been. Face it forever. Here I stand. Come what may. In the old, in the new, yesterday. I need you all to picture Sonic really fat right now. It's there that I find inner peace, not war and dreams that I let slip away. I will find the joyfulness I'm looking for way back in yesterday. As Franz Kafka said once, when we are far apart, shall I just kiss you through this paper on which I lay my words? I might as well open the window and kiss the night air. This quote is the start of Sonic Inflation Adventure. Go play it right now. I'm not joking. It's a very good game. Whew. Okay. Now, I'm gonna wrap up things with one last song. So get ready. Stampai, can you tell me if I screwed up the timing? How much time do we have left? Okay, yes. I only need to do one more song and then you see what the fuck I'll do. Hopefully it'll be good. Suspense! Jazz! Ooh, theater. Ooh. Now I gotta find my harmonica in F. So entertain people for about 30 seconds while I look for my harmonica because I threw all of them on my sofa, on the couch. Please.
A reminder to everyone to be sure to check out Pegasus TV on Newgrounds and on YouTube. An amazingly talented performer, as you all have had the chance to see. And now it's time for one final track.
One. I'm gonna open up the lyrics. Pause. Oh my god, it's so loud. What's going on? You hear me? Ooh, I had a light. Thought dead. Live. Back and I almost dropped the mic, but this will be worth it because now that I have my little docs, I didn't print this one out because I don't know because I'm dumb. But now I am gonna turn a Newgrounds view into music. How about that? How crazy is that? Will that work? Probably not. Now. And I'm opening the review right now because that's how wacky I am. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. In the C, in the key of F, a review by Axman 13, as animated by Rice. I really don't want to say this, but I have to now. This game is so easy. I mean, all you do is press the space bar. That's it! How is that an RPG at all? You can't control anything on. Am I streaming? Am I still streaming? I can't hear you. Sorry. Oh my god. The screen went black. That's okay, that happens. I don't know what the fuck happened. What if I didn't want to buy a potion? What about quests? All you can do is upgrade strength. There is no way you can lose to the boss at the end. This game is corrupt. It's not even an RPG at all. I mean, look at it. In what way is it supposed to be an RPG if you can't do quests and stuff? All you do is press one button the entire time. Explain to me! The other commands are total lies. Is it supposed to be stick dudes? I don't even know how this damn game got the daily third prize and the score of 4.26. People think this review is worthless. Go ahead, say it. I don't care. I'm just trying to make a point here. Love this piece of crap. Love this piece of crap. Love this piece of crap. Oh, love this piece of crap. Love this piece of crap. Love this piece of crap. Ew. P.S. The only reason I'm giving this one is because the voices were pretty good. But that's it. Yes! Woo! I can't hear. People are booing or clapping or whatever, and we had a slight technical mishap there, but woof. Yeah. So how much time do we have left? Because I'd like to say a few words, if I may. Okay, let me just take off my helmet because I'm dying. You can whatever you want to do for the next 1 minute. We have like 5 minutes, you said, right? Okay. Oof.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, be sure to follow and subscribe to Pegasus TV, the legend, one of a kind, playing music from Newgrounds, past, present, and future. What an amazing concert this has been, huh? I didn't expect such wonder, such splendor, such magnitudes of awesome, but here we are. And once again, here's his link.
I'd like to make a little treat for Stampy, who happens to enjoy the accordion.
Oh, man.
I can't really play this perfectly, but I can try. The concert is over. Don't consider anything you hear past this point. I want to do this exclusively for Stampy as a thank you for allowing me to do this madness. And well, thank everybody that's involved in the festival. Thank you, Tom Fulp, for being Tom Fulp, and everyone from Newgrounds. I owe everything to this fucking community. I love you guys. Don't be assholes. Respect each other. Collaborate. All of that. And well, I'm going out. I'm gonna go out like a ridiculous clown, like always. This is for you, Stampy. Maya, 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 Maya. Hallo, salut, sunto, Hadoop. Hallo, hallo, sunto. I didn't know the lyrics. I just wanted to screw around at the end of the stream for Stampy and everybody in the festival. Yes. Presta, presta, numa, numaye, numa, numaye, numa, numa, numaye, do, numa, numaye, numa, numaye, numa, numa, numaye. Everybody on Newgrounds, thank you very much. Stampy, thank you. Thank you, Tom Pope again. Everybody on Newgrounds, collaborate. Download Macromedia Flash 8. Don't listen to anyone that tell you you can do it. Whatever, I don't know. Positive words. The world is in shit. Kill the president of Brazil. Now you're all dead because I exploded your headphones.
Coming up at the last quarter of the hour, we have the Summer Animation Stay Awake Jam judges hanging out with us, sharing some of their reviews, thoughts, and favorites from the submissions so far to the Newgrounds Stay Awake Summer Animation Jam. So be sure to stay tuned. Coming up in just 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Newgrounds.com/radio. Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio.
I messed that up. Yeah. Hey, how you doing, everybody?
really
Tonight?
good.
Tonight
Wrong
we're
with a
having
drum
one
roll?
of the last panels of Stampy? Which one is it? Stampy's awesome Newgrounds Summer Festival convention. I've never been to a virtual con, mostly because they charge money, but this one's free. So, and he asked me to do a panel about the summer animation jams, which I'm pretty excited to do. We have 6 wonderful people who are going to talk in this panel. I'm all prepped. I got my week 7 shirt on. You're just going to have to believe me that I'm telling the truth. And we're going to be playing Pathfinder. So first, our paladin Hans Van Harken. Would you like to introduce yourself? Wait.
Yes, I would like to.
Sorry, I just realized. No, Pathfinder is the reason that our 7th judge, Nick Conter, couldn't come today. He thought it was more important, so I really wanted to call him out. But we have several judges. One is Hans Van Harken. He was on a panel earlier in the convention time slots. What was it, like Friday?
Friday? Yeah.
Yeah. And all of our panelists are going to be judges on round 1 of the Summer Animation Jams. So the Summer Animation Jams is this little news post. You may have seen it. It's this little guy on screen. It's a news post that I had Tom make about these jams where there's not just 1, but 4 or 5 animation jams throughout the summer, all part of one big contest for a prize pool of about $5,000 right now, and a couple of video games. It's a very exciting thing. We haven't done one since 2018, and I really want to bring back these summer animation jams because I just graduated, and I didn't want to fall into a bit of an artistic slump by not doing anything, and I thought this was a good way to keep me busy. Creatively, at least, while I'm searching for jobs. So if you participate in the Summer Animation Jams, that's awesome. And you could win a lot of money. First prize right now is $1,300, and even 10th place is at $100. So far, it's the 3rd most overall prize money in Newgrounds Jam history.
Jesus.
But that's not as impressive when you consider that the top 3 were all made this year, because Newgrounds is coming back.
Hell yeah.
Had a baby. Let's go.
Yeah, we need to get to
Cool.
9,000 to be number 1, which is pretty crazy. But the round 1 theme of the jam is Stay Awake. So I wanted to keep it really vague. In the previous jams, there were several themes about being up late at night, or in 2018 it was Bad Dream Jam. So I want to keep it really vague for round 1 and have people like settle in before we do the really weird rounds. But I really want to see mixed media on the website. I love 3D as much as I love 2D. I love stop motion so freaking much. And I love like the creative shit that James Lee does. So there's a huge push on mixed media this year. And that's why our panel of judges, I think, is very apropos for round 1. So Hans, would you like to tell us about yourself and why you're here?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that I am wearing a tuxedo. Okay,
Oh, nice.
as we all are,
Yeah, man.
No, week
And I
7
do
shirt.
have-
Week 7.
Week 7 under the
you have
tuxedo.
the
blazer
week
over
7.
the week
Well, I'm gonna wear it all the way until week 7. So, anyway, I'm Hans. I'm kind of I started pretty early in the early days of Newgrounds. So I think I have a pretty good scope also to be a good judge on this because I work on different mediums. Like you said, like I also love stop motion. I had a whole stop motion series on Newgrounds. I make 2D. I make all kinds of styles in 2D. I've worked in live action. So I think I'm pretty good in the versatile sense. Like I can come at it in different angles. Like watching.
Yeah, my favorite part about Hans is that he brought a live action film. Like it was a pretty long, decent chunk called Mutton Chops 2 Newgrounds, and there was like so many people against like having live action footage on the website. But between you and James Lee, it's definitely become a little bit more appropriate and accepted. Super
I
excited
made
for that.
a long time ago. I made a cartoon called Animation Invasion, which is me fighting like my cartoon characters coming out of the screen. That was
Classic.
like so if you guys want to check that
remember
out,
that.
like that's another example of like I'll once it like what the once in a while like live action uploads on Newgrounds. So yeah, that's me.
Yeah, and the next person that we have on our panel is actually the person who created this banner itself. It's super cool. They definitely prove they can do mixed media super well, and their 3D animation on Newgrounds is hella charming. We have Akirik.
Hello, it's me. My name's Kai. I made this cool little banner. I like to do both. I like to do 2D and 3D things. That's why I was reached out for this, and I'm excited to get in to watch these darn cartoons. Excited.
Yeah, and they just turned 18, so they almost didn't make it to this panel.
Oh shit! Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
our
that
next
is
person is
heartbreaking.
somebody I actually worked on my senior thesis film in college with. Is Dom. He's recently revived his Newgrounds account, but he has so much like
Yes.
style and personality in all of his art. I think if you visit his page on the website, you'll notice that everything he's got is spectacular and different.
Thanks so much, Brendan. My name is Dom. I'm a storyboard artist. I make music videos for labels, and recently Brendan and I just wrapped up production on our mixed media film Lucky Boy that I was director for and he produced. I'm a huge advocate for mixed media, especially photography and animation, and I'm really excited to see what's in store for the Anim Jams. I think that short deadline projects like these are the most exciting you can get. It's where you see artists create stuff on short turnarounds and get really crazy sparks of inspiration during them. It's really good to be here.
All right, who else do we have on the panel? We have Ellie. I convinced her to make a Newgrounds account a while back, and since then she's made 2. But she has plenty of knowledge when it comes to staying awake because I personally, we used to be roommates, and I watched her work on her film for 3 straight weeks without going to bed once. So,
Yeah, I
if
can confirm
anybody's
that's all
authority.
true. Yeah, I'm really happy to be here. My name is Ellie. Hi, guys. Yeah, like Brandy said, I'm kind of recent in Newgrounds, but I'm really happy to be joining because everything on there is really fun to watch. And yeah, with my experience, I'm a 2D animator by heart, but I've kind of hopped onto the Blender train recently, so I have a new love for like mixed media. So yeah, I'm just really excited to see the different entries for the jam because there's so many different ways to interpret Stay Awake. And I also just really like seeing collaboration between different artists. So yeah, I'm really happy to be here too.
Enough people who I'm buddy with, and I've paid money to make art for this specific event. We have Heyo PC, which is Chris Bechet, man of the people, biggest rapper on Newgrounds, next to, well, I guess Quiet right now.
Yeah.
Man of the people, Chris.
Man of the people. What's up, everyone? I'm Chris. For some reason, people know me more as a music guy here, but I've been on Newgrounds for 7 years. I have a degree in animation. You wouldn't know it from watching my shit, but I'm a big advocate of collaboration. I do a lot of big collab projects like Newgrounds music tapes, and I did the Raymond collab and garbage like that. Cheese World. What up? What's up, everyone?
Chris is one of the few people that I know who will dedicate 6 months to a shit post, and I love that, and I want some of that in the entries that we're going to be seeing in the jam this whole summer. So round 1 actually ends tonight. So if you're working on your jam right now, I would say hurry it up. A little bit lenient on the deadline, but you have till midnight of Pacific Standard Time. So that's, what do we got? 6 hours on that? Yeah, 6
Get
hours.
it done. Get it done.
Just in case
Yeah.
somebody's listening to this while they're animating it, go, 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 go.
Go, go,
Exactly.
go. You can do it.
Let's get it. Come on.
But you know, we are going to have more rounds, and we're having a rotating panel of judges. These are the judges for round 1. Some of them might come back, but I'm going to be swapping out the judges panel mostly with people who I feel that fit the theme of that specific round really, really well. And I have some exciting judges planned for rounds 2 and rounds 3 that I can't wait to introduce them because they're definitely authorities on the subject of those specific themes. But talking about themes, Hans wanted to ask everybody a question. And so we're going to actually run a straw poll during this broadcast. And I'm mostly just curious, would you participate in a round of the jam where you have to use a different medium of animation than 2D? Like something out of your comfort zone? Like
Say,
3D
like
or stop motion or
motion.
live action
Yeah.
film. Would this dissuade you from participating in the jam?
Because stop motion doesn't necessarily need to be clay. Like you could do like paper cutouts, or you could do different like styles. You know, like stop motion, for example, is we're saying
Exactly.
like
Go
anything
ahead.
stop motion. Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and put that in the panelist general chat. So everybody just like take some time, do some votes over the course of this panel. Oh well, we'll talk about the jams in general. Because I'm curious. I really want to do like a really weird theme for like round 3 or 4. Do something like,
Yeah.
you know,
And I feel like
not traditional.
I just checked it because I was curious when we were talking about it. Because back when I was doing stop motion, like I had to go out and get like a digital camera and then do it and then upload that. And you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
nowadays, since we all have like iPhones, I just looked and there are like some pretty good stop motion apps in the App Store that are free, you know?
There are.
So like even
I'm
that's why I was just wondering. It's like, is it just not accessible? But I think today it's pretty accessible.
it's
just not-
fairly accessible.
It's definitely getting more accessible. People in chat right now, they're talking about using freaking Legos, and honestly,
love
guys,
Legos.
if you made a freaking Lego stop-mo film, like
That'd be awesome.
One of my
I wanna
favorite
see a
films on
Lego
Newgrounds
Pico.
is straight up
Hi, Rita.
Lego Mandalorian. It's fantastic.
So good.
Lego
I
movies
love
are where it's at. Also, hi Rita, I see you in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, Forge Fire 101. That's exactly who it is. But it's not limited to just Legos. I actually went to school for a couple semesters for stop motion animation, so you could do like traditional puppets or sock puppets or
And I
even like
actually went to school
pixelation with
for
human bodies.
I went to school
Sure.
for Lego for a little bit, so
Yeah,
yeah.
up in Sweden.
Yeah,
I mean,
in
you know how some
Sweden.
people even do those stop motions? Like, have you seen that guy who does like he's on his floor and he uses dirty laundry as like this thing? You know, like you could even do stop motion people. I
Yeah,
guess.
there are
You know,
so
like
many award-winning animations done with stop motion. I freaking love
yeah,
it, and I want more of it on Newgrounds.
me
I'm
too.
sad that I have yet to contribute.
it is hard though.
We should do a stop motion collab. That'd be a fun idea someday.
It's so rewarding and it's
I would
really hard,
partake
but
in
it's
that
really
collab.
great.
Yeah, I feel like a jam is a little bit of a tight deadline, and that's why, like, usually for
Mhm.
these rounds, we have 2 to 3 weeks for people to make
Yeah.
their submission, from start to finish. And
Mhm.
sometimes that's a little bit too much of a pressure for stop motion specifically.
Yeah.
But I'd love to do some like weird mediums.
That'd be cool. Maybe like a stop motion collab. I would totally partake in that.
That would be so
I've been
cool.
missing
Yeah.
stop motion so
I'd love to
much.
see anything that uses like photography. Like I was watching Fooly Cooley lately, and there's so much photography in it. I was like, oh my god, like I love this stuff.
Again, like it's so easy. Everyone has a camera now, and you can email the pictures to yourself. Because before it was like, oh, I get a camera, but then you have to you have like the little microchip with all the files in it of the pictures you took, and then you have to put that in your computer. Back then, it was a lot more of a complicated mess to like put
Yeah, these
photos.
days you can just airdrop that now if you're using an
Exactly.
iPhone.
Yeah.
Yeah, on my senior film with Dominic, we actually used a really expensive program called Dragon Frame. That's what like Studio Leica uses.
Oh,
But basically, it's
wow.
like you just shoot it with your DSLR, and it goes straight to. It saves it immediately the moment it takes the photo onto your hard drive.
Yeah,
That's so
seamless.
cool.
Super helpful.
That's so cool. Yeah,
But
Leica's
yeah,
my
stop motion
favorite.
is. I feel like stop motion is the most accessible when you're younger, and then there's slowly a crawl before you're able to get to like high end stop mo. Like it's
I
the
mean,
easiest to
when
get
I was a kid,
into.
I did stop motion before anything, before doing music or any animation. It's fun. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I did with
Yeah.
Legos and like my MP3 camera.
You could watch like my series on Newgrounds in stop motion is called Clatomic, and there's 6 parts. I never got to finish it because I moved, but yeah, like I ended up starting to use like little like I'd go to like Michael's or Hobby Lobby and get like miniature like dollhouse furniture, and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Yeah, it's fun.
That's awesome.
What else do you guys want to see in like the span of the summer animation jams in the entries themselves? Like I'd love to see stop mo personally, but like is there anything that like specifically that you want to see maybe with the Stay Awake jam? That's like an idea or like a type of medium that they explore.
Well,
Any
I'm wondering.
expectations?
I'm wondering if like because Stay Awake it could be so many things, right? It could be comedy, it could be horror, it could be So I'm more just excited to see what people did with it because right, like you could do Stay Awake as like almost like a Freddy Krueger concept, right? Or
Yeah.
it could be like someone needs to stay awake for some funny reason, I mean,
Okay,
I'm
Yeah,
super
I'm a big
excited.
fan of comedy, but I'm excited to not laugh at every single submission.
Exactly.
So get this. I like for me, like I'd even go to simple mixed media, like even just like traditionally done backgrounds, like colored pencils, like
yes.
crayons. That stuff is amazing to me.
Oh,
Like I love
that'd be
seeing
awesome. That'd be
markers,
a
love it.
perfect use.
Yeah.
Yeah, during these jams, I want to see I love seeing like experimental, like super stylized 3D work that like completely breaks the rigidity that normally comes with 3D animation. I'd love to see just people experimenting and figuring out what they like doing with this.
Sure. Yeah. Like you could even use like if you do stop motion on a green screen, you can key it out and put it on like say a color pencil background. Like you could do all kinds of things,
Yeah,
absolutely.
so nice.
Oh, that would be so awesome, actually. That'd be sick.
Like one of my favorite types of stop motion that I don't see often is when they plaster clay onto the table and the camera's pointing down, right? So it's not like a figurine standing up. And so then you can kind of like almost do like a clay 2D thing. Have you seen that? Like kind of like the intro of Flapjack. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Sand
Yeah,
animation.
what are you talking about? Those are really awesome.
Yeah, it's
Dude,
like that
sand
style.
animation.
I recently bought like a. Do you know what
Shadow
Buddha boards
puppets.
are?
What?
Do you know what a Buddha
Right.
board is?
No.
It's
No.
basically and I just discovered this like through a Twitter video that was super freaking cool to me. But basically it's a piece of paper where you draw on it with water and then it evaporates and it's used to practice calligraphy. Basically what you could do is you could draw on it and then take a picture and then wait for it to evaporate in like less than a minute and draw on it again and do a next frame, next frame, next frame. You could do stop mo animation with this piece of paper.
Wow. Yeah. No, I think I know what you're
sick.
talking about. I remember seeing it in a store and messing with it, where it marks and then it goes away. Yeah. It's
Yep,
almost like
and
an
it's just
etch-a-sketch,
perfectly
an
clean.
etch-a-sketch.
And what were those papers called that you'd get like in art class when you were a kid, and they're all black, and you take like a toothpick,
Oh, and
you'd
you
scratch it
scratch?
off, and
The
yeah,
scratch
and it would
board
reveal the
things?
rainbow
Oh
shit.
yeah. They're
I'd
all
love to see
colorful
that
underneath.
animated. Yeah, that'd be crazy.
That'd be a lot. That makes me so excited because, like, I don't know if you guys saw during the Friday Night Funkin' Jam, is there was a person who did cardboard cutouts.
Oh
That was
yeah.
freaking cool.
That
I
was
love
awesome.
that. And then
Wasn't
another
that like
user
3D
started
animation though?
copying it, but
Wasn't
they
that
did it in
3D
like 3D.
animation though?
No, the
Yeah.
original one was with like cardboard and shit, but then another user started copying their idea with 3D.
Oh,
That's
Kind of like how
crazy.
South Park's Evolution was, right?
Yeah, so there's one user who like posted one video and it's cardboard, and there's another user who's done like 10 videos since, because 3D is a lot quicker.
Yeah.
Oh, well, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh,
Well,
that's
no,
excellent. I
and even
love that.
layering it is easier. Layering all the paper is a lot easier in 3D.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
All
I
I know
definitely want
is
to see people explore these mediums.
there are definitely people who made submissions and they were no stop motion in them. They're sweating bullets right now.
Sorry, we just like we know that there's more to mixed media than just stop motion. We just get obsessed because we freaking love that stuff.
Yeah, this is a personal thing for me, but for the Stay Awake Jam, I slightly, almost kind of hope that somebody does like a fan animation for Near Deadline, because that's the game that Nick's not here, which sucks, because I basically made this theme based on a game that we made together, where you have to be an animator who stays awake for 5 days and 5 nights straight, working on a commission. And I'm just, yeah, so that's why I'm disappointed he's not here, because I basically made the theme around, him. So again,
You gonna
he
cry
thought
about it,
Pathfinder
or
was
like?
more important. Yeah, a little. But I hope to see like a fan animation or something of that game, because it did get a lot of hits back when it came out. And I'm always fond of like old projects. Everybody wants to get like fan submissions,
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've only had a few, but like when it happens, it's like, oh, so intense.
Yeah, it's like fan art. It's no matter what it is, it's beautiful.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a question for Brandy real quick. Am
Yeah,
I
hit me
supposed to
up.
be watching your stream during this?
You don't have to. Right now, I'm just holding up the straw poll, so that way people would see like the progress and how people are swaying. So far, it looks like that people would participate in a stop mo specific jam, but it's not a whole bunch of votes right now. Don't forget to vote, everybody who's listening right now.
Yeah.
How many people do we have?
Get your votes in. Get your votes in.
Be completely honest. Don't like.
Yeah, there is a section for saying that you do not care. I'd like
Every
to.
vote matters.
This is
Yeah.
your vote.
This is why people put
Because
vote on
basically,
the
this is my proof to Tom that like people will do something that's not 2D.
Yeah.
Oh, we need that. We need to prove to Tom.
No, I really believe you guys are going to be pushing that movement and it needs to happen because now, like I said, nowadays it's so accessible. It's not as big of an ordeal. To like be mixed medium about the way you animate.
I think that we're gonna see a shift because after Spider-Verse and a lot of stuff that came out recently, people are starting to get really inspired. We're gonna get a new wave this year on Newgrounds where we've got a lot of people who are trying things that just haven't been tried on the site before. That's my honest prediction.
Me too. I think you're right. I think I'm with you on that.
Well, yeah, Mitchell's versus the Machines. Like when that came out, Dom and I were working on our film, and we were like, "They copied us."
Yeah,
but I'm super
literally.
excited for that kind of thing.
No, I think it's an epiphany, like the a whole. Like
Everybody's having it once, yeah.
Rippling, yeah. It's like, why are we being so confined? Because I also think it's healthy to shake things up like that for a while, because then you can come back to maybe a basic,
Yeah, that's the same reason that you don't want to just make animations. There was a panel earlier when someone was talking about like burnout, and they were just giving advice in general. And they were like, have other hobbies that aren't art. My other hobby is game development, so I get to do like programmer brain and then artist brain. But other people, it's like go outside, play basketball, have a passion for milkshakes and catalog your favorite milkshakes across the entire state.
Yeah, that's why I jump between animation and music because I just get burnt out on one and jump to the other. You know?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
need to do that. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm like writing, voice acting, animating, drawing. You know, like I kind of like like hop.
Yeah, they're all
around.
same
all the
vein.
jobs.
Yeah.
Brandon and I, our film is over like 10 minutes long, and when that wrapped up, like we were like, holy crap, like we really need a minute. And I've just been spending a lot of my time like playing football in the park with my friend, and then also just like
Hell
just
yeah.
like doing editing, like just like stuff that's not using the same part of my brain that puts the pen to the paper. Like I could not do that, and I encourage everyone else to find other things.
Sometimes,
like,
yeah, sometimes that's where your inspiration comes from too. You know?
Cooking,
You never know.
cooking's my big thing. Honestly, it doesn't have to be like just stuff that you can upload to Newgrounds. Like find your own arts, like, and it'll all influence each other.
Speaking of which, I know this is a jam, but I hope nobody pushes themselves like too much. I remember when I did the 2018 jam, I literally I waited to the last minute and I did all my entries in under 3 days. But most of the time, I would just like put up a stream on Twitch so my friends could see what I was doing, and I would just be working straight for 48 hours until like submission was over.
That's like
Don't
a
do
game
that.
jam too.
Don't do that.
Don't push yourself. Don't hurt yourself doing this. You want to just have fun and like show off our cool skill.
Even if you don't have the full 3 weeks, I think you can make a decent animation in just a couple days, but don't prioritize it over sleep. Our deadline is a little bit forgiving, but I can't promise anything like past the Monday, you know, like the day after. I can't promise that we'll see any new submissions past then because we have to get the judging.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think pushing yourself is good. It's I think maybe the key word is don't damage yourself.
Fair.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I
Don't
mean?
strain
Like,
yourself, but strive to make something you like.
Yeah, don't destroy yourself. You know, like
Push to your limit. If you're
exactly.
dying, stop. You know?
Like if you're
Yeah.
feeling the carpal tunnel, don't just like do stretches. Do stretches and stop.
Yeah, take a minute. Like I know that like a lot of this stuff also just like this is just coming from me because I'm a storyboard artist, but you also got to work smarter, got to organize like pre-production and just think like what can I actually make, like really write it out and like be dependable on yourself. Don't like bite off way more than you can chew and then just like sit there and deal with it for a few weeks. You're not going to like it.
And then, because another thing about the thing, I think the key, what makes like jams like this fun is that you work within limits, and you do,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, you make the most with the limitations. So you know what I mean?
Yes.
So it's kind of that's where you're exercising the clever muscle in your brain, and you know
Yeah.
more so than the I don't know the juggernaut. You know,
Use the
Yeah.
use the awesome series Ego Raptor like squish and tween method, and
Yes.
don't like go frame by frame Harry Partridge on this bitch.
on
Oh,
one.
God.
That's a good example.
Yeah, you'll
Yeah.
get like 12 frames in, and then it'll be the last week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's like it's being again being creative with the limitation. You know.
That Castle
Yeah.
Crasher pose to pose with the little settle, like so easy. It looks
Oh,
so
yeah,
good.
tiny squish.
Yeah. Because then you also discover like new ways of doing things that you maybe wouldn't have. You know, you're like when you're on like this time limit, you're like, okay, well, what can I do with this? That's always the key, I think, with any creative project. But then it's just you know reduced to this like essential core with a jam where you're like, okay,
Yeah.
got to do a thing in a week or whatever. You know.
Yeah, find your scope and work in that scope.
I
Find a way
think
to-
that dude, there are entire art mediums that were founded on limitations, like pixel art, low poly game art, like all sort of stuff is just birthed from people that like otherwise wouldn't have chose to do that. It's just all that they had the option to make.
Wait, I want to change my answer. I don't want to see stop mo this round. I want to see like a low poly Final Fantasy VII style.
Yes.
Oh,
I was about
yes.
to mention that.
Charming.
I was
I
about to
would-
mention that.
I'd
I
like
would
to see
fucking
some,
shit
like,
myself. I would piss
I'd like to
blood.
see some of that like brain
shit
dump
himself.
style. You know what
You know
I
what I've
mean?
realized?
Yes, brain dump is excellent.
You know what I've realized? A lot of those early like low poly PlayStation 64 games. What I think one of the reasons why like when you look at like the old Metal Gear Solid game, like the way the characters are modeled, I always felt like the Japanese did a really good job because maybe I don't know like it almost had this like origami logic to the way they built the models. You know what I mean?
Well, the
Mm.
thing that they did was actually draw them out, and then they used grid paper to kind of like block out the different perspectives and pixels and try and be as geometric as possible. So when it came to
Yeah.
like making vector models, they would actually
Yeah.
draw triangle lines between the grids and try and stay as mathematically perfect as possible. Because when you programmed back then and you modeled back then, you had to input specific vertex locations on a grid in 3D
Yeah, like
space.
you had to map them like almost like a cartographer, you know?
Yeah.
Rather than an
Oh,
illustrator or a
interesting.
So like
sculptor.
the end of Cloud's hair was 0.180 by 71 by 60 or something like that. It
It's
wasn't
almost
something in
like
physical
folding
space you could
origami
see
paper,
before
right?
rendering.
Yeah, it's where it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna use this shape, and that's gonna be this part, and it's a different logic. I really, and I don't know, like that in itself, that limitation, like you said, I think that was you, right, Dom? Like
Yeah.
that's a whole art form that was like created out of that limitation. Even like musicians in the old days with the games, like I think they only
That's
had
what I was
3.
gonna say. Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. Please let me
Yeah,
know.
because like thinking back at like 8-bit shit, you got like what 4 tracks or something to work with, and if you had the one instrument playing, another one would play over it and like erase the other one. You know what
And
I
if a
mean?
sound effect played, it would have to remove one of those tracks, and the song would still
Exactly.
have to sound good, even if a sound effect overwrote one of the parts of the music, you know?
Exactly.
Then there's also like file size because you know you had
Yeah.
to fix it on a little game card. So then
Yeah.
like it became like how do I make music beautiful? And it's like beeps, beeps.
Yeah.
Dude,
It's,
someone in chat just brought up hip hop. Like literally just like a mic and a
Yeah.
turntable. Like
Yeah.
they just sampling, like you think that they like wanted to do that like first start? Like no, but they made it insane. Like
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
It was
people
just
people will take like if somebody has like a shit mic and a shit program, they'll make the most with it and just take like say you take a sample. It's kind of where like lo-fi music evolved from because you get like these lo-fi sounds and you're exporting them to such a shit quality with whatever instruments you have and you just make it sound as good as you can. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Like 100%. Because then on the flip side, right? Like you'll look at these big movies, right, where they can literally do anything. And then it's funny how a lot of times, like big movies, they'll have similar looking set pieces because all the big movies are all operating on all cylinders, but then it kind of ends up becoming the same thing, right? Does that make sense? So with these limitations, you're able to focus and then discover an approach or a style or whatever, rather
Well,
than
yeah, I mean, to a degree, like when you look at stuff like a Marvel movie and you compare it
Mhm.
to like another action movie,
like a
the
Lord of the
difference
Rings
is,
or something.
yeah, like the difference is like on a grand scale is very minimal. Like there's small differences like the types of blasts or like gunshots or muzzle
Of
flashes
course.
or like the colors. But to a degree, it's like they're very like closed and simulate. Whereas like you have very like artsy films. I think there's this one film where it's just a one shot of this dude beating up people in a hallway for 40 minutes. I don't know if
Beating
you've
up?
seen this.
Oh, are you
Yeah,
talking
Beating
about
up.
is it the Korean movie?
yeah.
Yeah, and the
Where it's like
camera
that's
just
its
pans
own
left
art
and right.
completely. Yeah, it's
That's
more
Old
performance.
Boy. That's Old Boy with a hammer. He
Yes.
has a hammer. That's an
Yeah, Old
amazing
Boy.
sequence.
Yeah, whereas like
Amazing
that's
sequence.
clearly a different film, but they're both working in the
Yeah.
same media.
And
Much like
it's not
animation
to
where you have
knock
2D and
on
3D.
and I'm not here to knock on like the big movies. I'm just saying that a result you get out of limitations is very unique differences, you know?
Yeah. I'd slap
oh
you if you
yeah.
knocked on the big movies. I think I saw Endgame 3 times in theaters.
I love Endgame, yeah.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
really
No,
good.
yeah. But it is
Um,
like you compare that fight to like a Lord of the Rings and it's like you have the similar swooping camera angles because it has to capture all the things they're doing, you know?
and that's just an effective way to shoot action.
Yeah,
And that's why I like that other movie because it takes action and it works with its own limitation where it goes, all right, we're only gonna have the camera move down a track and we're never gonna cut. How do we
Mhm.
make a movie that's super good? And it's like
Mhm.
just
Panning
fantastic
left and
choreography.
or tracking left and right, yeah. And
Yeah.
so then they
Yeah.
made this hallway with a missing wall, right?
It's like you have 3 sliders where you're like acting, visuals, and sound, and they just like cranked up the acting and turned down everything else for that one.
Yeah.
That's
a
what
good
you
way
gotta do. You gotta compensate for like stuff that you lack with things that like you're like I don't know, like you can push like other parts of something. Like you don't have to be like the best compositor and animator and voice actor and like
Exactly.
I don't know.
Yeah, no,
It's like Chutney Glaze. Like, have you seen Chutney Glaze on Newgrounds? This is a person
No.
who
Yeah.
he doesn't want to use his mic. He doesn't want to voice act at all. So he just uses Hanna-Barbera sounds and very comical animation, these bright colors,
there you
and
go.
it's so stylistic and it's lovely. And I mean, everybody loves Chutney
I
Glaze. It's
love that.
fantastic.
There you go. No, that's a very good comparison. Yeah, but he made
But
this
you guys want to
whole
watch some entries?
of course.
Oh yeah.
I
Hell
I
yeah.
want nothing
Hell
more.
yeah.
All right, let's watch a couple. The first one that we're going to start with, uh, is actually going to be a pick of mine.
Ooh.
Ooh. This is the Brandon Weasel special.
Yeah, this is my pick.
I really like
Holy
it.
crap, let's go, let's go.
I'm
Let's go.
excited.
This is my pick.
Peep this one. Holy shit.
That was great.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
So awesome.
Holy shit. That was
Yeah, I
incredible.
freaking love this one. I'm just gonna
Just
let it
like-
play and mute it.
Like
And
the
we gotta talk
distortion
about it.
on his fucking face. Whoa, it's like
I want to say that the first thing I noticed was the quality of the audio, like the sound.
yes.
Yeah, this is a person who knows soundscapes well. Even if they're not making the sounds themselves, they understand that like there's a certain level of overlap and there's a certain level of like using unique sounds to just like trigger you to look at something.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Well, you know what's one thing I like
See
about this
Malcolm's
one?
name here. Can you like scroll down a little? Is there anyone else, or is it just Malcolm?
Oh, it's just Malcolm.
Oh my
Jesus.
god, Malcolm. Malcolm is you're amazing. Malcolm, if you're
This
anywhere
is
else,
so good.
This is amazing.
It's like this whole like it like the whole thing feels very like in the character like when you get like stuck in your head, that's what it feels like. Because like literally nothing else is being focused on other than like him, his like computer and his drinks except for the house at the beginning.
Exactly.
That's-
And this is a man who's like just watching Dogecoin die.
Yeah.
Like he's been
I gotta
trading
say, I
stocks for
relate- I
so
It's
long.
so it's so fucking good. I love this.
I love
thing.
this
gotta say, I
animation.
relate-
He builds
Can
the
I- can-
environment really well.
Let me mention
Yeah.
one thing is it's hard to do like glitch effects like well or like where they actually feel glitchy where where it's not just
The
like at
guy's
it and
face gets me.
really like lean into that real well.
I love
Yeah.
the face he makes when it actually drops.
Yeah,
His
the face
looks
is
great.
so great. That's
That
funny.
entry is excellent for its uniqueness by itself. And I just want to be clear real quick on stream to everybody who's like watching on stream or like in this call. We're not doing any judging tonight or at all right now.
Yeah.
We're just watching some of these entries for the first time. I've seen a couple of these. We're mostly
right
looking
now.
at recommendations that people in the Discord server themselves have suggested or have made. So we're going to also look at a couple of those.
Cool.
Yes, please.
This one, I actually did see this one the other day and I freaking love it. I'm in love with it. It's fantastic. It's short.
Whoa.
I
Me
like
It's
too.
it. I
fantastic.
really like the thumbnail.
Well, yeah, I really like what I'm seeing
Really
already.
good.
Oh my god.
And it loops. Yep, it's a
Holy
loop.
sh-
Amazing.
That is
I love it.
freaky. I love
Amazing.
Yeah, I'm really excited because someone did a loop, and I was really hoping for it. Looping is a feature on Newgrounds. I don't think enough people do.
No, I agreed. Well, wait. Hold on a
I
second.
didn't even know
We
you
have to
could
watch
do it. That's
Fucking
awesome.
Howard.
So
I'm a
good.
really big fan of the character design.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's you.
I love how it's just like nerve endings. Like
The sounds, it's all like reverberating. He's in this empty space with just the light of the machine behind him.
In my college, myself, Dom, and Ellie, we had a professor who had a saying where sound is 60% of animation,
Oh, absolutely.
and it's so true.
Oh,
Whereas
sound
like the
is
sound in these
garbage.
two entries, like they just make them elevated.
Absolutely. If your
I
sound is
also-
garbage, people like they get kicked out of the video.
First thing you
immediately,
notice.
You know? Yeah, it just makes
Yeah.
it makes
I'm
it feel
sure.
less
All right,
cool.
all right. And this is not to knock Dom, but I'm sure when people are watching this and they hear our audio and they hear Dom speak, they can notice a clear difference between some of us. And they're like, Dom sounds like he's in like a big open room, and
Bathroom.
you notice it
Dom's in
implicitly.
the
You're just like,
dungeon.
that's a thing. It's not necessarily bad, but like, it's hitting you. It's like distracting sometimes,
tells
especially if it's in
you.
your animation.
Sorry guys, I'm in a big house. I've got fucking money.
You're in
Yeah,
a big
15-foot
dungeon.
tall
You hear
ceilings.
chains rattling.
I would honestly go as far as to say that sound is 60% of even film. Like you could have a movie
Yeah,
that looks
yeah.
really
Yeah.
good, But if it has bad sound, you just can't get into it. I always like to consider that like sound basically is what gives a visual medium a dimension, right? So you have like it's almost like if you have the animation is the first plane, sound gives it the depth, you know?
Yeah, well, it's like the theory if you watch a horror movie and you turn
Mhm.
off the sound, the horror movie is automatically not scary anymore. There's no
Yeah.
like feeling behind it.
Sound is a
Exactly.
driving force in any visual medium, and that's just crazy, but it's true.
But before we run out of time to talk about this one, I just want to like say that I think that what I like about this one, and I want to say to everyone attending this panel, is please make more simple concepts. Like you
Yeah.
don't need like a 3-act story or anything. Like the purpose of your animation is only to elicit a response. This is perfect.
This
like
is
do
so
more
true.
smaller projects.
You know, when I did the jams in 2018, my last entry was my most ambitious and had story and voice acting and had length. And I was like, this is the biggest mistake of my life. And I was trying to finish it in a hotel room while I was going to a convention. It was like I had people helping me. I was like, draw. I was like, it just wasn't as, and it didn't rate as well either. Like people didn't like it as much. And I was just
You know
like,
what I think
You gotta
it is?
start small.
No, yeah, not only start small, it's like for something like a jam, it's like the whole point of like the time crunch, like the little slice you have to work on it. I think the key is you just have to make something memorable, you know? And you don't need a 3-act structure for that, like you said, Dom. You know, for something like a jam, it's like just make something memorable, you know? Like
all right. This next one is Never Sleep Again by Goodall.
Ooh.
Heard of 5-hour energy. You've heard of 7-hour energy. Now get ready for just fucking never sleep again. Never sleep again uses medical headgear that in clinical
That's
trials
pretty.
has been shown to reduce the amount of sleep in patients by up to 99.9%. This reduction in time spent sleeping is allowed for some
this is breathtaking.
to take on second or even third
Low
jobs,
poly.
increasing the number of workable hours in a day. The benefits are truly endless. Some up to and including all patients using Never Sleep Again have reported side effects not limited to depression, loss of appetite, chronic bowel issues, soreness of the eyes and head, suicidal ideation.
Ooh.
Yeah, they took mixed media and ran with it.
That's so cool. I'm loving this sound.
Me too.
Ace Pro Pyramid.
Espresso machine from hell.
Man, this sound.
Oh, I love it. I love
That
it.
was me.
I love
Yes.
it.
That's so good.
Dude broke into the Bass Pro Pyramid for coffee.
It's a sip.
Holy.
Aw.
It's an ad.
That's so good.
Did they seriously just do an anagram of Folger?
Yeah.
Yeah. Folgers,
Okay.
golfers,
I
golfers.
love it.
There's golfers in your coffee mug.
That voice.
This is great.
Oh, okay.
That was
Really
crazy.
good.
That was crazy.
That was astounding.
I didn't notice till the very end, but that guy's skin was just a straight up close up of like human skin cells.
Really?
And noticing.
shit.
I didn't notice
Yeah,
that
this
either.
I didn't
like
even notice.
freaked me out.
Can you
That
go
was
to
This was
incredible.
really good. This
Gage
is a piece that
Kudo.
took mixed media and just ran with it,
The
and
way-
it's super fun. I just want to stress though, although we were encouraging mixed media, they by no means have to be mixed media in any of these rounds.
Yeah.
This is like something that I'm excited to see happen on Newgrounds in
Yeah.
general.
There's just something naturally exciting about seeing the new ways people are mixing media. Like I love that static backdrop, you know? Like it creates like a cool effect where like the world's moving, but then the backdrop's like kind of more still, you know?
It's like a
I don't know.
skybox. It's
Yeah,
literally
exactly.
it's like a Sonic Adventure 2 skybox. It's beautiful.
Exactly.
I love how sound is used. Like we get to the guy and the music gets all intrusive, and then when he's running, there's like a bunch of drums.
Mm.
Oh, so cool.
I love the texture on his shirt, things like that, you know?
Yeah.
God, this is great, man.
Yeah,
And
Oh,
yeah,
the
reminds me
skin
of a
movie
lot
just
of
noticed
the
that.
shows I've seen.
sound really elevated this, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, again, yeah.
It really because like watching it now without sound, it doesn't have the same punch. But when with the sound, it really gives it that extra mood, dimension, tone, texture. I don't know, like it's really great. This is
It's
awesome.
so good.
Everyone go fucking follow this person right now. This was amazing. Like
Good L. All right.
I'm gonna do it right now.
Good L.
Yeah, me too.
Goodell had a
Shit,
panel
Goodell.
the other day as
Give a little
well.
clap
Good
for that
L.
one.
Classic.
That was cool.
All right. This next one that we're gonna see is submitted by somebody who's in our voice channel right now, Phasmagore.
Oh, I'm already following Goodell. Let's go.
Whoa.
No way.
This one is by Phasmagore.
Ooh, I saw this last night.
I appreciate the full pick.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Oh, that got me.
That was
That
my
was
actual
real.
door.
Yeah.
It just scared the shit out of me.
It's coming.
Ooh.
Good sound effect. I'm a fan.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Pretty video
I
gamey
love that.
sounds.
I love that bit crushing.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Whoa.
Oh shit.
I fucking love this. Whoa. She had her hand in her pocket at the beginning of the thing. Oh.
Whoa.
So I'm not entirely sure, but I think this is a story about phantom limb syndrome.
Oh, that's really cool.
I
So-
dig it.
There's
That
a
was
ton of
sick.
story building there.
Yeah, so
Some-
that one had a really
Lot
good
of
use of story more than
There's
like
really
mixed
interesting
media, and it's
foreshadowing.
equally strong.
And the
Yeah.
full pad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
in the
that was cool. I like
beginning,
the
when they're
progression.
playing the game, it looked their hands in their pocket.
Okay, Phasmagore just
Uh,
confirmed it. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
that's
So
why she's playing
cool.
with
That's a really
one
neat
hand too.
concept.
Yeah, I was wondering why are they playing with one hand, and then
Yeah,
Oh,
why it's
that's
like
yeah,
coming
so
at you,
cool.
and you can notice
It
the whole
again, it all
time,
makes
but you're not really
That's
paying attention.
so
That's so
cool,
cool.
man. I
Yeah,
Yeah,
love
this is an
this.
excellent entry.
That was a good twist.
Everyone follow Phasmagore.
Yeah, seriously.
No, it's
I
not
just
Phasmagore,
followed
it's
the.
Phasmagore.
Yeah, if you want to follow any of
My
those people
bad.
and you are in the server right now, all you have to do is go to the Summer Animation Jam submission text channel and just like scroll up and you'll find the video.
Real quick, the shot of the parents in the picture in the hallway made me think that the hand there was going to be like a parent, but then I like that it was like a twist.
That's
you
exactly
know?
what I thought.
Yeah.
The same thing too.
So I like the mislead
And
a
there's
lot.
this.
Yeah.
It's
If
so
you look at the
reveal.
fridge, there's a bunch of stuff about hands on it. There's a note that says "keep hand." There's a drawing of a hand.
It's subtle.
That's
You don't really
really-
notice it all until the
really
second
cool.
watching. That's what I
That was
appreciate.
actually really
Yeah.
cool.
It all just kind of builds up, and
I like-
then.
I like the delayed effect of it too, where you're like it ends, but you're like, wait a minute, and then you kind of, oh shit,
put
you
it
know, I
together.
like that a lot. That's
They're saying they
that's a cool-
foreshadowed the limb thing with the Hank drawing on the wall. Did you include Hank from
Wait,
Madness?
what?
Hank-
No.
That's
Is the off
Stepford.
color?
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Wow. Okay.
I mean,
right.
to a degree though, they don't have limbs. That's
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Yeah,
I'll take it.
yeah.
I'll take it.
Phantom limbs.
Oh yeah,
I
the,
like
the arm thing happens to him.
I do like the art style a lot too.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's a really solid
This
entry.
is
small
very
little.
pretty.
Can I make a quick little small self-indulgent announcement? I do the voice of Deimos in the Madness game, and it's finally in the game, and I'm excited.
Oh hell yeah!
The first thing I did is
Hell yeah.
the first thing I did was I spawned a bunch of Deimos just to hear him like like fighting. It was cool.
That's so cool.
I was actually gonna say like something that I got during this was like I was actually kind of getting like weirdly classic Newgrounds vibes with like the grays and the good emo storytelling and the gore and shit. Like
yeah,
I love this stuff.
Yeah, this has like Salad Fingers vibes, especially with like the slow reveal, the chopped off hand. That reminds me of Salad Fingers.
Yeah, and just the creepy vibe, you know. I
All
like
right, we
it.
got
The
time for
animation here
about,
is really nice.
I want to
Like-
say 2 or 3 more entries. And
All
this next
right.
one that we're
Hell
gonna
yeah.
go with, it's pretty good.
Wow,
I've seen
I
it.
fucking love this.
It's alright.
Oh, this look cool.
Ooh.
Ooh, baby.
Wait for a
To
shot.
go to school. Mom, you didn't sleep again. That's not healthy for you. Don't worry, sweetie. I was just finishing some commissions and don't worry, I'm gonna leave you at school anyway. Alright? Alright.
Ooh, that's kind of
Take
badass.
care, okay?
Not bad, I think.
Okay. The most importantly, you. Don't worry. I need to stay awake if I want to support my family and myself. Goodbye. Goodbye. You need help in the house?
So cute.
Dominic, you need to
Yeah.
go and fix it. Yes.
The Newgrounds
I'll
mode.
go.
Yeah.
Mom, are you going to pick me up today?
I want Hominos.
Sorry, I can.
Yeah.
I need to bring your uncle to therapy today. So, I'll just tell your father to go and pick you up, okay? Okay.
Is that Proto Man?
Oh, hey, Tim.
Sorry, now I need to talk.
What? Why not?
I need to go and do some deliver today, so I'll be right back, okay?
Oh. Alright. See you later then. Take care.
Oh.
Yes,
a
the
butt.
commission is done. Wait, what do you mean that it has 3 arms? Oh shit. Cake for 10 people?
Gag.
Oh, alright, I'm gonna
Yeah.
try to do that. Mom, I need help with my homework. What's 9 plus 10?
No.
21.
Oh.
Mom, I can't. Mom, oh shit.
This reminds me of.
Lady, I ask for no pickles. Lady?
On a pizza?
I love this.
That was so good. Oh shit.
Wait, so
There's more.
Mom, you fell unconscious. What? Why? Because you didn't sleep, dummy.
I like the mispronunciations.
You overworked yourself too much, man. I know it's important for you to help us, but you
I
can't
like
do
how
this
the
all at
kid
once.
is way
I
smarter.
swear
just
that's
like
Big
you,
Texas
dummy.
Tony.
Yes, Mom. We love you.
Looks like
Do
him.
this to yourself ever again, alright? We love you.
That's cute.
I'm sorry.
This is cute.
It's okay. It's okay. It's important to stay awake. But not too much.
Exactly, and that's what we're talking about with
Yes.
participating in these
Oh
jams.
yeah.
I really appreciate that this stays on theme without it being about awake.
Newgrounds.
Yes.
Mhm.
Para todos.
Oh, that's cute. I love this.
Awesome.
Everything fine.
I have to say I have a soft spot for custom logos.
Yeah, same.
Wait, who,
Especially
who made
because, like,
this one?
you know, the banners.
Mhm.
They're in the YouTube chat right now. It's Temmering.
Oh.
I mean,
How
incredible
was
job.
that was only
nice job.
320, but like it covered a lot. I was surprised like
Only
the
320. This is daunting. This is crazy.
God
Like,
damn.
No, what I mean is like the story covered a lot. Like it
Yeah,
was
that's
really,
what he's saying.
really,
Is like in
really,
the
really well.
duration of 3 minutes, a lot of material was covered.
yeah,
Yeah,
really good
good
storytelling.
pacing. So I
Yeah.
have to say the pacing was
pacing.
really good. Yeah,
Yeah.
on this one. I love when it like sped up, you know, and then to the
Yes.
pizza. Like no, all the this person has a very what's the name? It's a little
Temorinkle?
flowy. Yeah,
Tamarinki? I think it's an I.
Yeah, it's an I.
Temorinki. It's like tamarind
Mhm.
almost. Tamarindo or something. But yeah, this person has very good sense of pacing with story, which is really cool.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
Love the montage stuff. I love. This is gonna sound so silly, but since I'm a storyboarder, I think about stuff like this all the time. But shots where it's just like feet like moving on the ground, like little stuff like that. Like
Mhm.
I man,
Well, that's
this
like
one was
a
really good.
yeah, Dom. I mean, you'd like the exact same thing when I had to do that accidentally for my Among Us jam this year, where I had to leave in storyboard frames because I just didn't have enough time to finish, and people thought they were jokes, and I was like, oh, that would have been a good idea.
That's
Oh,
great.
but I thought, speaking of jokes, I thought all the jokes were very tongue in cheek and very cute. I thought they were
Yeah.
used very well.
It's hard not to
Yes.
like it. Like it knows it's endearing.
Like this,
Yeah.
this animation is a very fun feeling one.
Yeah, and nobody's like
Very-
scummy. Even the pickles lady isn't like that mad about it. She's considerate.
Yeah,
You
she's
can't
hot.
compare her.
Yeah, no, it's
No, I
good
agree. You
spirited.
want to skip ahead, Dom? Let's just like
No, well the frame you were on
Find
was
it
just
trash.
hotter with the hand dig. Like
there you go. Perfect.
good stuff. Great
All right.
drawing.
So we're gonna watch an entry now called "A Cup of Coffee for the Lady." I don't think they knew how to submit for this jam because they did
Whoa.
hashtag Stay Awake Jam. But
Uh-oh.
I'm
I already
counting
like
it.
the art style.
That's
I
the last
love
one we
this
can do.
art already.
Yep, and we have time for this and maybe one more.
Okay, let's do it.
Here, this should keep you awake.
You really think this drink will help?
Trust me, it will.
If you say so.
Do you want me to carry you home?
Please, more minutes, Parker.
Starting cute.
That's cute. I want to see
This is
more
really
of that
Strikes me
world.
as this strikes me as like an illustrator who decided to try their hand at animation, and I'm
Yeah.
glad they did.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
feels
really,
like a short comic strip you'd see on like Twitter or
Yeah.
something.
Yep.
One thing
Yeah,
that really
exactly.
stuck out to me.
So good.
One thing that really stuck out to me was the exact moment when her head hit the table. There's that like really harsh sound effect they used that made it sound like really heavy, like it was a really weighted fall to the table.
Yeah, we're all just horny for sound tonight.
Yeah.
Jasmine NG. Jasmine NG.
I mean, did you know that
Excellent
science
engineer.
recently discovered we have prostates in our ears? I didn't know that.
Let's go.
That's dude, I know what I'm doing tonight.
All right, we got time for just one more. This one is called Orville's Imaginary Friends.
Oh boy. Ooh.
Do it. Hope everyone's
Like-
been having a great time like me.
Like
Oh,
Orville
yeah.
Redenbacher.
I have. This is really cool. Ooh,
Yeah,
there you go.
okay, I can do this. All I have to do is budget my time and really work at it so I can succeed with flying colors.
This art style.
God.
Oh, I love the panel
Yeah,
shit.
2D and 3D merger. Big fan.
Oh, that's my dog's name.
Isn't that like a children's book?
It's a British
Maybe.
children's TV show.
Maybe cooking.
It might be a book.
Hey.
Oh no.
Just a minute.
Voice sounds familiar.
Oh.
Dude, that's Justin Roiland.
Yeah. I'm gonna go out and call my mom or something. Can you?
This audio is clean.
All right, cool. I'm sure you have it handled. Yeah, I don't care.
The style is flawless. This looks so good.
Giving me Lucky Boy vibes.
Actually, yeah, seriously. What now?
Oh my god.
Oh,
I love the
pretty.
characters.
Do you guys want some
fish or something? Whoa!
Oh, a little man.
Watch out.
Galactic grease.
Hey, little guy, I've got you. Oh, it's dangerous around here. You've got to be more careful.
It's cute.
What?
This is something Droid would send me as a idea for cheese wood.
There you go, little guy.
Oh.
I can't believe we're seeing this many mixed media entries just at random.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
So great.
Oh no.
No.
Oh no.
Dude.
Yes.
Hey,
Dunce.
Okay in here?
This is so on theme.
Cartoon
Oh,
by
it's
Ice.
So good looking, and the sound.
Amazing.
Good job.
There's like
That was
3D
so
audio.
charming.
When the guy walks to the left in that one shot, the sound literally pans to your left.
Yeah, there's quite a few people on this one.
Oh,
Wow.
Valbun did the fucking music, of course. I love
Oh,
Valbun.
so good. I'm following
Yeah,
everyone
that
who
was
worked on this.
That was a
was
solid
excellent.
last entry for today.
Gotta say, one thing I really love about this is it's interesting. But was it you, Brandon, that said that it's kind of like you have these different dials that you can kind of
Yeah.
crank up? It's so cool how like they put with the 3D backgrounds, like it gives so much detail that it almost kind of like balances out the simple character design. And so it feels like a complete package because they each kind of like balance each other, you know? Like you can go real simple with the characters to these kind of like silhouetted color blobs, but then like the background, because it's so rich, it kind of like it's really cool. That's another thing that's cool about this mixed medium is you kind of see how different people will balance things out, you know, like for a full effect, you know? It's interesting.
Yeah, and this one's excellent. It also looks like they used Blender. I'm like 90% sure they didn't bother using Maya for this.
Oh, I hope not. That
Yeah,
was
some of the
They didn't list it, but you know.
some of the effects look similar to like little compositor things you can do in Blender. So I think
Yeah.
it might be
Is this
Blender.
tagged properly? Yeah, it is. All right, cool. Just make sure
Yeah.
that we'll be able to find it later.
I
So
like the
is anybody
tag tired.
curious what the straw poll's at?
Oh yeah, let's check out the straw poll.
All right, so the consensus so far seems like
A good
50-50.
amount, yes.
It does feel a little bit like 50-50.
55% answers that say yes.
60-40. Yeah.
That's a good amount, though. I want to say.
Yeah.
If you guys have truly been honest instead of
Yeah,
being
if that's like the
idiots.
true average, that's a decent amount. I feel like people will be more committed in like round 4 or something to do something crazy because they already have participated in several jams. I just want to make sure that nobody skips on a jam because they think it's gonna be like too hard or out of their wheelhouse. When like jams are meant to be exploring and like trying and learning new things.
Brendan, get this. There's someone in the panel, the panel chat right now that says this motivates me more to learn animation so I can join. No, fuck that.
Yes!
Join next round. Do it. Like,
Yeah, hell yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what. I'm going to tease round 2's theme for y'all.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Ooh. Type in the chat. Go. Ooh.
Oh boy, oh my. Hi, Tom.
yes.
Damn.
I photoshopped this about 5 minutes before we started.
So that's what
That's what you were photoshopping.
That's
Oh.
right.
I didn't even remove the
really
white
good
backgrounds on anybody but the dude. But this is round 2's theme. You will have it in clear-cut words on Friday when we announce the winners of the Stay Awake Jam.
Oh, I see. So this is just an abstract like representation of what the theme is. It's not actually no score.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not actually.
Cereal jam.
Yeah, it's not Tom Fulp dunking his arm into a bowl of Fruit Loops.
Tom Fulp cereal jam. That's what it is.
NBS Jam. Did you know that was their old logo? I didn't until I googled old TV.
Okay, I'll spoil it. It's TV Alien Serial Invasion. That's what it is.
Yep.
I knew it.
Exactly.
I knew it. While we're on the, this is just an offshoot idea, Brandon. But while we're on the idea of teases, you think maybe either is this the last panel, or is there something else after?
This is the last panel before the closing ceremonies. So Stampy needs us off
maybe
in a
this could
few
be a good
minutes.
closing ceremony thing. But I could tease like the first 30 seconds of the Madness commercial that you worked on.
Ooh.
Would that be cool? It's the first 30 seconds.
All
because I
right,
want
all right.
people
Yeah,
to,
yeah.
Can we get more oohs in the chat?
Yeah, yeah. Right,
Here or
hold
in the
up.
next panel?
Hold up. Give us a sec.
You're
I do
doing
have one
it.
thing to announce before we do this, though, and that's
Yeah,
why
of
I'm
course,
like
of course.
shushing both of you.
Yeah.
Also, so right now, the total amount of donations and like contributed money for the prize pool is about $5,000 USD, and a couple of video games for each of the people who place in the top 10. We're still
Ooh.
accepting donations, so we can increase the prize pool. If we hit 9,000, it'll be the biggest prize money in any jam in Newgrounds history, which
How
would be super
close are we
cool.
to 9,000
But
now?
I'm personally adding a new prize tier where the top 3 winners are going to get a custom-made Newgrounds official T-shirt that says they are the winners for when they come to a meetup.
Oh my God, Question Blob. Question Blob is my favorite new Newgrounds
I
character.
love this.
Yes.
The T-shirt's currently being worked on.
Who designed this one?
This is a lot of cloud.
I did the blob, but I got a really nice artist and designer to work on the real shirt,
On the
and
question mark?
it's underway. Yep. It's gonna be a super nice question mark. I'm talking like impact font.
Oh, hell yeah.
Sick. Only some people can get impact font right, you know?
So yeah, the top 3 winners will get a T-shirt as a part of their prize that says that they are the winners of the jam. And after the jam, the shirt will also be available for people to purchase for like a non-winner version. And all the proceeds from buying that shirt will be donated to the very next animation jam hosted by Tom on Newgrounds.
Wow.
Wow.
The non-winner version, instead of saying winner on it, it's gonna say chump.
It's gonna say chump participant loser.
Yes.
It's gonna say you tried your best.
Participant,
Again.
that's the coldest one.
Get ready, round 2's theme. And yeah, we could look at Hans's
Hominos.
Cool. I could just send you the link, Brandon, and you can open it.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I've seen this before because I worked on it.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. If you want, you could tell them what you did after we watched the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, I did a really like dumb small thing, but it was heavily time consuming.
Yeah. I mean, that's why we had to
Turn up the stream volume. I see how it is on YouTube.
Where is the sec? I'm like
Oh no, what's happening on YouTube?
I found it
struggling.
faster than Hans did. I had
Oh.
it. We were good.
How do I? Oh, jeez.
Oh, it's in the trash.
Wow!
No.
No, who threw away the fucking?
I was gone
do I
forever.
All right, well, it was nice chatting with you guys.
Wait, so how do I get out of this full screen mode? I'm so stupid.
Can't
Can
believe
I-
you deleted the file.
Can I just?
Everyone is so trolled right now. You're just trolling everyone.
No, I'm
All right,
not.
this is
I
a
really am
troll.
not.
You know what?
I
If Hans
really
is
am
trolling
not.
everybody, I'm gonna work harder to make sure that everybody can see it. Give
Can
me a
you
sec.
message me, Brandon, and I'll just send you the link.
No, I have it downloaded. I'm not a chump.
No, wait, no, the latest.
I'm not a
I
chump.
need to show you the latest one.
Is V2 not the latest?
No, I'm still working on
Oh.
it.
Yeah.
Seeing a lot of tails in the VC chat.
I'm gonna hang up.
Yeah, I'm
gonna
not
hang up,
exactly
and
sure why.
I'm gonna hang up, and can you bring me back?
Oh!
No.
Oh, we got it, we got
Yeah,
it, we
this
got
is
it, we
not
got
the
it.
latest one. This is not the latest one.
Oh, okay.
We souped up that
The
text.
latest one takes place in Canada. No,
Yeah.
Oh, is that
not
impact
bad.
font?
How do I get out
That
of
does
this
look like
full
impact font.
Impact is sexy.
Well, that's
It
the
is.
Madness font. Here we go. Got it.
Actually,
What?
it's like
I
the
don't
meme
understand
font.
the tails in the
I'm
general
gonna
chat.
send you the link.
Yeah, DM it to me.
Trolled.
Oh, we got trolled.
Give me a
Here we
sweet,
go.
beautiful DM.
Perfect. Here it comes. Remember, just the first 30 seconds. I don't want anyone
Okay.
screen
Oh,
sharing.
guys, V3.
Yep. V3. VV3.
All right. V3.
Drum roll.
I'm so excited.
I'm so excited.
Me too, everybody.
If you're excited in the chat, can you type Brandon is a chump?
If you're
Yeah,
if you're
do.
if you're excited in the chat, can you write Cheese World in all caps?
Yeah, that too.
I'm trying to change windows. It really won't let me.
Cheese World.
Yeah, I love to
Yeah.
see it. Cheese World.
Oh my god, so much Cheese
Love to
World.
see it. Brandon sucks. Cheese World for life. Thanks,
Join
Dom.
Cheese World.
Is it not working?
This
Yeah, it's just-
festival's
it's
gone to
cracking up.
shit. It's all over.
I love seeing the cheese.
There's
You're actually trolling everyone right now.
I am
This
not.
is a troll. We're getting blue balled.
How come there's
Yeah.
two streams going on?
What
I
are
think
the? I
one's
have
like
no
the
idea.
YouTube.
One
like
is
a-
for the
like a
YouTube
repeat.
stream.
Got
Yeah.
it.
Also, like people get kicked out if there's a maximum, so 2 is nice.
Oh.
Okay.
I've
The person who's like streaming the call is gonna have to fix this so that way I can do this because I had to
we're
cancel
getting
the stream.
trolled.
There you go.
There we go. There we look at that. The phone
Yes,
line
see?
doesn't
That
anymore.
Well, it's
is.
still impact, but it has scan lines now. Chromatic aberration.
We're good to go.
All right.
Yeah.
First 30 seconds.
Power goes out.
Ratio in the YouTube chat. Holy shit.
But
Let's
yeah.
go. That looks
We
awesome.
got the hot dog.
Oh my god.
So what I did on this project was I every frame cut out the eye holes in Hank's goggles because Hans didn't put like a blue or green fabric inside of them. Because he still wanted to see out of them. So I had to cut them out, and it's like the lenses are black and the goggles are black, and I'm like,
Oh man, yeah, it was a brutal challenge. Thank you so much for like.
Someone
really-
watching the stream just DM'd me and said this looks like Just Dance.
Just
No, I appreciate Hank Van Harken.
Oh yeah, that's me and the Hank.
Hank
That's
Van
me.
Harken.
It looks fucking
Incredible.
awesome though, fellas. I'm really excited to see the full thing.
Dude, I can't wait for everybody to
Incredible
see it.
shit.
Oh man, it's a 3
right.
minute. You can see the time code there. It's like 3 minutes long, so it's not like you saw most of it.
Let's skip to
Yeah,
a
it's
random
Not like a
timestamp.
hot dog in a
No.
so that's it for this panel. Thank you for coming to the Summer Animation Jams panel. I believe Standpy is wrapping up the entire festival itself in the next panel, which should be in 8 minutes. We ran over a little bit, but he gave us permission, so I don't feel bad.
Yeah,
We're good.
whatever.
So thank you so much, everybody, for like attending, coming, hopping in the Discord, and I hope you enjoyed the entire festival. I just stepped on his toes for the next panel.
We'll see you guys. I love all you guys.
Yeah, same here. It's been really awesome being a part of this, and good luck to all the future contestants making their cartoons and making all their stuff. This is, I think, the beginning of something incredibly wonderful, and it's all because of you guys. And like, good job organizing this whole thing. You guys are fucking bomb, man.
Yeah, thank you for inviting us, Standpy. We should cut the stream
Yeah.
before Ellie says a slur.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'll get us out of here, dude.
And on that note, that concludes the Summer Animation Jams panel. I hope everybody had as much fun as we did here. Coming up in just a few minutes, we'll be wrapping up the Newgrounds Summer Festival 2021 with closing ceremonies by me and Lil Spook. So stay tuned and prepare for our little wrap up for this wonderful, wonderful event. I don't know if I'm even allowed to say that because it's like an event I coordinated, but I thought it was wonderful. I had such a good time. Anyway, we're going to be talking about that in about 5 minutes, so hang tight. Don't go anywhere. And, well, stay tuned for me and Lil Spook.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at newgrounds.com/radio.
Apologies to those on the YouTube stream. It seems that the audio was muted for just a moment, so we're going to quickly do that brief little introduction again. Thanks for letting us know. Once again, I'm Stampai here from the Newgrounds Summer Festival 2021. This is the closing ceremonies, and as we just said a moment ago, joining me is Little Spook, pretty much the other half of the coordination team from the outset. So once again, Little Spook, please give yourself your brief introduction.
I'm Little Spook, kind of like the Secret Service member behind the operation.
That's not too far off. So during this panel, we're wrapping things up here at the Summerfest, and really what it's about is giving people the opportunity to ask us questions about the event, talk to us about what goes into planning it, what sort of experience it was like behind the scenes, share a little bit about the behind the scenes process leading up to it, talk a little bit about that animation you just saw, and all in all, of course, why this event exists. So I guess I'll start off by explaining why I decided to even come up with this idea for a Newgrounds Summer Festival. And also Christopher Mickle in the YouTube chat, start with accidentally mute, end with accidentally mute. We like to go full circle. So the Newgrounds Summer Festival was an idea that I had not as a Newgrounds event initially, but just something that I wanted to personally host was an online convention. I have been affiliated with or staffed at conventions for over 7 years, and it's something that I'm very, very comfortable and familiar with. So I thought, I have all these various production-related skills. I know I can do this. I know I can plan this. Let's reach out to Tom and see if something like this is something that he'd be interested in endorsing. So I sent him a message with my proposal. He got back to me and said, yes, that sounds great. And it all began there. The start of that was about 6 weeks ago. That was around 6 weeks ago when that conversation happened, and that is officially where the plan to execute on this began. Right after my pitch, I got to work. At that point, I reached out to various people and asked, who'd be interested in getting involved. So I made my first announcement post where I was like, hey, we need people to staff, we need people to do art, we need people to get involved in various ways. And one of the first people to apply on the staff application was Lil Spook. And amazingly, Lil Spook and I have never crossed paths, but been in the same place before. And
very shocking.
Very shocking. Like, we both are from, similar real world places and have certainly been at the same place at the same time, but never met each other. So, I recognize names of things and, well, I mean, talk a little bit about your experience in conventions, not necessarily the conventions themselves, but just your background in con organizing.
Me?
Yes, you.
All right. Well, I've worked quite a few cons. I've never really been much on the administrative side. I do a little bit of it, but I'm mostly a cosplay coordinator for a lot of conventions down where I am. So I saw that Stampai had posted an ad pretty much for a online festival, and I'd never done it before, but I was like, what the hell? I feel like I'd love to help out. I'm back at Newgrounds since the first time in middle school, high school, I don't know. And what better way to join a community and help out than to just dive headfirst into an event like this?
Absolutely. So I think that was a lot of the same feeling I had. The Newgrounds Renaissance, as I've been calling it, it's a real thing. I mean, we had people over the weekend say that it's never died, but I think we can be a little bit more realistic about the fact that public interest in Newgrounds has never been higher in a very long time. And that's thanks to things like Friday Night Funkin' in particular. So with this uptick in activity, we're seeing other Newgrounds people coming back for the first time in who knows how long, because they recognize that their home is vibrant again. And so for me, who's been on the site since 2007 with my account, and earlier than that without it. Hello, can you still hear me?
Discord.
Discord.
can hear
We had the first connection hiccup in the entire weekend. That's hilarious. All right. Anyway,
of course.
2007 was when I first started using the site as a user, but before then, like as an actual registered user, before then I was using it for who knows how long, elementary school even, right? I'm 27 now for context, so I've been around for some time. And I kind of grew up on Newgrounds like a lot of people. And so I really wanted to give back to this really passionate and vibrant community of creative individuals. You know, when I look back where I got my foundations in how to do various things, I learned how to animate because I was really passionate about stuff on Newgrounds. And I know I'm not the only one. So that's where this idea came along, but I knew, you know, you can't do it all by yourself. So when I saw what Lil Spook had on the table in past experience, I was like, yeah, this is the person I want to bring on. So you were actually the only other staffer in any capacity for several weeks. I don't know if I told you that outright.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I didn't bring anyone else on because I didn't feel that we needed anyone else yet. And that was because together we kind of had all the pieces that you needed to build this thing. If any of you filled out the...
And thank you again for trusting me that much.
Oh, dude, thank you. I mean, you know, we went over the forms together that people were going to fill out, and those were all set to go. And those of you who had applied obviously know what one of those forms looked like. That also applies to the game development showcase. That applies to the animation or anything related to not the animation. That's a whole separate bag. But you know, applying for staff. You know, you guys get an idea of kind of some of the organization that went behind the scenes on this one. And as always, I do welcome you guys to ask questions in the panel questions tab. But before I do that, Spook, any thoughts on just what it was like leading up to this event for the weeks that we were kind of scheming?
We were behind the scenes. Stan and I worked our asses off, especially this man right here. He put in so much work and kind of just ran things by me at first before really trusting me with everything. There was just a lot of work. That's really all I can say about it.
It's broad but true. So one of the things that is in the Micro Bihan asked, do we apply for staff to join like for art assets, or do we just have to approach you? So that was one of those things that I really wanted to be open-ended. We had that post on the blog, right? So all of those blog updates, I think on all three of them, I mentioned wanting people to contribute art or art assets. And so all you had to do was upload it to the art portal and use the NG Summerfest 2021 tag. And if it fit the bill, if you followed instructions, because some people don't read instructions very well, it was added to the rotating wallpaper. And if it had unique functionality like little PNGs of characters, we also brought it in, and I used them as a lot of the times things like those little stickers you saw during the rotation. I used them on the schedule. So, you know, you see a lot of great talent from people here on Newgrounds that are all just coming together. And the key fundamental thing that I cared most about for this festival when I was planning it was sticking to our motto, everything by everyone. And I think this weekend proves that the motto is very true.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So for those interested in contributing art in the future and things like that, that would be something that just read the blog posts and follow instructions, and that's all you really need to do. When did I contact Tom about the festival? The middle of May. So like I said, it was about a 5-6 weeks turnaround from when I told him about it to then when we started working on it. So I think for a 6-week event, I think planning wise, I think we did a pretty good job. Pretty fast.
All right. I see. Please forgive me if I butcher this, but Zirius, they asked, what was the most stressful part about organizing this festival? I think you and I both have different answers on this, if you want to go ahead.
All right, so like the very first thing that comes to mind is probably the most recent example of it, but it was waiting for HPAR to send me the last piece of the opening animation on the day of the deadline. And I brought it up all weekend long. So and I will talk more about the opening animation, which you guys saw again at the beginning of this panel. But that was probably the most like, whew, okay, I need to know where this is at, man, because the festival's tomorrow, and we're missing a piece. So that was that was the most stressful part, because it's literally the second to last part of the cartoon, and like you've got all this amazing stuff leading up to that finish line, and then, you know, oh god, we're missing a piece of it. So I think for me, that's the most stressful part that came to mind. How about you?
For me, it's something that I've been dealing with for, oh goodness, a week leading up to the festival, maybe a few days, when we opened up the Discord server finally. And we started getting applications in to join the Discord server.
That's
The
when it
sheer
hit you.
amount of people who wanted to be part of the community on the Discord server was amazing. But that being said, it came with many, many issues, like people sending me pictures of memes saying get stick bugged, pictures of kiwi birds. A most notable one, I think I told you about this, Stan, was a Word document with a birth date typed onto it.
You did tell me about that.
The most stressful part was trying to get everyone to understand why we were doing things the way we were doing and to actually provide age verification.
God, that was such a pain in the ass, like truly.
It
And
really was.
we've still up to today, I've been explaining it to people in the chat. Like
Yeah.
it's frustrating because, people don't understand the importance of it, but it is what it is. And I keep it pretty simple, like play by the rules or get out, and I think that's simple. No nonsense, and that's how we get things done. So, I guess I could also, I do want to thank our additional staffers that we brought on, by
Yes,
name.
thank you.
Yeah. So first up, Neko Eye, another person with convention background experience and who I put in charge of our after hours content block. Definitely brought the sauce. There was plenty of good content, but
Really was a lot of sauce too.
yeah, but we kind of planned it out a little loose. We had like a broad idea of what to do there, but just knowing that we had somebody who is so experienced in, I guess, degeneracy, which is such a cornerstone of the Newgrounds experience, I think really was a valuable asset to the team. So I'm so glad that we had you, Neko Eye. And we have our other 3 staffers as well who were helping pretty much in periphery whenever we needed something else. So Kekiro, Video Game Kid, and Shal, thank you to the 3 of you for your role this weekend as well. We didn't give you a ton of crazy things to do, but you were there when we needed something. So that was the most important thing, was just having you there and having reliable people to lean on if something went down. Let's take a look at some questions here. So let's see. Panel questions. Oh, thank you, Rama Dragon says, Stampa, you're awesome. Thank you, Little Spook. Thank you. Okay. So what was each of our favorite part of the festival? What was your favorite part this weekend?
Oh no, I'm a little bit biased on this, and I think you know it already.
I do know it already. The one that's going to cause us the most problems, potentially?
The one that is going to cause us the most problems, absolutely. The one that got us pwned on YouTube. I absolutely adored the Picancho panel. It was one of my favorite things that has happened this weekend. Along with that, though, away from panels, just the sense of community and reaching out in the Discord server between everyone and wanting to collab and making friends, honestly, was one of the best parts of the weekend for me, was seeing everyone connect.
Absolutely. That was a huge win for everyone. For me, and I guess it's like the recency bias because I have to think back on everything that happened over the weekend. And I can't even say there was like an argument on what was my favorite, because emotionally, nothing hit me as hard as one particular event. And I will say the Picanjo panel, when we had the live Picanjo confession, that hit me pretty hard. But nothing hit me as hard emotionally as Newgrounds in Concert by Pegasus TV.
I was just about to say that was also absolutely amazing and phenomenal. If you're still in here, Pegasus.
Yeah, absolutely, man. What you brought to the table was truly, he's right there. Hell yeah, man. What you brought in that show. I mean, here's the deal. Going through the panel application process, that was another big thing, is right. What kind of programming are you going to have? And when I see the kinds of people stepping forward to present panels, You know, you really want to have a diverse and talented pool of talent, but you can't guarantee results because you don't know exactly what they're going to bring to your virtual event. Now, Pegasus in particular, I remember was one of the earliest applicants, and when I took a look at your body of work that already existed, I understood your soul. That sounds really cheesy, but like the soul that you put into your work, like your Livin' La Vida Loca cover, you know, and your music video that went with it, I was like, you know what, this guy gets it. I think this is going to be fun. And sure enough, I mean, what you did with your concert, I think exceeded everyone's expectations. We were saying Zo in the chat. We were even on the fly. I didn't plan for this, but your set was so powerful that I was like live mixing in visual effects into the YouTube stream, you know, with like gifs and stuff of the narwhals and Gary Blosma doing the Numa Numa thing. Oh, and thank you so much for that in particular. Touched my heart. So I got to go with the concert because it blew me away. Honorary mention to a certain dubbing portion of the convention, which was phenomenal, particularly on Friday.
That was amazing. Everyone who participated, thank you so much.
Subarashi. All right.
Give me a second, posting stuff in the chat.
HPAR asking the question. Oh, look at that. Did you enjoy the part where we all asked to join Discord at the last minute? So this pertains to the animation. This pertains to all the people who were involved in the opening animation more than anyone else. But especially HPAR asking this question is hilarious because, as I mentioned a moment ago, you're the one who gave me the last piece before I could say that the project was done. So I guess it's just in your blood to be very last minute. So yeah, here we are making this animation for about 5 weeks because, as I mentioned before, the convention was like a 6-week turnaround, and the animation, I came up with the idea, and then I was like, wait, that could be cool, but I don't know if it's possible in this short amount of time. I got the idea for this Daikon 4 style opening animation. If you haven't seen that, definitely look it up. It's a really big part of, like, I guess, anime, convention, culture, media. But I was like, what if we had one of those for the event? So I have all these amazing talent in this event making this animation, and those people were some of the last ones to apply to attend the convention. Like, why would you do this? Why did you say, oh, by the way, where's my invite? I don't know, fucker. Where have you been? Why didn't you send it over the last month when applications were open? Like, I was so angry. Like, come on. And you're asking me during opening ceremonies when I'm doing all this tech stuff, making sure it's not breaking. You're like, hey, can I get the invite? I forgot to apply. By the way, can you send one to me? Like, yeah, go fill out the application. Talk to Little Spook. I'm busy. Piss off.
I'm going to also like rebound off of that. To any panelist who is still here that DM'd me like the 30 minutes, an hour before their panel started with an additional thing, thank you so much. I appreciated the last minute hustle.
Yeah, Gallo, you say you feel less bad about not reading the blog post properly now. No, you should feel bad. You should still feel bad. You should feel more bad. Because with how disciplined you guys in the animation team were and how efficiently we were working for that entire 5 weeks, it amazes me that you didn't have the discipline to read the blog post. So let me talk about the opening animation a little bit, because as you guys got to see, it was, I don't mean to toot my own horn, that thing was amazing, and that's amazing because we have such talent on Newgrounds. Nobody, I think, knew. Nobody knew that it was coming. Nobody had any idea that we were going to have that. Not even you, Little Spook. I kept that a secret from you.
You did. Cool.
So
I cried a little bit.
Yeah, we had kind of like a pact, a secrecy pact in the little server that we had for the animation. I was like, listen, do not talk about this project. Do not announce this project. Secrecy with punishment of being removed from the project. Very, very serious. So, because the big thing is, if we weren't able to finish it in time, what would happen? We wouldn't be able to present it, and if we announced that it was happening, it'd be very embarrassing, right? So, we couldn't announce it until we were 100% sure it was happening, and then adding an extra kick to it, I was like, wait, Tom, what about Tom? So Tom was supposed to be in attendance this weekend, at least initially, I expected him to be around. And then like a couple of days after he told me that that weekend was good, this weekend, he goes, "Hey, I just remembered, me and the family are doing stuff that weekend." Oops. So, that was totally fine. But then, like, last minute, I thought, wait, what if we have Tom just send us a video? And I asked him, and of course he delivered. You guys saw it in the opening ceremonies, and I think that really tied the whole thing together. A message from Tom to kick things off, and then a kick-ass opening animation to make this a very memorable event. So, for those of you who are watching the intro to Flash panel earlier, it was a very good first look at the storyboarding for the opening animation to kind of give you an idea of what it looked like before the team started animating it. And it was just something I banged out one night. And even the song was like, I went on the Newgrounds audio portal and I looked for music that fit the usage rights, picked one that sounded the way I imagined, and I just followed what the music told me, and that's how we got our concept. So amazing work, and of course amazing additional details from everybody on the team. The final project is way better than the original drafts, and so yeah, I just want to give a tremendous shout out to all of the people who were involved in that production, whether it was a lot or a little. I do want to give some special shout outs. All of you deserve the credit. HPAR, I bust your balls constantly because of how long the last part took, but you delivered on multiple parts actually. And that includes everybody who collabed directly with you on your parts. HRoth as well. You really brought it. And you helped out on a lot of scenes. Bingo Waiters, I cannot measure. I told you this personally, but I want to give the shout out for how many times when someone needed something, you raised your hand and said, like, I'll help. And of course, the Shook Kitty filling in. Someone dropped out. The opening Tankman part where Captain is putting on his gear was actually supposed to be done by someone else, and you stepped in and did 2 parts involving the Tankmen, and they were phenomenal. And Kibby Supreme, of course, leading the charge with the Samurai versus Nene showdown. I mean, I could talk piece by piece. I can't see help with the the work on the ultimate, a pencil, a break. I mean, there were just so many pieces and so many people, and I'm sorry that I'm not mentioning all 28 by name, but like, good Lord, you guys brought such fire, and I talk so much about this intro because I've been listening to the song over and over and over and over for weeks, compositing everyone's pieces together, and, to the point where I didn't even need to hear the audio to know what's happening. Like, it's just, you guys gave me such magical work, and you gave this community something to be proud of. And, thank you everybody for voting and giving it daily first on the site. That was a tremendous honor. We couldn't obviously have this extra level of success without you guys and your support. So thank you so much. So Spook, any notable questions that you noticed that you want to bring up?
Address Micro's question that they asked a long time ago, and they asked what the funniest ID vandalization someone sent me were.
That's you. Let's hear about it.
Well, it was absolutely fantastic. It wasn't really funny per se, but there were so many people sending me like their OCs or little people doodled over their picture. A lot of people putting like the pit of hell for where they're from or somewhere in Nevada. It was there was someone, oh goodness, I'm gonna have to go back. But they were, I don't remember exactly what they did, so I can't exactly quote it. Never mind, ignore me.
Ignore me! Oh man.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain!
Scale from 0 to 10, how much are you tired? I could keep going. I feel pretty fucking good. I don't know about you,
Yeah, I
Spook.
can get another cup of G Fuel. I'd be good.
I am so jacked up and excited. Like, I'm living off of the excitement of you guys and this whole thing. It has been an amazing, awesome time. I guess a couple of moments of like, oh no, I had like for the game dev showcase, making sure that didn't fall apart. So that was, of course, kind of throwing that together and making sure it aired properly. I do want to know what you guys thought of the game dev showcase. If you like that, I certainly enjoy doing it. I'm obviously a big fan of games, so I hope to do something like that again in the future. And I see people asking questions about the future. We will address that, but not right away. We want to make sure we cover all the other stuff. Let's see. Oh yeah, like the Newgrounds podcast, that was like a hiccup. I got the timing wrong on when their panel was supposed to end, so like we ended it, and then like I realized I was wrong. So I was like, oh, you guys can go back on. But then Corey showed up. So it was almost like part 2 starring Corey. And that was a really cool turnaround. So yeah, apparently we are one voice away from being Skeletor. According to the chat on YouTube from Dark.
Oh man. Quick, someone else be Skeletor.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay. So any other direct questions? What would you say the fest was a success? Asks Cortat G. What do you think? Was it a success, Little Spook?
I apologize. I zoned on the chat.
Oh, no.
What were you asking
The
me?
question is, was the event a success?
Absolutely. In my opinion, this is one of the best convention type festivals that I've had the pleasure of being at, especially one so small. This took off much better than some other small festivals and conventions that I've seen. Like some of them just flop, you get like 10 to 20 attendees. This pulled in so many more people than I was expecting. I don't know about you, Stan.
I would say this has been a monumental success. Great success. I I didn't know for sure, but I was fully confident in our ability to deliver. And I think for a lot of people, there was always the question, right? Like, so who are you? What's your credibility? Like, where are you coming from? Well, I hope you have your answers now. So we're gonna start taking in some calls from the chat, and first person I'm gonna bring in is Almighty Hans. So everyone, you are now able to request to speak if you'd like to talk a little bit about the convention and your
Those hands
experiences.
go up.
So yeah, what's that?
No, I said, oh, just look at those hands go
Yeah,
up.
I know, right? Immediately. So yeah, Hans, you kind of asked about this first, so make sure you you request to speak. Oh, I accidentally muted you. That was my fault. Hello. All
Oh.
right.
Hey.
Hey,
How's it
welcome,
going?
Hans. Let's
No,
hear
I
what you got to
accidentally
say,
jumped in
man.
because I didn't realize yeah, anyway. Well, I want to give a little bit of a background before I say what I'm going to say, because like way back when, this is pre-COVID, when travel was easier, in like the 2008 kind of era, 8, 9, 10. I remember, and I know Lewis is listening right now, but me and Lewis would like organize, well, especially Lewis, he was the front runner of this, would organize the Newgrounds meetups, right? Because back then, we realized like how important like the sense of community was in Newgrounds. And online, the word community is thrown around a lot, but like community in the sense of actual real engagement, real output, real like exchange of, you know what I mean? Like that's like a really strong thing Newgrounds has always had. And when Brandon, at least for me, first told me, hey, would you like to be a part of this virtual event or whatever? I remember kind of like like I was excited, and of course I accepted, but deep down I was kind of thinking like, ooh, like virtual event, like I've always thought like something like this might be a little too distant, but the way you guys organized it, the way it flowed, the way everyone interacted, like this really is the spirit of like what me and Lewis tried to tap into with those meetups back then. And obviously with the physical meetup, it would be limited to whoever could attend, whoever can go, whoever could be there. So it wasn't that big of a group of people, but we got that really enriching experience of meeting to each other in person, and all that. I feel like you guys really like scaled up with the idea of a meetup with this virtual event. Like it is a bigger group of people, but you still get all that valuable stuff out of everyone interacting together. I think like this is the kind of thing that makes, a community for real, and I honestly got to say, you guys knocked out of the park. I can't even begin to think how you coordinated it all, so I really admire you for that, Stampai. And I'm just saying, like, this is awesome. This is like the beginning of something really wonderful. And I honestly get a little choked up because like me and Lewis would have lots of very passionate talks about how important that is to maintain a actual strong, rich community. And to me, this is just like an evolution, for this website. And I don't know. Maybe I'm coming in here as maybe an old timer, but I'm just enchanted by everything you guys have done, and this was really fucking cool.
So glad you liked it, man. And
Yeah.
I said to you a couple times this weekend, you are a part of my Newgrounds history. So as an animator and as everything else, and I remember being a kid, seeing, in 2008, I would have been like an 8th grader, for context, and so I grew up in
Wow.
Florida, so
Mhm.
I remember seeing the meetups. I remember seeing them happening, and I was like, man, I would love to go to that. That sounds cool, But obviously, a kid in Florida who's in middle school can't really make that happen.
But this can,
This
you know?
can, yeah,
And
this
that's
this this
cool.
does.
Like, that's what I mean by scaling up, man. Like,
Yeah.
honestly, like,
I
I don't know. I'm just, this is amazing.
yeah, and it's funny, like the little community things that everybody did back then too. I think about, I forgot to mention this on Friday. Lewis, I remember when you like mailed out the monies, like the little vinyl figures. Do you remember that, Hans?
Mhm. Yeah, I painted one of them.
Exactly, yeah, and like I remember I almost got one, and I ended up not
Aw.
but I didn't, so I ended up buying like the official brand at like a local comic store.
Mhm. Oh, nice.
Yeah, but it was just like those kind of things that have always been a part of what Newgrounds is about, and so yes, you're right. The spirit of that is absolutely in the lifeblood, because it's in my lifeblood, because it's what I grew up around, even though I was so far away. To me, I didn't have that immersion from like a close by community, but the media, the content, the cartoons,
Yeah.
the memes, all those things that I've remembered and retained, they're all part of this event. So, absolutely.
And this is kind of a best of both worlds, though, because like again, it's not an in-person meetup, but it really does feel intimate,
Yeah.
right? But that also means more people can be a part of it.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna say this. You told me, just to wrap up my point and not to overstay my welcome. Like, you said that I was a part of like your Newgrounds history. Well, the cool thing to me about this is you're still writing more history for Newgrounds right now. Like right now, this is history for somebody else that's experiencing this in the future. This will be their history. Like, so that's the key. And so props for that.
Thank you. That has
Yeah.
always been the dream with events like this. I was talking to Zen about this, and I was saying, because what he does with his shows with NGP and his art talks, and what we do here, we are the generation that were too young to do it when you were doing it.
Mhm.
But the generation who are watching, who are like we were, will be this generation in the future, and they'll be the one carrying the torch. So
That's how good things last. You pass the torch, man. You know?
yeah. And I know that I won't necessarily be able to do this forever, but I look at Tom, and Tom's still doing what he does. So clearly there are some legs on this thing. So I'm just so thankful to be a part of this community, and thank you for your kind words, man. I really appreciate
No,
it.
man. It's of course you deserve it. This was honestly awesome and amazing. So now I will exit quietly.
Oh, right on, man. Yeah, it was, God, it was such a fun weekend, and still
Really
is
was.
one. Yeah, it still is one. All right. Spook, any comments on that before we bring in Coltrane, who will be coming in next?
I just speechless.
Yeah. All right. Thank you again, Hans. Good seeing you, man.
Yeah, same here.
All right. Next up, here comes Coltrane, and Hans, I'm gonna boot you. I'll give you old.
Get blammed.
He got blammed. Coltrane, hello, welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm scared now.
Why?
Why are you scared? No need to be scared.
You're on the Newgrounds Summer Festival. You are welcome here.
I don't know. That sounds like the most dangerous place there is.
Well, I mean, it's been a weekend of I don't know. Was it dangerous?
You know, a little bit. It was also sexy, so I don't know. I got mixed feelings about this weekend.
Awesome. Well, do you have any specific things you want to ask or say before while you're up here during this closing ceremonies panel?
Oh, I guess I just wanted to say, actually, in all seriousness, it's been a really fun weekend. I mean, this is my first festival I've ever been to. I just joined this out of a whim because I was just curious, and I was not expecting to have that much fun and be as educated as I was gonna be.
Awesome. Well, I'm so glad that you had that feeling. Spook, your thoughts? Any commentary?
I think you know what I'm going to say with my quiet self.
I think so.
But I'm so glad that, yep, always. When have you known me to be vocal? But I'm so glad that you enjoyed the festival, and honestly, I hope that you get to keep some of the connections that you made and make a bunch of friendships.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to know as many people as possible. You know, a lot of spare body parts for the future.
Right on. Well, thank you for joining in, and please go ahead and quietly exit. We're gonna bring in Rama Dragoon.
Okay, have a good day.
Thank you. You too. All right, Rama Dragoon. Hello. Welcome.
Thing? Is it working?
You're in. We hear you.
Oh, sweet. This is. Oh man. Hey, Standpot Little Fruit.
Hey,
Hi.
so before you start, I want to thank you for helping out with keeping minutes on panels. You didn't have to do that. You are awesome.
Oh, thanks, man.
Were they taking my job?
Really. Oh no, first of all, Little Fruit, I didn't mean this.
No. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Seriously, you guys are awesome.
You're awesome.
Ah.
So, any remarks you want to make about the weekend or your
Well,
experience?
first of all, I have one request. Bring in Corey.
Oh, you want to bring in Corey right now?
Yes.
All right.
please.
Voices by
I wanna
Corey.
speak to him ever since the start of the, the stream.
All right, Corey. Well, here you get to jump up in line because you've been requested by Rama Dragoon. So you get to share this, and then when Rama's done, you'll get your segment, Corey.
I feel honored.
All right, here he is. Here's Voices by
Hello.
Corey.
Corey, my boy.
What's up, Rama Dragoon?
Hey, good to hear your voice. Well, first of all, I want to say it's a huge honor to speak to you. And I would love to say that you are amazing in the podcast and the voice actor podcast. I heard it on Newgrounds, and each and every single actor did amazing, and I really love it. And especially you, Corey. You are awesome.
I really appreciate that, man. And I appreciate anyone who takes the time to listen to Josh, Zen, and myself just constantly BS or, just interview other people who are, a big component of Newgrounds. So, we appreciate that. And I appreciate your kind words. It does truly mean a lot to me. Thanks, man.
Oh, thanks, man.
Fantastic. And well, anything else?
One thing.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Oh no, excuse me.
No, I was gonna make sure. I wanted to make sure you get to say everything you want to say.
Well, first of all, last time I know you see this in the chat before, but last 2 days ago, since the started it was me and my brother's birthday.
That's
and
right.
I want to say it's a huge honor to say thank you.
Hey, thank you.
Really, it is.
And happy
And mostly
birthday
it's-
again, man.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
And once again,
All right,
thank you
that's
so much, man. Thanks so much for your contributions
Hey,
throughout the
man.
weekend. We really appreciate you.
All right, thanks. Have
right.
fun. Happy
Thank you.
Newgrounds Festival, everyone.
Yeah, happy Newgrounds Festival. Everything by everyone. All right. And well, like I said, Rama brought you in, so Corey, this I guess you jumped the line a little bit.
Sorry.
That's how it works. That's your
You
star
dirty,
power.
dirty cheater.
That's your gravitas. But
I have
All right.
the
All
power.
right, Corey. See you later. I gotta go anyway. Take care. everyone.
Later,
Bye,
Rama.
Senpai.
Take care,
Take
man.
care. Everything by everyone.
Amen.
YouTube Tom folk, I know you're here. Listen to this.
Oh man, so what I do want to make an interesting point about like the approachability of people on Newgrounds. The fact is, Corey, we were able to bring you in because someone here wanted the chance to chat with you real quick, and like that's how close knit this place really is, and this kind of event makes that possible.
Absolutely. Like it's been really cool, like ever since the first 2 days, doing the NGP panel, or at least the last 10 minutes of it.
Yeah.
Then doing the Saturday morning panel for voice acting. It was cool just corresponding with everybody afterwards. For anyone who's been perusing any of the other channels, I've been talking with Spook, is it Pikachu? Not Pikachu.
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 Yeah, Pikachu. Yeah, and a few others just in the voiceover, and just giving them some tidbits and giving them some advice, and hearing them say, "Oh, I appreciate it. It's so cool. Like, thank you. It's so helpful." It's like this is ultimately what. And I told them this is something that I never had when I was starting out on Newgrounds. I had to figure stuff out all on my own, and
Yeah, dude.
pick things up. So it was it's been a real pleasure just being able to converse with the community even more. And I felt very fortunate for you even to say, hey man, I want you to come on for a second panel and talk voice acting with me. Like that was it was extremely nice of you to do that, because I love talking voice acting and I don't really get to talk about it that much with people. So it was nice
Well,
to do this.
it's like I said when you were doing your Twitter space, we didn't have a voiceover panel, so I was like, well, okay, I'll do it. But, I wanted to sneak in and invite you during that, and you were like, well, hey, and I was like, okay, we're on the same page, let's go.
And the funny thing was, because after the deadline passed, I'm like, damn it, I should have reached out and I should have seen if anyone wanted to do a voice acting panel with me. So when you reached out on when I was doing the Twitter space, I'm like, that works out so perfectly. Hell yeah. So I was incredibly happy to do so. And, I periodically peeked in throughout the weekend, and just hearing and seeing the content that was broadcasted and all the different panels. It was freaking amazing. It was so informative. Everyone was having a blast. Everyone was laughing at Mick inadvertently drawing a penis on his.
It was a Mickey Mouse magic wand, and don't you dare mix that up.
But everything about this weekend has just been so amazing. You guys have done a great service to the Newgrounds community, and I can't wait to see how this unfolds into next year. It's something that, especially with this boom, it's something that the website needed to just continue the growth and just keep everyone involved. So fantastic job, you guys. I'm proud. I'm very proud to have been a part of it, and proud to work with you amazing people.
Thank you so much, brother. Thank you for all those kind words, and obviously your contributions to this community, because you have been such an active part, especially for the voiceover side of it. That's something that is a little bit underserved, but
Yep.
you have been making active strides to fixing that. So kudos to you for everything you do for the voiceover community. And again, I look back at when we were younger, right, and we talk about our superstars back in the day. There were names like Rena Chan and Ego Raptor, and Tomomoto, and Kerbifer, and they're all working now professionally. But again, these are like the stepping stones of actors to the next generation of and so on. It's just people inspire people and keep on making amazing things. And of course, Mick, how could I leave him out? Rice Pirate.
Yes.
But I leave him out because he shows up to these events still. He's still a part of this community. That's why I leave him out, because he never graduated. He's still very much a living piece of Newgrounds, and he's proud of it. He's proud of it.
I'm proud to be a part of this community, and even just contribute to it in some sort of way. Like it's awesome being a part of this community, and I'm just glad that I can at least make some sort of small thumbnail impact on it.
Fantastic, dude. Well, thanks so much again. And any closing remarks? We're going to bring in Neko I, one of our staffers, next. Briefly talk about some peaceful words. Any last closing remarks, Corey?
I love Newgrounds. I love you guys. Keep being extraordinary, all of you. Pursue your dreams and don't give up on them.
Amen. Good advice. Very good advice. All right, Neko I, get on in here. Lil Spook, any comments from you?
No, just thank you so much for being part of this event, Corey. It was wonderful to have you here. And I think with that, it's time to have our second Neko I cameo.
Then I guess it's about to be our third one. Hello, Neko I.
Hey!
Sorry, I'm such a boomer with this stuff.
Corey, it's time to get blammed. Miro, it's time to get blammed. I think everybody who still has the speaker role from last night is able to join. That's the problem.
Oh, man.
Neko I, hello.
Hi. I just wanted to say thank you so much. Oh my gosh, I can't even say in words how amazing this has been.
Well, try.
Newgrounds has been a really big part of my life since I was probably way too young. And it's just been an inspiration for artistically. I'm sorry, I'm also very shy. I'm not very good at public speaking, but this is getting me to get better, hopefully.
Excellent.
Yeah, and also I still want to die about the Rice Pirate panel.
That was absolutely hilarious.
Oh man! All right, let me fix
I
your
don't think I'm ever gonna live that up. Anyway, but yeah, you can. Good times, good times.
Any more remarks before we move into our next caller, Neko?
I just want to say thank you, and I'm glad everyone enjoyed our the not safe for work section, and I'm glad that I was a big part of the not safe for work, and thank you Stampi and Lil Spook.
super
You guys
big
are
thank
fucking
you.
amazing.
No, you.
No, you.
All right.
We couldn't have done that without you.
Oh,
You had the insider knowledge of that material.
emotions.
All right. Well, it's time to get blam, Neko Eye. Disconnect. All right. Next up is Queen Boo at the top of the list. Hello, Queen
Hello?
Boo. Hi.
You're muted, love.
Hold on.
Now we can hear you.
All right.
How can we?
Because for some reason, you guys.
Oh no! What happened? What happened?
They self-blamed.
All right. I can't believe you blamed yourself. That's hilarious. Come back. All right, in the middle of. Welcome back.
Holy shit! I'm so sorry. Here.
Pulled a bill there, Tankman. Anyway, hello, Queen Boo. Welcome back.
Hi.
All right. What do you want to say about the Newgrounds Summerfest?
Oh man, I think Friday was like my favorite day, like because a lot went on, and all I did was just stay at home and just have the Discord running while I drew and did God knows what, and and but it actually felt like an actual convention I went to. I was actually exhausted, and I felt like I'm probably gonna feel post sad because I had so much fun this week, and I'm gonna have post sadness.
Yeah, post-con blues. Yeah. I
But
definitely know what you mean.
I went into the Summerfest because I've actually never been to any virtual conventions or anything, so I would consider this my first actual online convention. I actually decided to just sit and go through, and it actually turned out much more fun than I expected it would be, because I got involved with a lot of people. I didn't expect to gain a lot of new mutuals now, new people I can talk to, just connecting with each other. And when we see each other in the chat, we're like, hey, we're at each other. It's pretty fun. And I'm actually really glad I'm in this community, because I feel like I've been growing a lot more now that I've been indulging myself in the Newgrounds community, and I'm just so grateful.
Thank you so much for being a part of it. This community does not exist without people stepping into it. So
yeah,
you took the plunge and it worked out.
Yeah.
Oh my God, are you reading the panel general chat right now, Spook? Are you seeing what's happening?
I'm actually doing admin work as we speak.
Oh dear.
What happened?
Always busy.
Well, a certain god of Teportal and his arch nemesis are having a little discussion.
Oh no.
I'm sad I can't look at it right now.
Oh man.
Give me a second. Hopping into general.
Have a good look. Anyway, any closing remarks, Queen Boo, or shall we move along?
Thank you for everything, I guess.
Thank
That's
you.
all I really have to say.
Thank you.
All right, I will proceed to get blamed. Goodbye.
All right, blammed. All right, Tamago.
Here. Tamago.
All right,
Hello.
unmute yourself, Eggy. What's going on? Yo, Tamago.
Oh no.
Is your
Please
mic?
don't blame yourself. You're loved.
Is your microphone broken? Rip. All right.
Oh,
Try again,
no.
Tamago. Try again. All right. Let's see how this goes. Yo, Tamago. Rip. Your mic is blammed. A shame. Switch to your phone.
Oh.
Sure. Yeah. Here, you can come back in a moment, Tamago. We'll
Wait,
bring
why
it.
is he here?
Yeah,
Didn't
we're
he
gonna
get
bring in
blammed?
Chromacy, and then Tamago will bring in you next. All right. Chromacy, welcome, Chromacy.
Hi. Hi again.
Welcome
I,
back.
thank you. I cannot stress this enough. I just had so much fun, and this was like my first convention ever. Like,
Oh, really?
yes, and it's also the first time you also. This was also the first time I ever watched 18 plus content of a certain
Ah,
variety.
yes. We will leave descriptions limited for the sake of our YouTube
Yes.
audience.
Yes. But I've learned a lot, and it just gave me a sense of like excitement and hope. Like I I don't know how else to describe it. Like it was just sorry if I repeat myself, but it was just such an amazing weekend.
So glad
Like
you think so.
feel so welcomed in this community.
Good, because you are, and you all are, and I think the love from someone like Picanjo can be emulated by all of us. That we all, this is a community where we all must love each other and be welcoming to each other. So
Absolutely.
I'm so glad that you feel that way. And I just noticed someone in the YouTube chat who I definitely want to give a very, very explicit shout out to. That's JRetrio X. I'm so glad you're here. JRetrio actually designed the Newgrounds Summerfest logo.
Awesome.
That's the one. And you know, I added some little animation to it, but the artist who made our logo is JRetrio X. You could find it on the Newgrounds art portal, and of course, you could say hello to Jay on Newgrounds. So thank you so much for your contribution in obviously such a significant way. That's our logo. You know, you rock. Awesome. So thank you, Chromacy. Really appreciate you popping in. I think we're gonna move on to our next
Thank
caller
you.
now.
Yes, Newgrounds forever.
Yeah, absolutely. Blammed. All right, random RoboSimp. You better have your microphone ready. We're gonna bring back
Buddy.
Tamago, but I'm giving you your heads up, RoboSimp. You know what to do. All right, get that microphone prepared.
Get
Tamago.
that mic ready.
Tamago.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes, you are alive.
Yes, we can.
Thank God.
All right. What do you
well,
got to
hey,
say?
man. I'm pretty much just gonna repeat what I've been saying throughout the entire weekend, but like, thank you guys for hosting this. I was pretty much just gonna stay out of this one because I'm very asocial and it's hard for me to like get into things, but I'm really glad that I gathered the courage to come here and attend this festival. I made so many new friends, and I feel like I finally got a start on Newgrounds. Like I'm finally above 2 followers.
Yeah. Well, that's how you got to do it. You got to talk to people. You got to get connected. And that's the only way.
Yeah.
You know.
And Tamago, as someone who can relate to that on a personal level, if Stan hadn't like picked me up by the scruff of my neck and gone, "All right, time for you to help me out here," I probably wouldn't have talked to anyone at all. And I think that speaks to how amazing Newgrounds really is how
Yeah,
accepting everyone is and how easy it is to talk to everyone.
I didn't think the community would be so like kind and wholesome. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but it definitely wasn't this. So I'm
We're a
really
bunch of
happy.
ogres, a bunch of trolls. We're here to bully you. Haven't you heard Twitter?
God.
But yeah, thanks again. I really enjoyed this. I hope to be a part of future events. Love you guys. I'll
Hey.
withdraw.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And, you know,
Have a
it's
good night.
you too. Take care. And, you know, I'm seeing a lot of the same names throughout the weekend, and that just shows like how active people have really been. You know, I'm everybody who's in the call right now, I recognize your names because we've all been talking all weekend long. And I think that's also kind of, again, that approachability, right? One of the rules that I explicitly put in the rule book of this event is that mods, admins must respect that they have a job, not power. They don't have authority over people beyond they have a responsibility to the community. So, you know, I really wanted to make sure that there was no distance. And I think we've achieved that. What about you, Spook? What do you think?
I think so, especially like looking at who we have in the audience right now. I can be like, "Oh yeah, I've had a conversation over there with, sorry to name drop you again, but Pikachu, Gloom Girl." I can look at all these little icons and remember good times that we've had this weekend.
Absolutely.
So it's been a great time.
All right, here comes Rando, as you've requested, right? I like to say RoboSimp. It's Random RoboSimp. I hope your microphone is ready. Put an end to this meme.
My microphone is at the ready.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. That's all we wanted to hear. Welcome.
Oh, for the first time this weekend.
Fantastic.
Oh, well, thanks. Let's see. I am so excited and happy that I got to be part of the Newgrounds Summer Festival. In the beginning, I actually wasn't a fan of Newgrounds, specifically for Friday Night Funkin', but my friends, they pushed me into getting into it, and I remember meeting Voices by Corey via like TikTok and stuff, and he's just become an inspiration to me. And then I met Stan Pie here for the Newgrounds Summer Festival, and it's just inspiring me to continue on with my passion and not give up on it, no matter what happens.
That's fantastic. And, you know, you were very involved, especially throughout the evening. So that's why we have this microphone joke to begin with, right? You've had a rough weekend with your microphone.
Yeah. My fucking bulldog, she ate my microphone that cost me like $100. Then I had to go to the damn dollar store and buy a cheap one so then I could be here.
Well, you made it.
But I made it. I made it. I want to just say again, like it's been an honor just being here, talking with you, Stampai, Little Spook, and even Neko Eye, and it's just been such a great time.
Thank you. Thank you for your involvement and your participation. That's what it's all about. All right.
Yeah. Cool. I'll see you around then.
Take care. Prepare for the blamming. Blammed. All right. Next up, It's a Blue Banana. Another one of our instrumental players during the opening animation project, whatever, process. There we go. Hey.
I only did a couple of illustrations.
Your illustrations are freaking beautiful, okay? You delivered everything I prayed you would deliver with your Mind Chamber and P-Bot, okay? So let's start with that. You rock, man.
Well, actually, the first thing I wanted to say is that I didn't expect the thumbnail of the intro animation to be my drawing.
That's how much I love it. Yeah, that's the thumbnail on YouTube. You earned it, buddy.
Thank you. But I actually wanted to say that I've only been on to Newgrounds for like about 1.5 years. Like I joined around the tail end of this of 2019, and I wasn't aware of many of the games or characters on Newgrounds, but I did participate in a lot of what was it, contests, art jams. Like there was one like that's that you draw something based on the music that's on Newgrounds, and I got when I wanted to try. I don't know what made me want to try this out, but I wanted to get onto this animation intro because I thought it would help. I thought it would be just me. It will help. I'm sorry for fumbling my words.
Hey, man, dude, you do what you got to do, bro. I hear you loud and clear.
I wanted to keep going further with my contributions in art, so I could, I don't know, maybe push my art career to actually something other than doing a commission here and there. And I didn't expect that I would be participating in community stuff, not just like not in like one specific way, just like general talking. And I've been working on my I've been working on just being open to people that I don't know, whether it's in real life or not. So this is a great learning experience for me, and I'd like to say thank you, Standby, for first of all letting me onto the animation project in the first place, and organizes, and second of all organizing this whole event.
My pleasure, man. Like I said, you were an absolute treat to work with. I saw your portfolio. I knew that you could do the very specific scene in my mind, and you did it. You delivered on it beyond my imagination. So, you fucking rock.
Okay, I gotta get out here.
Adios, Banana. All right, another name we've seen a lot this weekend, KCJ567. What's up,
Hi
homie?
again. Hi again. I'm so sorry if I keep appearing. I'm just
That's the point. We want that.
I'm just like I feel so confident here because
Good.
Like this community is so wholesome, and it just makes me excited to like keep talking with everyone here and keep talking with you guys because it's just amazing. You guys did you guys did a lot of like a great job bringing this festival together. It's amazing. This is my very first time being in like a convention or festival like this, and I'm really having fun. It's amazing. Like, thank you guys so fucking much. It's amazing.
Thank you for being here. Thanks for accepting that
For
art
being a
scout.
part of this.
Yeah, thank you so much for scouting me. I was so happy when I saw that.
Well,
Like, oh my god.
I give it 5 out of 5. That was supposed to be a spanking noise, but I guess it didn't really translate as a clap. So beautiful. Well, thank you for popping in. Please do go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No,
I just want to like apart from like everybody in this community, you guys are amazing first. But I just want to give a great shout out to one of my most favorite people in the goddamn world, Devoid Gazer. I love you so much. Thank you for pushing me to start posting art on Newgrounds. You're amazing. All right, that's it. You can blame me.
No, yeah, get blammed, sucker. Disconnect. All right, so, and I do want to give a shout out to Devoid Gazer. The closing part of the cartoon, the opening animation where Strawberry Clock is on the rocket and blows up alien hominid ship, and then Pico looks at the camera, that's all Devoid Gazer. So if you want to give some love,
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yep. The main person assigned to that part, of course, in betweens and whatnot from others, but that was Devoid Gazer's shot. So
Absolutely beautiful.
Tremendous work. All right, MC Mouse in the house, another familiar name. Let's get it on in here. What's up, player?
What's going on, everyone?
Was that a
Not
cicada?
much. Just
No more cicadas.
this fucking cicada sonas, the greatest meme invented in all of like Discord conferences. I mean, I have to say, I'm glad I had the chance to murder a man at a con. I didn't think that would happen. Shout out to Legendary Frog. You know who you are. Picanjo is love. Picanjo is life. I guess I ought to say something like, I'm trying to think of something original to say. You know, I might come off as too sappy, but it's like, I remember back in like
We enjoy this app.
2007 when I started going on to like Newgrounds, and I mean, I trolled a lot. I was playing as this one account called Xzol, and the thing was, I didn't really understand Newgrounds. I was just like, I'm just gonna be a troll and just move on. But then I've been through some stuff in my life, and I came back to Newgrounds, and I realized it was the only consistent thing that was going on that made me happy. And I realized, well, shit, I don't know how long Newgrounds is going to be around for, so I'm going to go and support it for as long as possible, you know, in any way possible. And even though I wasn't able to go to Pico Day, this is a great replacement. And, you know, just wanted to, like, thank you guys for just being awesome and just, like, being, like, very, like, open, even when we're over the hentai block. That's, like, that has been spectacular, to say the least.
Absolutely. Great time had by all. I'm pooped. Thank you, Mouse in the house. You want to say something else before I blam you?
Oh, you're gonna blame me. All I'm gonna say, Newgrounds podcast, more like Newgrounds podcast, because you're the best. And please forgive me for crashing onto your show. Please don't blame me. Don't do it. No, don't. Put the hammer down. I'm not ready.
You're
I'm not
already
ready.
blamed. Pikachu, Another familiar name from this weekend. Get on in here, my friend. Yo, Pikachu.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I was already on today too. I'm returning.
Welcome back. What's up, homie? Give us the good news.
So, I just want to start off by getting a little sappy because, oh my goodness, this fest has honestly been such a good time. Like when I first joined Newgrounds, I was already like, okay, this is the place I want to sit here and get well known for because I usually don't do good on social medias. and when I first saw this fest, I was like, I'm probably not going to say anything. I'm like, I don't belong here with these guys. I'm just a mere peasant among so many beautiful people. And
You are wrong.
I do not deserve such love that I'm getting. So I'm even getting love right here. Like, oh my goodness. Like,
Say, Pikachu, your giggle always makes me smile.
thank you. I'm sorry, I'm getting so impatient. Like, I don't handle compliments too well. Like, yes. Like, literally now, like, I'm getting so much love, even in the chat, and like I'm literally only 12 away from 100 followers, and I'm like, holy crap, I did not think I would get this far. And I'm really glad that y'all enjoy me, and y'all really, all of y'all really have inspired me from making me want to start on a game. And also wanting to get into voice acting. By the way, Little Spook, I am super excited to be doing the voice collab with you and Corey. Like,
Excited to work with you too in the future, love.
it makes me super happy.
Keep chasing those voiceover dreams, homie. Make it happen.
I shall, and I hope. And honestly, this fest has gotten me so excited for next year. And I'm just praying that by next year, probably not, but maybe I will be able to join. I'll be able to join us, maybe one of the panels. I know, or maybe one of the podcasts too. I don't know. There's a lot I want to do. I'm excited.
That's awesome. Well, that's having that kind of excitement for the future is exactly what it's all about. So thank you for your support. Thank you for your engagement this weekend. Like I said, yours is one of those names that we keep seeing, but that's the thing. That's the difference, right? You put in the time. And look, everyone's giving you love right now in the general chat. On the YouTube chat too.
Oh my goodness, really? I can't see the YouTube chat. I'm
Very
seeing
well
all the love
deserved.
in the Discord.
Even Piconjo just wrote Piconjo heart Pikachu. So there you go. You got it. Well, thank you, Pikachu, for joining in. Any last remarks before I blam you?
Newgrounds rules, first of all, and shout out to my friend Pepper Jams who's in here, and my girlfriend who's honestly helped me get the courage to even talk to people.
Awesome. Perhaps they can console you after you've been blammed. So before we
You're
continue,
so aggressive with your blamming.
Look, you got to live up to it. So I want to give a quick important shout out before we move forward. Some of you may have noticed Antonio Mabs was giving away some stickers this weekend. There was a raffle. You could sign up to win some stickers. The winners have been chosen. So I wanted to quickly announce the winners of those stickers. First up, Count Cannoli. Secondly, Bingo Waiters. And lastly, Kiyu, Kiyooo. So the three of you get in touch with Antonio Mabs. You are the winners of the contest, the sticker raffle giveaway. Enjoy the stickers. They will be sent to you eventually. And follow up with Mabelma on Newgrounds to get a little bit more information. Now,
the keyword there is eventually.
Eventually. Next up, we have Kevin. Kevin.
Hey, it's Kevin.
Yay.
Hey.
So first up, Kevin, thank you for your gorgeous art of the Newgrounds everything for the Summerfest. You were the artist for the second update banner, so I want to once again thank you for your incredible art on that piece.
Thanks so much, dude. I remember you showing me the Newgrounds Summerfest banner that you updated with, and I actually almost cried because getting something like this is just a huge step because I did not think I would already get so far with the community. I literally just came back because of Friday Night Funkin', and now suddenly I am blessed with a lot of great people from the community. Like, I cannot express how grateful I am to be doing so much in so little time. It's a great experience, and uh I even like had so much fun with the Summerfest in general, dude. Like, it was the best thing I had so far. It introduced me to so much when it comes to collaborating and producing a lot of great creations, dude.
Well, I've been seeing you do so much art every day. You know, you are constantly hustling out there when we are all hanging out together, you know, and you're just always working on stuff, you know, and it's amazing to see you do that art. And I remember earlier you were asking about how to fit time in during Annie Sloth's panel when you work like full time. And I'm thinking, that's weird that you're asking that question because you always seem to find time.
Yeah, cause it's, I will admit there are times, like, from what Annie Sloth said, people like with the laziness and all that. I get that too. Even when I wake up and before going to work or after coming to work, I just don't really feel it. And there are times when I do just don't feel it. But I do try my best. I really do want to try to get my stuff out there. I really do enjoy what I do.
Well, you do it very well, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any remarks before we bring in our next call?
I will give a shout out to people like Annie Sloth and I forgot his name. He was the indie comic guy.
I'm a Metal.
Yeah, I'm a Metal. I really should thank you guys because you definitely gave me a lot of great stuff about indie comics and being better when it comes to managing your art time, and a lot of great tips. And I really cannot wait to try my best and keep trying to produce my characters, my story. You guys really helped me out, like, seriously. God bless.
Fantastic, man. Thank you for sharing
Yeah.
those kind words. It's all about giving back in the
Also,
community.
one more
Yeah,
thing.
go ahead.
One more thing. I love you, Picanjo. Your panel was the best thing I've ever experienced. And what else? I also want to give a shout out to the podcast server because going to that server was the best decision ever. That was like the open door to the community. Like, I'm not even
Absolutely.
joking when the people are so great there, dude.
Agreed. It's an amazing place to spend time.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Kevin, here comes the blam. Thank you so much for chiming in, bro. Appreciate
I will
you.
embrace game blam, man. My arms are open. Yeah.
All right, we're going to continue in just a moment, but we have a message from Picanjo that I'm going to read to you all right now. So let me just set the mood.
So, huh?
See if it'll pick up. This joke requires a certain degree of finesse. Can you hear what I am doing in the background here?
Oh my god.
This is a message from Picanjo to all of the attendees of the Newgrounds Summerfest. Picanjo loves you all, in this universe and all to other infinite universes. My love for you all is eternal. A note from Picanjo to the attendees of Newgrounds Summerfest. Thank you, Picanjo. We loved you too. All right. Next up is Girawat.
Hey,
Welcome.
what an experience it has been.
Tell us about it.
Well, it was really nice meeting new people, especially after my graduation. Senior year for high school for me was really bad.
It's been a rough year.
It's not that like it was just like horrible because like I had a bad time. It was just it was full distance learning, so I didn't get to meet new people.
Right.
You know, it was really lame. But joining this. It was really nice connecting to new people.
Well, I think especially I didn't mention this before, but the condition of the world is a big reason why this festival happened. I normally other conventions are happening throughout the year, and they're not right now. And so there was this availability for an online event to kind of fill the void. And hearing your story just now, that really tells me that this was something that needed to happen. And I'm so glad that it was here for you to kind of help make up for what fate has denied all of us over the last year.
Yeah, I gotta thank it to you and Spook and the other staff members.
Thank you, man. Thank you for being a part of the event.
Yeah.
Any remarks before we blam you?
I don't know. I just hope that everyone has a nice time on Newgrounds. All right, give me the blam.
Here it comes, baby. All right. Spook, do you want to blam the next person? Would you like to do some blamming?
Oh, you want to give me blam privileges?
Well, I mean, it's only
I don't know
natural.
if I have the heart to blam somebody.
All right, I'll keep doing it. I will do what others are too weak to do.
Thank you, Stan.
Skellabum. Hello,
Hi,
Skellabum. Open up your mic, Skellabum.
Again, was muted. What's up?
Not much. Closing ceremonies. What's up with you?
Enjoyed the festival. This was like revolutionary for Newgrounds.
So glad you
Like,
think so.
what you did here is going to change the future of like Newgrounds events, and I can already see it.
Well, I sure hope it does. And I hope that other people will take inspiration to kind of keep this moving forward with getting engaged in this community. So I'm glad that you feel that way.
And like, there's an upcoming event that's in the works right now. I'm not going to talk about it, but we're kind of inspired by this.
Excellent.
And we're thinking about so many aspects.
Well, hey, man, when your thing is happening, spread the word.
Yeah.
Put it all over Newgrounds. Let us know.
Hell yeah.
Excellent.
I want to thank the community here. A great time. Thank Picanjo for his blessing. Thanks, Stan.
You're welcome.
And thank Little Spook. Thank everyone.
Yeah.
Eagle Eye. Let's see, different names. Comus. Like all of you guys. Thanks.
Thank you.
And yeah.
What you got for me? Yeah, go ahead. Make it count. The blam's coming.
Yeah. You know what? You can't blame me because I'm blaming myself.
Oh, what a badass! See, that's the power
Blam
play.
privilege away.
Finally, someone acknowledged the strength to go out on your own terms. All right, next up is Kurbo Gure. Assuming it's Japanese. Yo, what's up, Kurbo?
Hello. First of all, I'm so sorry for the background noise.
What are you watching?
We're watching the Good Doctor, actually. It's pretty good.
All right. Well, anyway, give us the good news.
Okay. Actually, I come in behalf of my gang, the Cursed Gang. I'm gonna tell who they are actually. Are you Honey Yubi and Kamishis? I tell them actually that the whole event was happening and they wanted to come up, and I couldn't be more happy that they're here with me today. We had a lot of fun. The NSFW part actually, we were laughing so much. Yeah, we're really happy for Piconjo noticing us.
Yeah, he's
Excellent.
noticing everyone in chat.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
And I think everyone's noticing his Pinor.
Yeah.
All right.
How can they not?
It's hard to miss. All right. Any other remarks before you get the blam hammer, Kurbo?
Actually, I just wanted to say, I joined Newgrounds really recently. I grew up with it, but I never knew it was Newground until Funkin hit. So I'm really happy to be part of it, And yeah, I'm really happy for being part of Newgrounds now. You're so awesome.
Thank you. You're awesome. Thank you for being here.
Oh, okay. Give me the blam.
I'll give you the blam. Here it comes. Disconnected. The blam. All right. So we actually are going to bring in one of our real quickly. One of our Picanjo panel participants is going to jump the line, much like Corey did earlier. Here comes Algae Ghost. Algae Ghost, the floor is yours when you accept the invite, and then we'll move in. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
I really want to say thank you, you guys, for everything, especially Little Spooks.
Oh.
I just really want to say thank you to Baconjo. I never knew what Newgrounds was, and I recently joined like a month ago. And it's an honor to be working with him and to, learn the way of ponyism with him.
Absolutely.
It was really, really great to be part of Newground history while making Picandre Day happen and the channel.
Yeah, I love Picanjo Day.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your role in that.
Of course, and I want to just thank everyone for how kind they were, especially Prosciutto Man.
Prosciutto Man.
And Nelly
Prostituto
Fluff.
Man.
I love both of them. And, because of Picandre, I got to meet some great people.
That's fantastic. All right, thank you so much.
That's all I want to say.
All right, well, I will not blame you because I don't think, as much as that would pwn, I don't think that would be the way of ponage. It would be it would be bad ponism etiquette. So I must ask.
Well,
you
I would like Little Spook to have the honor of
Yeah.
like blamming me.
Just know that I
Please.
love you very, very much.
Okay. Don't forget to subscribe to the Picanjo Patreon.
That was perfectly timed, Spook.
Wow.
All right, next is Gloom Girl. Yo, yo, yo.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thanks. This was really awesome. Whenever I saw that this was happening, like I think like at the beginning of the week, I was very hesitant to and come in to this, but I'm really glad that I did because I really like feeling like part of the community, and I've gotten so much good constructive criticism and stuff, and I feel like I've made some friends, so I don't know, it's really nice.
That's awesome. I'm noticing a pattern. A lot of people were scared. A lot of people were very afraid of Newgrounds or afraid of this event, and it happened. You came in and you realized that those fears were unfounded, and that somebody has been poisoning the well. Someone out there. Who could it be?
Yeah, it was kind of intimidating, to be honest, and I was kind of scared, because I haven't talked very much in any of the panels or anything, because I just get, I don't know, intimidated and scared, but I realized that was all for naught, and
Amen.
it's been great.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, and thank you for taking that courage, that leap of faith, and joining this event and joining this community.
Welcome.
Awesome.
Thank you for hosting it. It was great.
Truly my pleasure. Spook, I'm sure you feel very similarly.
Absolutely. And let me just say again, Gloom Girl, I am very happy that you joined this event. You are one of the most amazing people that I have met here, and I can't wait to get to know you better.
Oh my gosh, that's so great. I feel the same way too. I'm so glad.
With how touching that was, Spook, you have to do the blaming.
Do I blame someone again? No, don't make me do this.
I'm making you. Well, I can't make you do it, but I'm humbly
Oh.
requesting.
And the Friday Night Funkin' song.
Yeah. What's Pico from Friday Night Funkin'? Come on, Spook. Do it. Thank you for your
You're a bad influence, Dan.
Next is Cortad G. Speaking of bad influences, hey Cor.
Hello.
So you here to talk about the Dimensional Marge? What's going on?
No, not this time. Not this time. We'll save that. We'll save that for after hours.
All right. What's going on, Quartet?
Dude, I'm kind of scatterbrained right now, man. Just this, what a weekend this has been. Like, oh my god. But I really, I just gotta say thank you. You know, you, Stampai, and Little Spook, and everyone who got this thing running, and everyone who had a panel, and everyone even just watching, you know, on the Discord and on the YouTube, just everyone being here. It's like, you know, and even Tom Fulp, like, not only for greenlighting this whole thing, but just, you know, making this website and getting, you know, everybody together, just making like an amazing community. It's like, this is the third virtual meetup I've been to. All of them were this year, and every time it really just inspired me so much. Like, just everyone is just so happy to be here. You know, everyone wants to just help each other out and show their stuff and, you know, trade, you know, their accounts and, you know, be mutuals and friends and stuff like that. And it's like, it's so inspiring, man. Like, seriously.
Glad you feel that way. You know, you're one of the people I've been talking to a lot over the last month or two, as we all hang out, you know.
Yeah, it's just in those, oh my god, those VCs. It's like, you know, just last night I was like showing some of my like work in progress stuff, and they people were helping me out, and you know, I've helped people out before, and it's like, I love that, and all the friends I've met too, like such amazing people that make amazing things, and then like I'm so happy that I decided to like just join this community. It's like, it's insane, and I know, like, just probably. Kevin had brought this up, but like the Newgrounds podcast server, that really was like the gateway to like me meeting you and a lot of these other people, and like, and just thank you for everything, everyone.
Thank you, and I also would like to thank the Newgrounds podcast crew for having that server, for having that in place for people to come together. I know some of you guys don't like Peter Griffin roleplay, but you know we make it work, you know.
Oh my god!
So, you know,
I love those chaotic VCs, man.
Dude,
They're so fun.
Yeah, well, it's been a blast. I can't. I mean, yeah, without being a part of that, I don't know that I would be in this position right now doing this, because I didn't have the same connection as I've had. Like, it's been growing so strongly because of that. So you're 100% on the
Yeah,
money,
exactly.
100%.
Yeah, I'm just so happy to be here, man. Like, that's really all it is in the end of it. I'm like, you know, and then the collabs, like, you know, I want to get more involved in the collabs, like with the animation jams. I haven't animated in years, but like, I want to start doing it again. It's so inspiring. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the thing, you know, they say like you are basically the average of the people you surround yourself with, or, you know, you are the people you surround yourself with basically are who you are. You know, they kind of help define you. And by surrounding yourself with creatives, especially on Newgrounds, you know, we create that in ourselves. We embrace creativity. We encourage and support each other as we make work. And I mean, just hearing this, it sounds like we're on the process with these kind of testimonials. We should start doing like some televangelist, some sort of thing. You know?
Yeah. Never know.
Can I get an amen?
Amen.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, thank you so much, everyone.
man.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Absolutely. All right, Core.
Thank you.
It's blam time.
Yep. All right, blam away. It's been an honor.
Merge. All right, next up, Kibby Supreme. Da, 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 da.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you, Kibby.
Awesome. All right. Hey, Stan. Hey, Spook.
We've had to play some Claire de Lune. We got some.
Stop it. No, we're not bringing it in at this time. It's not even after hours yet. Well, at least my time.
All right, we'll break out that piano. What's going on, Kibby?
But yeah, Stan, I just wanted to say thank you so much for allowing me onto the animated intro project. Even if I asked late to join the event, I originally didn't really come onto Newgrounds due to me being active on other sites, but the very fact that not only have you willingly scouted me out and helped me onto the project, I can never thank you enough for that.
I am so glad, Kibby. Like, so I mean, our context of we met because of a disastrous project, completely unrelated to Newgrounds. That's how.
Yes.
That's how we met each other, right? And we've stayed in touch since then. And you're like one of many other artists that I know who are really, really skilled and have something to share, have something worth putting on a platform. And And so I was like, you got to join Newgrounds. So, I mean, I'm really proud. Like, the scouting feature exists, but, like, there's a difference between you saw someone's art on the portal and you scouted them versus, like, I went outside of Newgrounds and got someone and said, come to Newgrounds. I'm going to scout you. Upload 5 pieces of art. Let's do this. And, you know, when it came time for the opening animation, I knew I wanted you on board, and I knew, like, with what you've shown me with your portfolio in the past, like, I knew you would be able to absolutely execute on that samurai asshole and Nene showdown, and you did. You brought it. It's gorgeous.
I'm so proud. Like, even though I didn't draw Newgrounds content prior to that, the fact that my friggin' character illustrations were enough for you to contact me with this opportunity is almost unbelievable to me.
Right, and you know, I mean, I think that's kind of the other strength of Newgrounds is everything you work on that you put your heart into, you can put in your portfolio. And I'm sure you'll be able to do that with the animations you made for the opening animation. You have new portfolio pieces for these characters if you want to use them.
Yeah, it's absolutely sick. On the topic of the convention, I think the convention was amazing, and I'm so proud to know you as the person to have done such a brilliant job with it. Like, I personally joke when I say this, but it's the funniest fucking thing in the world to me that the fact that this is Newgrounds' first convention hosted by you, and not only that, but more successful than another certain website's convention. I think it's hilarious. It's fucking hilarious. Like, Dashcon can't even compare to this.
Well, admittedly,
we have some great ball pit art.
I was going to say, we do have a ball pit, several. If you guys want to post those ball pit drawings, you know, post them in the panel general chat, and we'll make sure that they are part of the experience, of course. Thank you so much for drawing those, everybody.
Yeah, I'm so proud of everyone that also participated in the animation for the intro to the opening ceremony, and I'd love to join you on more collaborations and events with you, Stan.
I'm always happy to have you, Kibby.
Yeah, fuck yeah. I think what I loved about this convention as well was that I didn't have to pick between one or another panel as you would in an actual convention.
Yeah.
Because that's always my struggle when I go to conventions. There's like, I usually miss out on like another interesting panel because like time conflicts and stuff.
The worst.
And so many of the panelists were people that I found gave really helpful insight and experience for both beginners and veteran artists. So honestly, I give as mentioned earlier, I give a huge shout out to Annie Sloth, and as well as the medal, because both of you guys, like, even though like a lot of the people and the people that joined in to the panel were of varying skill sets, I think it's really important that even artists that have some experience under their belt get reminded about habits, because even if I could be a skilled artist, habits is something that like I struggle with, especially with my ADHD. And I think it's always great to have like those reminders and have ways to break bad habits and get started and more motivated on certain projects that you've never attempted before. So that's amazing. I loved it. Incredible event. And I hope that in the future we'll get something like this again. It was so good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, especially for your contribution to the animation and everything else, and especially for addressing the importance of those art things that we had covered this weekend. It was genuinely a very educational weekend across the board. So thank you.
Yeah, you could blame me now. Give it to me.
Dame. Bramushiteru. Sachiko Fox, come on in. Sachiko! Oh no, let's try again. Hello, Sachiko. Sachiko. Hello? Uh-oh. I was worried if my internet went out again. Hi.
It's okay, I get shy too.
Or your mic is down. All right, we're gonna blam you, and you can come back in if your mic is working. And we're gonna bring on Phasmagore.
Hello.
Phasmagore.
Hello. Thank
Welcome.
you.
Yeah. What's up?
I'm going to
homie?
try to keep it brief so that way other people get a chance to speak.
Very
but
thoughtful.
firstly, I wanted to say thank you to the audience for all your kindness for your work, the simple compliments for like my tiny animation. Like, no matter how small a compliment may be, whether it's for anybody, not just me, it goes a long way for a lot of creators, and I wanted to say thank you. It means a lot more than you may realize, and it's helping me grow confidence and come out of my shell. In fact, that's kind of why I'm here speaking. And in a similar vein, I wanted to return that kindness to Slimy Goo.
Oh.
Slimy Goo, your panel has ignited this new determination for me, because I saw your old drawings and how I kind of see that that's me right now. And it really changed my perspective that, like, not all great artists start out great. And I hope to someday be where you are now.
I'm so glad that you mentioned Slimy Goo, because I feel like he's a bit of an unsung hero here. And I was wondering when his name would come up, because if it didn't, I was going to mention it for a lot of reasons. Slimy Goo has become one of my closest homies among the Newgrounds community. And, you know, he whether it was working on the Picanjo stuff or whatever else we've done together, like, he's hilarious and he's talented. And as you all saw in the panel today, or was that today or was that yesterday? It's all a blur now.
That was
It was
yesterday.
yesterday. He's very, very much a serious artist who has that humility to like look at the truth and tell you to study Loomis with his based opinion. So yeah, I just really wanted to. I'm glad that you brought him up. I didn't want to be the first one to do so, because it'd be like, oh, so here comes Stan saying it again. But no, you're 100% on the money. Slimy Goo, you fucking rock, dude.
You
course.
really do.
He was the panelist I saw get talked the least, but he was the one that inspired me the most out of all of them. Like, he was my second favorite panel, only second to the concert, but that's only because nothing can top the concert.
Yeah, I knew it. Pegasus, bro, you won, bro. What can I say?
Slimy Goo. Slimy Goo's panel has earned a special place in my heart and memory forever. Thank you.
Thank you. And Slimy, thank you. I asked you to do this panel, man, and I baited you by asking you to give me some art advice, and then you presented. I'm like, good. So if you could do that, then why don't you host a panel? And obviously, you were more than qualified to do
dirty,
so.
Stan.
Yeah, I'm a little underhanded sometimes, but I had to get him to prove to himself that he could do it, and he did, and he rocks. Thank you, Phasmagore, for your very
Totally
kind and insightful commentary.
My last words will be, we're all making Newgrounds history, not just you guys, the head honchos, but us, like, the newbies, to
Yes.
Newgrounds
Yes.
history in the future.
Did I crash
Hello?
the stage?
Oh no!
You totally did. Success. You rocked.
Picanjo, we need
I just wanted to thank you personally, and I wanted to just crash the stage and fuck it and say thank you, Stampai and Lil Spook and everybody. And it's very fucking late, and I'm very tired. And for some reason, I still had the speaker role. And goodbye, good night. I love you all, and thank you again, Stampai.
Pegasus, what the fuck? You're not supposed to be here.
I don't care. Let's all crash the stage.
I'm
I'm
sorry,
kidding.
Stan.
I
I
don't
guess I forgot to do the roles.
The panelist role is too powerful.
Here I was trying to be brief.
This is what we're doing. We're just jumping in here now.
I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm not gonna say that. I'm just gonna mute.
Okay.
Hey.
Good night, Stampai. Good night, Lil Spook.
Good night,
Good night,
Pegasus.
everybody.
You fucking rock.
Good night,
You'll be
Pegasus.
Good night, Pegasus. For the record, I must agree. I do think Pegasus also had the best panel. When he started singing Charlie the Unicorn, I nearly died.
He had me at Numa Numa. Numa Numa. Oh my god.
Pegasus stopped here.
That's Stampai's fault.
Yeah,
I wouldn't do Numa Numa because I suck at the accordion, and I was like, I'm not gonna do this, but look, I have an accordion, and Stampai was like, holy shit, that is so cool, accordion.
I love the accordion. What can I say?
And,
Yeah, my
and
great
then I
uncle
had
used
to
to
do
play it.
Yeah, we're Italian. What do you want?
Yeah. You'd have one guy at the big fuck off family gathering. You'd have one of the old dudes playing the accordion, and the other one would sing at the top of his lungs, and that was the party, and it was great.
Italian American culture. There you go, everybody.
Yes, sir.
That
Well, one of
sounds
them
really
lived in Canada, but whatever. you know.
North America. It counts, Slimy.
Look, it's when you live in Michigan, it's the same.
It's
fucking
all
thing.
one thing. Yeah.
It's yeah. Southern Ontario is basically Michigan.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. And I see Annie Sloth also crashed in addition to Hans. Hi,
Yeah,
guys.
I'm gonna actually leave. I just
Han's
want to
muted out of
request.
respect.
I want you to put HPARGO, and I don't know how to say their name, to the top of the line because there are rocks and.
H-Parg. Yeah, I've talked to
Hey, yeah.
H-Parg,
Well,
the podcast server
Pegasus
before.
has spoken. So H-Bar,
Yeah.
you're coming in next.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Stampai. Good
Thank you,
night.
Pegasus. You rock,
Good night, man. Good night.
Kisses.
All right, H-Par, you're here.
Hey, what's up?
You tell me, man. You're the one who joined.
I'm just faded right now. But thanks for letting me on. Just I just wanted to say thanks for, doing this kind of stuff. Great to be a great to be a part of this shit,
At least his profile picture's honest, man.
Yeah, just take the booth. You deserve it.
Yeah. Listen, I'm
suited.
gonna bring in your partner in crime because without
yeah.
without you and each other, I mean, you brought Loops in, so Loops, I sent you the invite. We
exactly.
can come talk together. 'Cause
Hey,
Loops,
what's up? That funny reefer man.
Hey,
It's funny, I'm here as a cheerleader. I'm not gonna interrupt. Okay, this is the one time I'm interrupting. I'm just here for cheerleading.
All right, Hans is
I
gonna.
guess
cheerlead.
I'll use this time to thank Stanpai and HPAR and everyone else in the audience because these things are only as fun as you guys make it, and you guys hit it out of the fucking park. All right, let me
Amen.
just say that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I want to thank
everyone was-
HPAR personally because he is, he's a brother, and he brought me into this, and I almost completely missed all this. Right, I didn't even know there was a server that had the event, so I had to do a last minute
Fuck you.
Game of shoots and ladders in order to fucking find out how to get here. And I'm glad I did. I'm sorry I made some people jump through hoops like a dolphin, but I'm glad I didn't miss it because there was some genuinely fun stuff here. And I remember
dolphins are
just
cool.
Dolphins are pretty cool, except for some things about them. But
Stay away from those caves. You stay away from those caves.
I just remember just a lot of these panels being fucking great. I was listening to some of the music panels, and as I was doing the draw pile, which thank you, Liz Squid Jerky, for hosting.
Yes, I did want to actually talk about those.
And doing a lot. God damn. that
Squid
is
Jerky,
fucking
please post the finished
beautiful.
versions.
Yeah, man. Shit's great.
Thank
Can
you,
I ask,
HPAR.
can I ask
You're my friend.
how much longer this panel's gonna go on?
I don't
Just to
know.
kind of like,
How many breads have you eaten in your life?
No idea.
Oh,
Is that a fucking JoJo reference?
No,
Oh,
we're gonna pretty
dude.
much, the plan is to go through the people who are, I want everyone to get their chance on the mic, and then
okay, makes sense.
yeah.
So we're just kind of going with the flow
Beautiful.
Yeah,
then.
man, we're just riffing.
Beautiful.
I just wanted to ask that just to make sure.
Yeah, no, and some people have been wondering, but yeah, the goal is let's give everyone their chance in the sun, and then we'll wrap it up. And yeah, so good question. All right, well, HPAR, Loops, both of you work together a lot on the opening animation with backgrounds coming from Loops to Loop, and I'm so glad that HPAR, I'm so glad you brought him on.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
I'm
don't
so
make me blush.
glad. I'm so glad. No, seriously, like you guys are a mad duo. You go great together, and I'm so glad to have you both on the opening animation because your parts were fucking baller. What can I say? Even if they showed up last minute for the finale, you delivered. So what can I say? I can mess with you about it, but like you gave me good stuff. I'm not gonna complain. I just like to joke about
I
it.
remember being so scared because you, Stan, came out to me and you came to me like a police officer was telling their mother their child is missing. And they're like, hey, have you heard from HPAR? I've been trying to contact him and I felt so scared.
Sorry about
that.
that.
My
and,
HPAR, my lovely HPAR is gone.
Yeah,
I was very scared.
I was worried for you too.
Yeah, it's mostly just because of like a sudden flea infestation. I had to fucking clean everything up and wrap everything in plastic bags because fleas were all over my legs and my back. So it was...
Why'd you take a flea bath?
Your neck, your back.
No, there were like fleas everywhere. I don't know where they came from. But anyways, yeah, I just wanted to come on here because I just wanted to talk about, like, when I was in Dubai, Middle East, this shit was blocked. Newgrounds was off limits. So I didn't even know about VPNs back then. So whatever I glanced from Newgrounds usually came from places like YouTube or gaming sites like Congregate, Armor Games, etc. And I always thought like, what the fuck is happening over there? Why do I keep seeing this coming out of their site? Like you have the most off the wall shit, and it's amazing. Sorry for being swearing a lot.
No,
but
go ahead, man.
Yeah,
Hey,
it was
it's
really
Newgrounds. You
interesting.
can do it.
Like I vibe with that unhinged humor. And one way I really got into the community was through Loops, because Loops reminded me
please.
that no, you reminded me that Newgrounds existed, mind you. Yeah, remember when you recommended Olga's Earworm? Yeah, that's
Oh
when
man,
I
I
remember.
fucking love that animation. If anyone hasn't seen that, goddamn, check out Orga's Earworm. I'm gonna try to see if I can link it.
Yeah,
Right on, man. Well,
But-
Phasmagore, you've been held hostage for a while, huh?
I thought mine would be the
Yeah.
shortest segment.
I
Did
know.
not happen.
Everyone's been forcibly extending it.
Sorry, I
I'm
just want to say
sorry.
like everyone's fucking amazing. Don't think about me too much because I just like to come up last, but I just want to let everyone know that they were amazing. Even the people who are watching this now, thank you for being here and experiencing all of this cool stuff. And hopefully in the next year, maybe we'll see each other again. Who knows?
Hey man, like I'm sorry, but you just made me think about you now forever.
Oh fuck.
No,
Damn.
nothing can be done. All right. Well, thank you, HPAR. Thank you, Loops.
Yeah.
Thank you, Phasma. Annie Sloth. I'm gonna blam you three. Annie
It
Sloth.
is my honor.
Any commentary from you? You haven't said anything.
Well, I'm in the same drug-induced boat right now, but let's say the bottom of my heart, I love all you guys deeply. Slimy, you're a fucking legend. I know everyone was sucking your meat before, but it's my turn in the rotation.
Please cease. My meat is raw.
raw and frayed.
Yeah.
Splitting at the ends, but yeah.
God,
Seriously though,
that's an image.
I I appreciate all the love, Stan. You know how much I
course,
love
bro.
you. Spook, it's been nice meeting you, and I hope we talk more. And you also did a great job. Hans, it's our first time talking, but you're a G. You know that. But that Johnny guy, holy shit. You're
Yeah,
fucking
that Johnny
awesome
guy
too.
just slid in. What's up,
Yeah,
Johnny?
Johnny guy, you're
Other
awesome.
one sneaks on in.
I was just waiting until he was done.
You're awesome. Pikachu, I saw you guys talking. Kev, you're a G. Jenkum, fucking forever. And,
G
praise
as in
verb.
goo, right?
And praise verb, everybody. Praise verb.
Praise
All
verb.
I
Yo,
gotta
and
go.
I
praise verb.
I
Thanks,
must
Annie
say,
Sloth. You rock.
on that list of things you mentioned, Jenkum, thank you for bringing Tails Gets Trolled to this convention, Jenkum.
Yeah, Jenkum,
you
you're
brought
fucking,
something amazing.
you're the best.
Absolutely.
need to-
Amazing panel.
I still need to get into Tails Gets Trolled. Like the only resources I've been able to see on YouTube was like that video by Ben Satan. He's a weenie. I don't want to watch that.
Dog, just go read it on the website. That's the key.
Dude, Tails Get Trolled. Tails Get Trolled is
It's high art.
You got to read up on the lore.
It's like the eighth wonder of the world. It's like the Rosetta Stone of the internet.
We need to have. There should be like
archaeologists
a.
are still digging into it.
Yeah.
It's like how we have the wonders of the ancient world and the modern. We need the wonders of the internet.
The Kermit text wall was my like Facebook banner when I was like like a long time.
A beautiful thing. All right. So I am gonna
All
now
right.
start kicking
Yeah.
people out.
I'm gonna blam. I'll see you guys later. Love you all.
Adios. All right. Phasmagore, thank you for your patience and for being so humble and planning to keep it short. You rock.
Thank you.
Blam. All right. Johnny, what's up, man?
Hey, so I didn't know it was going to go on this long, but I just wanted to drop in like maybe a few words since I was a part of this whole thing, and also I wanted to say hi to Hans because Hans is a friend of mine and I haven't seen him in a while. So hey, how's it hanging?
It's hanging slightly to the left, but good. Yeah.
Me too. I don't know why it happens.
I guess we're left leaning.
Nice. Very funny.
What a great way to close out the ceremony.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, basically, I'm just honored that I was one of the people that was picked for this festival, and I mean, I listened to what Hans said earlier. I was listening through the live stream, kind of scrolling back, and I guess he mostly said what I was gonna say, so I don't have to say that part, but I will say, it is great to have these online conventions while we're not able to do stuff like Pico Day meetups or anything. Like I had a meetup in one year for my birthday. It was like a Midwest meetup, I think I called it, and they're amazing. Like, so the fact that we get to do this online now, like Hans said, this is really awesome. And the turnout, I mean, there's 74 people in the server listening to this right now. And I don't know how many people are listening to YouTube, but this is a great turnout. Like this is amazing, and I hope we get to do this. I hope we get to do this every year, and eventually, I hope we get to do this as a in-person thing as well. Would be cool if it were ever possible. Whenever the world gets back to quote unquote normal, whenever we can all be together in person without not shaking hands. It's like, did you ever imagine a world where we were just scared to high five each other?
Nope, nope, can't imagine it. High five.
You know what? I
Sneeze.
still did, to my expense.
Well, I mean, if you're willing to take the risk, if you got to be there for your friends, just like I'm gonna high five you, man. I don't care what is. There's nothing's gonna get in the way. I don't care about the risk. If I die tomorrow because I high fived you, I'm not gonna regret it. I'm gonna be smiling down from heaven and be like, "Yep, I did that."
Hey,